Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 8:26 right now, and it is the 19th of May 2025. The year is running as fast as it can, and time is going really fast. So do not, I repeat, do not waste your time with anybody or anything that is not benefiting you or the people that you love. Okay? With that being said, welcome to the live show. Yes, yes, yes. The OG, the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States. Okay. He promised he was going to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. And guess what? I know it's been a couple of, maybe 120 days, but it takes a while to be able to end that kind of war. Of course, he said he was going to end it on day one. Yeah. But the circumstances he found himself in was really tight. But the fact is, he kept working on it. Now, today, he had a 2 hour conversation with Vladimir Putin, and Putin also confirmed it. Of course, the president put it on Truth Social that he is now mediating a peace talk between Ukraine and Russia, and that ceasefire should be commencing immediately. Hopefully, everything works out as planned, but anything can happen. But for the most part, we can say that promises made, promises kept. Here we go.
President Trump is now responding after his lengthy 2 hour phone call with President Vladimir Putin today. In a post on social media, Trump says that ceasefire negotiations between Russia and Ukraine will begin immediately. Now, before the call with Putin, Trump spoke with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and we should note that delegations from both those countries already started speaking a few days ago, albeit at a lower level. Let's take you now live to Kyiv with CNN's Nick Payton Walsh. Nick, what are you hearing from officials there regarding this statement from Trump?
Yeah, not a lot from the Ukrainian side yet. We may hear from the Ukrainian president soon, but it was the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, who was kind of first out the gate here after the phone call, speaking to state media, essentially saying that there could potentially be a ceasefire if documents, memorandums were worked on, suggesting there could be compromises on both sides in the future, and indeed saying that he noted that President Trump said Russia was in favor of peace, but importantly saying the key thing is addressing the root causes of the conflict. And through what Putin said, important to point out, no real substantive concession or practical move forward from the Russian president. Interesting to hear him say similar things that we heard in Istanbul from lower level officials, but no real change in his position and harking back to root causes. Well, that's talking about all sorts of things to do with the expansion of NATO and the often false Russian narrative about how we got here. President Trump emerging an hour or so later and putting out a lengthy post in which, to some degree, he tries to sound very positive about that conversation, but also there's a tone slightly of him stepping back. No longer the guy saying, let me get Zelensky and Putin together, I'm willing to broker that meeting. In fact, no mention at all of the two presidents meeting from President Trump, except suggesting, indeed, that the conditions for a ceasefire will be negotiated between the two parties as only it can be, because they know the details of a negotiation no one else would be aware of. That's not putting the US at the heart of that. A lot of talk about the positive future for potentially trade and the economy. A lot of talk about all the European allies he briefed alongside Volodymyr Zelensky, who got into his ear just before that phone call with Putin in a separate, unanticipated earlier call, but also too throwing to the Vatican, saying maybe they could be the host for these talks. A different tone from the man who a matter of days ago was saying, let me try and get Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky together and be the peace broker here. And that may be a reflection, I think, of, frankly, how he got nothing we can see of substance out of his conversation with Vladimir Putin.
Nick Payton Walsh, live for us in Kyiv. Thank you so much. We're joined now by CNN Chief National Security Analyst Jim Sciutto to break down the details. Jim, here Trump's striking a positive tone, but as only it can be. That phrase about the negotiations being directly between Russia and Ukraine, Is it fair to read that as the U.S. just stepping back?
It may be. In fact, I spoke to a senior European diplomat just a few moments ago for his reactions to this, and two things he pointed out from both readouts. One is exactly the point you bring up. This appears to be the U.S. not involved directly in these talks. Trump basically saying, you two talk together, will be in the background. One. Two, no mention of U.S. sanctions on Russia. In other words, that stick that had been looming over. And now, listen, one might calculate that Trump heard enough positive in that phone call that he doesn't feel the need to deploy that now. But we should always remember the Trump administration quite quickly sanctioned Ukraine early on when the perception was from the White House it was not signing on to the ceasefire. The third thing I was going to mention, there is no mention of a commitment to a ceasefire here from either Trump or Putin. They're just going to continue talking. And that had been the demand, right? And that had been the source of Trump's frustration, was that Russia was not abiding by the ceasefire. There'd been no answer. And at least based on these readouts, no further Russian commitment to sign on.
Yeah, only more bombing and drones and further military action. Jim Sciutto, thanks so much for the perspective. Jessica?
All right, thanks, guys. And for more on all of this, let's bring in Michael Massaquoi. He's a former spokesperson for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, now a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Thanks so much for being here with us.
My pleasure.
So I just want to start by pointing out that Putin previously ignored this 30-day ceasefire proposal from Washington and Kyiv. He ignored that the 30-day ceasefire kind of threat from those European leaders. Why is this time different?
Well, I think actually we're no further to peace than we were, say, a couple of weeks ago. There's a couple of pieces of bad news. One is that, as Nick pointed out, Mr. Putin said we need to examine the root causes of the conflict. It's exactly what he said, is that that's going to spin things out longer. He doesn't want to see Zelensky stay. He doesn't want to see Ukraine as part of NATO. The other bad news more for Ukraine is in the Trump long statement is there was nothing about a commitment to continue military aid and intelligence gathering. The good news from my point of view is that it does look like, yes, the U.S. is stepping back. Let's give the Turkeys of the world a chance, or even the Vatican, because Turkey, of course, has a great stake in Black Sea security, great relations with both countries. I think things could move faster that way.
And how would you evaluate Putin at this moment in time? Do you think he's serious about trying to find an end to this war?
No, absolutely not. The grand chess player dealing with the master of the art of the deal. And Putin wants to continue on grabbing more Ukrainian territory. He wants to continue destroying Ukraine with those massive drone and missile strikes. And he wants to get his way with Crimea, the 4 oblasts that they only partially control. And also they've also said they don't want to pay war reparations, which Ukraine is demanding and which could add up to about $1 trillion.
Yeah. And we know that Zelensky spoke with President Trump today. That conversation actually coming before the president spoke with Vladimir Putin. Knowing that, seeing the readouts that we've gotten from Trump and also Putin and Russian state media, what does that suggest to you? How do you put all those pieces together?
Yeah, I think that Trump spoke first to Zelensky was a good move. It was probably payback to Mr. Putin for making him wait 1 hour in their call in March. But I hope there was one thing that Mr. Zelensky pushed for, and that is unfreezing of about $300 billion in frozen Russian assets by the G7. That is somewhere where the U.S. could really put forward its influence and leverage that. That could be put, for example, into a Ukraine compensation fund, because again, Russia does not want to pay reparations. And Zelensky probably also said, please continue the U.S. military aid, intelligence sharing, because without that, it's going to be game over for Ukraine. And again, we did not, as far as I can see, we do not see that in the Trump statement. Could be a bit worrisome there.
I do want to go back to something you mentioned, which was just Putin continuing to say this idea that he wants to eliminate the causes of the conflict, examine and get to the bottom of the causes of the conflict. Help people understand what he's getting at there.
Yeah, that is a Kremlin code or narrative for Again, we want Ukraine. They're basically saying Ukraine is a failed state. It should become a satellite state of Russia, and for that to happen, we need to take control. It's not a good thing that he's repeating that at this far along in the game. So, again, I'm hoping that the Turks, who have been involved in Ukraine negotiations way back to 2014. They ran the OSCE mission I was a part of, that they can have a bit more influence on Putin. Finally, you know, I mean, I'm in Thailand right now, and it's one of the countries, along with the UAE and some African countries, that are helping Russia circumvent sanctions. That news needs to be tightened as quickly as possible. I think only then will Putin come to some sense and, you know, be more fair at the negotiating table.
Listen, that's what everyone continues to say again and again, is that there need to be more consequences to push him to that negotiating table. Michael Bosticue.
Everybody talks. Everybody can talk. Well, we're going to have to push whatever you say. Okay. But here is a man who is actually moving forward. Okay. Moving forward with peace conversations. This were not a thing. Okay, this wasn't a thing like 2-3 years ago. All right, Putin was termed a war criminal. Now, there's a president in the Oval Office who actually wants peace around the world. So do what you got to do, whatever you got to do to promote peace and achieve peace is what you got to do. And that's what Trump is doing.
Today, President Trump expected to take phone calls with Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. It comes on the heels of a Russian massive drone offensive on Ukraine, maybe the biggest ever. Yesterday, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said this is about the talks.
I believe that the president is going to have a successful call with Vladimir Putin. They know each other. The president is determined to get something done here, and hopefully, if he can't do it, then nobody can.
Our next guest went to Ukraine to rescue Americans during the 2022 Russian invasion. Knows people on the ground right now. Retired Special Forces operator, Save Our Allies co-founder Tim Kennedy joins us. Tim, you know war, but to avoid war, you have to have talks amongst leaders. How does President Trump approach this meeting with Vladimir Putin today?
Well, in a unique way. You know, President Trump on the diplomatic side, he does things differently. You know, he's talking about deals and trades. He's talking about infrastructure. You know, if you want weapons, then how about you give us some minerals? If you want us to be investing in NATO, as we have been completely taken advantage of for the past 75 years, maybe in return, these are the things that we're going to expect economically. So sitting down with both Zelensky and Putin, he needs to fight for peace for both of them, obviously for the
Russians don't want to stop.
No, they don't.
So what can you do to get them to stop? What's the leverage?
The leverage is, as always, money. Russia always wants what's best for Russia, and they're going to play the long game. And this battle of attrition, killing Ukrainians, they can do this for forever. They're happy to fight this war for years.
And they're dying too.
Oh, yes, they are.
They don't care. The Russians don't care that Russians are dying.
No. You know, and that portion of Ukraine, a lot of that population is Russian, identifies as Russian. And so from Russia's perspective, they're fighting to take back Russia. So, like, there's pride and this, like, nationalist pride about the war as well. But, you know, Trump has a fight, but he has to do it from positions of strength, both economically and militarily.
He's got to threaten to sanction the central bank and do it. He's got to threaten third-party sanctions, anyone who buys their oil, and go through it. That means India, and that means an ally, and that means China, not an ally. No. You got a great special. Patton may be the all-time greatest general we've ever had. It's called The General Patton and the Prayer That Changed History. Here's a clip.
There were two enemies, the Germans and the weather. How do you stay alive in combat, but also how do you not freeze to death?
Patton summoned his chief chaplain, Colonel James O'Neill, with an unusual request.
Patton asked the chaplain to devise a prayer for good weather. To his knowledge, no one had ever been asked to devise a prayer for good weather during a battle or a war.
And he got it. Did it work?
Man, it was crazy. You know, had the Germans been successful, they had this push that was trying to divide the Americans after we made our invasion, climbing cliffs, storming beaches, Omaha, at Point du Hoc, like St. Mary and Glees jumping in nothing has like warfare like we saw during D-Day. Germans, if they're able to divide us and separate us, they could prolong the war and maybe even, turn the tides. But then General Patton, this offensive of his, the Battle of the Bulge, we have to be successful. There's one thing in the way, weather. We don't have close air support. And December 1944, men are freezing to death in foxholes. And it comes down to faith. 75% of the military still relies on faith. You go back to 1944. This was a turning point in the war, and ultimately it was a prayer, a beautifully written prayer that turned the tides.
And give credit to the chaplain.
Oh, man. It's a beautiful prayer. Yes, absolutely.
All right. It's all part of a Fox Nation special. He is so pumped up about it. He was pumped up in the green room about it. And General Patton, another aspect of his personality. He always thought he was a man of destiny.
Yes.
All right, Tim, I'll talk to you on radio, too, okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. So
There we go.
President Trump speaks on the phone with Russian President Vladimir Putin in a push to end the war on Ukraine. Our senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy is live on the North Lawn with more. The president has now talked about the contents of that call. What did he say?
John, President Trump says the discussions about a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine are underway now. He said they were starting immediately after the conclusion of the call, and he went on, part of a long post. The tone and spirit of the conversation were excellent. If it wasn't, I would say so now rather than later. Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when this catastrophic bloodbath is over, and I agree. There's tremendous opportunity for Russia to create massive amounts of jobs and wealth. And later in the post, the president says the Vatican, as represented by the Pope, has stated that it would be very interested in hosting the negotiations. Let the process begin. The president also said that he has now talked to allies from the EU, including France's Macron, Italy's Meloni, Germany's Merz, among others. And we know that going into this call, President Trump was trying his best not to demonize Putin.
Putin ghosted everybody at these peace talks last week. As President Trump phones him today to try to figure out an end to the Ukraine war, does he think that Putin is the good guy or the bad guy?
I'll let the president speak on that conversation later. He's made his feelings about both sides of this war quite clear throughout it. He wants to see it end.
And there are not going to be any new sanctions against Russia for now. Marco Rubio and Scott Bessent were teasing that as a possibility if they felt after this call that Vladimir Putin was, their word, tapping the U.S. along. But they concluded that was not the case, so no new sanctions. John?
All right, it looks like we're going to be hearing from the president soon at a bill signing. The pool was just called to the Palm Room, so we'll stand by for that. Peter, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity.
This is what I voted for. Peace around the world. No matter what, however you get it.
Putin at this hour. And then after that, he speaks with Zelensky from Ukraine. President saying this, posting online, the subjects of the call will be stopping the bloodbath that's killing on average more than 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week and trade, end quote. Jack Keane, retired general, with us now. And sir, nice to have you on. Steve Witkoff's doing a lot of this work, special envoy. Over the weekend, he was talking on ABC and said this about the possibility of stopping the war.
We have to get to a ceasefire. That's the president's position, and we all agree with that position. And most importantly, we have to get to a final peace deal. He's got to get on the phone with President Putin, and that is going to clear up some of the logjam and get us to the place that we need to get to. And I think it's going to be a very successful call.
Hey, all right, that last comment we can only hope for. What is your expectation, General?
Well, I don't think we know. I mean, a couple of perspectives here to help the audience understand. We talk about the killing and want to stop the killing, and that's what President Trump clearly wants to do, and certainly Zelensky wants to do that. The overwhelming majority of the Ukrainian people want this war to end. But where's Putin coming at that? He could care less about the killing, Bill. He's taking casualties among his troops now since the beginning of 25, over 40,000 casualties per month. For 24, he averaged over 30,000 casualties per month. He's got new recruits going in that have less than a month's training. They're almost carnage on the battlefield. He doesn't care about any of that. He believes that by stalling all this time, he's putting more pressure on the administration because the administration wants to stop the killing. Zelensky wants to stop the killing. And that's why he's been stalling. He also targets civilians purposely to add even more pressure to people who have values and want to stop this killing. I think the president is trying to feel out. He comes at this frustrated, I believe the president does. He's openly admitted it, because of Putin's attitude. He plays nice with Witkoff, and his negotiators play real hard with unreasonable demands that have been made. So what Putin wants is some concessions on some of those unreasonable demands before he would consider a permanent ceasefire, a temporary ceasefire, of 30 days. So that's kind of where we are here.
General Keane, I wonder if one of the first questions the president will ask is, why didn't you meet me in Turkey? This was Putin's idea. And it all came around the time that the president was starting to get frustrated with him and started talking about secondary sanctions. The White House this morning, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said that everything is on the table, including secondary sanctions. So do you think that the president should maybe give a final warning today?
Oh, I think he absolutely will. I mean, he has got a huge amount of leverage here. He's got clear sanctions that could cripple the Russian economy. It's already having some problems. The Europeans are willing to add to all of that. And he can increase robustly aid to Ukraine without the taxpayers paying a dime for it. Because Ukrainians got collateral in their minerals, and there's other means also to give them direct loans. So he's got a huge amount of leverage with Putin here, and I think that's what Putin's going to try to feel out. On going to Istanbul, that was Putin's ploy because, he's been delaying, and people in the world community was pounding on him that he hasn't made any concessions to go into a temporary ceasefire, and that's why he threw this thing out. Well, I'll talk directly to the Ukrainians. He never said he would, but he meant the Russians would. And I think we called his bluff on all of that, and I think we embarrassed him, as a result of it. We'll see what happens in this phone call today. Okay. They do have a relationship. They're able to talk to each other, and the president certainly is going to probe him on where Putin really is and where he wants to go.
Associated Press, one line here. The call has begun with Putin, and then Zelensky comes next. We'll see where it goes. On Iran, you heard the president loud and clear last week in Saudi Arabia, UAE. He said repeatedly Iran cannot have a bomb. Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb program. Here's a statement from Iran's foreign minister about enrichment now, okay? If the U.S. is interested in ensuring that Iran will not have nuclear weapons, a deal is within reach. Enrichment in Iran, however, will continue with or without a deal. General, to you.
Yeah, well, these are intractable positions. I mean, what Iran is laying down on the table, their ploy is this. We are a legitimate nation state, recognized by the United Nations. And any nation that wants to have civil nuclear power is granted permission to do that. And because they're not involved in the proliferation of nuclear weapons, given the amount of enrichments that's necessary for that. He said, why would we be an exception? This is the Iranian position. We should have that capability ourselves. They already have one civil nuclear power plant, and interesting enough, they import uranium from Russia. Our position is, well, your history is completely different than the rest of the nations of the world for the last 45 years. You've been in pursuit of a nuclear weapon. You deny you're not, but that's been disputed significantly by what Netanyahu did in 2018 when he revealed to the whole world the classified documents of their pursuit of a nuclear weapon. So they can't be trusted. And if we give them the capability to enrich uranium, that means the centrifuges and the facilities, that's the equivalent of them moving towards a nuclear weapon.
Right.
Because they'll go to a secret site, cheat, and develop that capability. And that's what's on the table. That's where the big difference is.
The stakes are high, and the stakes are very high for this call as well with President Putin, and it is underway, so we'll see how long it goes. That'll tell us a lot, and then see what the readout is. General Jack Keane, always
Thank you, sir.
See you. Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
is fresh off a historic visit overseas where he joined President Trump to cement the administration's America First agenda. Secretary Hegseth speaking to U.S. troops in Qatar during that stop on a trip to assure them we've got your backs.
What an absolute honor it is to be here amongst America's best alongside our allies. Under President Trump, we're seeing a renaissance of peace through strength. Our enemies know that we mean business, and our allies like Qatar here know that we will stand beside them.
And joining me now is the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Will Cain, welcome to the People's Pentagon, the America First Pentagon. Welcome.
I think we should announce to the American public that no one, neither you nor I, nor producers, organized our outfits to be exactly identical today here on the Will Cain
You're looking
Show.
sharp, man.
You're looking
sharp.
great as well.
It's the SecDef outfit.
How does that feel? How does that moment feel with the President of the United States standing there before the troops, before your American soldiers?
It's an absolute honor, and you know what? I mean what I say. I said in that instance and every one, President Trump has their back. I get to see it every day. I get to watch him in the Oval Office or overseas. He's always thinking through the lens of America first. How do we advance our interests? And then when it comes to the warfighters in the military, what more can I do to make sure they have everything they need? First, so that we deter the enemy. But then if we have to fight, we fight with overwhelming advantages. This is a guy who wants peace. He's achieving peace. I mean, the trip was incredible. It was something to behold, watching him move the Overton window of what's possible in that region. But you only achieve peace by looking strong and being strong. And that's my job on his behalf, and it's an honor to do it.
Yeah, but look, while you have direct access to the American soldier, the American sailor, the airman, I have a much smaller footprint and the capability of interacting with them. And what you saw in that clip, what you experienced there, and what you have in the support from President Trump has got to be something that gives you a lot of faith and gives you a lot of confidence. They seem to really support you as Defense Secretary.
Well, and they obviously, this all started with the election of President Trump, but the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, as someone who was in those same boots just a few years ago, was in the same wars, understands the same dynamic of the enemy, I get what they're up against. And I walk into this building not because I've been a general before, but because I've seen those very same threats. And, you know, Will, when we were at Fox together, I wrote a book, The War on Warriors, a year before this all happened, diagnosing the problems inside the Pentagon, never dreaming I'd have the opportunity to actually address them. In some ways, that's the playbook. And so that, alongside the guidance the president gave me minute one when he chose me, which is restore the warrior ethos, Pete, bring this building back to what it was supposed to do, means it's not that hard. I wake up every day, Will, go to this building and say, how more can I advance the capabilities of this amazing warfighting machine on behalf of the president and the Constitution?
I got to spend some time with you today. I got an inside look at the Pentagon. We're going to share that with viewers a little bit later, but that keeps coming up, that warrior ethos. Let's get to the job at hand now. You came in to the Defense Department with three main goals. Help me and the American people understand what you want to accomplish at the Pentagon.
Three clear goals. We hammer it home every day, every speech, the Joint Chiefs throughout the Pentagon, restore the warrior ethos, rebuild the military, reestablish deterrence. And the warrior ethos is simple. It's readiness, accountability, lethality, warfighting. None of this woke DEI, CRT, gender pronoun, green new scam stuff. That's all out. Ideology is out. Capabilities, colorblind, merit-based, back to basics. It really is a back to basics message. And then rebuilding the military. I mean, President Trump did it in his first term. We're doing it again, making sure what we fund, the capabilities we fund, match the threats we face of the future, not reflexively what we've fought in the past. He's going to be the first president to introduce $1 trillion budget. That's not just spending more, it's also being serious about an audit. It's also finding cuts where we pull out the Biden garbage and put in President Trump's priorities. So we're going to invest, a generational investment in those capabilities, and then reestablishing deterrence. I mean, we've got 4 years of deferred maintenance in this country. What Joe Biden did to America's reputation is terrible. From what happened in Afghanistan to what happened in Ukraine to what happened in Israel, with President Trump back on the scene, and we saw it on that world trip, American leadership is back. American strength is back. Our allies are investing in their militaries because they know they have to and they should. That's all good for peace here in America.
We've heard a lot, and we're going to talk more about number one, refocusing on lethality and combat readiness over things like DEI. But I want to dig in on number 2 and number 3 for just a moment. How about deterrence? The America First posture in foreign policy from President Trump. He gave what I think is a historic speech last week in the Middle East, which was not just an indictment of the 4 years under Joe Biden, but for the decades of American involvement overseas. You just came back from that trip. How do you navigate your job with this new posture?
It's America First meets peace through strength, which means you understand the objectives, how they advance American interests. You're not utopian or globalist and naive in your views of remaking human nature or nation building. These globalist ideas that you're going to change an entire society through military intervention, which you saw us attempting. I lived it in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then you see the consequences. We've seen that movie before. We're not doing it again. And I think what we did in the Houthi campaign in Operation Rough Rider is an example. The president said freedom of navigation is a core national interest. America's ships do not get shot at without consequence. Joe Biden let that happen. That's weakness on the world stage. That stops. And that's specifically what we're going to achieve. And so our campaign from day one was unrelenting in pursuit of that objective. Now, there are plenty of people that would like to see regime change in Yemen. And that would be wonderful. In a perfect world, you got all the time, all the munitions, and all the time to focus on that. The president set a limited objective where we got the Houthis to cry uncle and say we're done, and now our ships can transit that BAM in the Red Sea freely. It's not a perfect end state. They're not completely destroyed, but we also have a lot of other things we need to focus on, like the Iranians, like the Chinese. And if we spend all of our time and effort investing in some sort of regime change war in Yemen, that we're not focusing on the core interests. So time and time again, we're focusing on what matters the most in advancing American interests, with President Trump charting the course.
Let's dig into number 2 now, the warfare of the future, reestablishing and refocusing the defense industrial base on the way we will fight wars in the future, AI, tech. Mr. Secretary, there was this video that came out in the last couple of days of a Chinese mothership prototype with drones capable of launching from this mothership. We also know the numbers on what China is spending and what it is dedicated to military personnel as compared to the United States. The viewers at home can see some of these stats. We have 1.3 million active personnel. They have 2 million personnel. We have 219 warships. They have 234 warships. We have more U.S. nuclear weapons deployed than they do. But you and I have been together for many years. You've talked about the war games that have been played here at the Pentagon on what it looks like when we go up against China.
Well, but our job is to get ahead and stay ahead, Will. That's why we're here. We concede nothing to the communist Chinese. We're creating dilemmas for them at every level. I was in multiple meetings just today talking about these various scenarios. We're laser focused, and we're certainly not going to reveal here what capabilities we have or don't have. And there's a lot of things you learn when you come into this building about ways in which we're planning for every possible contingency of what the Chinese would want to do. They have to factor more into their calculus what we're going to do based on the technological advantages that we have than we with them. Now, they'd hope in the future that dynamic changes, but that's our job. Part of the prioritization and the pivot, Will, is it's easy to keep fighting the same fight. And we're very invested alongside our allies in what happens in Europe and what happens in the Middle East. And we get told you're ignoring that. No, we're not. We're paying a lot of attention to American interests in those regions. We are. But we're also in real time shifting focus over to the Indo-Pacific. You saw it with my first trip. You'll see it with our budgets. You'll see it with future travel, with exercises, with what we're meeting and talking about every day at the Pentagon. We understand the motives, the capabilities of the communist Chinese, and we're ensuring we build a military today and going forward capable of deterring that conflict. We don't want that conflict. You showed how big they are. President Trump has a great relationship with Xi Jinping. We think that's a good thing. And we stared them down on trade. We think that's a good thing. Rebalancing that dynamic is important. We're the ones in the background trying to say we would always prefer to resolve this peacefully. But we're going to do that by being as strong as possible to meet their threat at every turn.
We spent some time together today. You took me into your office, and we talked a bit about this job and what it means and what it takes and the requirement of having good people working with you and around you. Here's what we talked about.
I don't think I've walked into a single situation where I felt, man, I'm out of my depth. I can't handle this. I mean, you rely on people, really good people who guide you. But at the same time, a lot of this job is about instincts. And President Trump chose me for a reason, which I'm humbled by. And my job is to give him an honest lens right back.
We talked, and I think it's fair to say that there's very few people in this country who are more well situated to sit between understanding the president's vision for his foreign policy and his Department of Defense and understanding the American warfighter. That is you. In your time, in the few months that you've been here, there has been some turnover at the Pentagon. There was the story over whether or not you were having to deal with leaks inside the Pentagon. Do you today feel like you have people around you that you can trust?
Boy, very much so. You know, you dive into the problem set, those first 100 days, you're going fast. Things are going to change. Personnel are going to change. You learn some things. We made some changes, no doubt. We take operational security extremely seriously, leaks extremely seriously. They have national security implications. But the team we have around us right now, Will, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Steve Feinberg, is one of the best businessmen in America. He's driving the balance sheet of this place. He also understands intelligence and the DOD. He's been around it. Undersecretary Colby for policy, one of the smartest minds in the country when it comes to policy, totally in line with my thinking and the president's thinking. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, you had a chance to meet him briefly. Raising Cain, just dialed in, really smart across our entire inner staff. I couldn't feel better about the condition of the staff we have, both on the military side and the uniform side, to deliver for the president's agenda. Because you do rely on people, good people, who you can trust day in and day out. And we're in a great spot here at the Pentagon and in the place we need to be to deliver the information to the president as he makes some of the most consequential decisions our country will make in the coming months.
Anyone that's watching this program, anybody that's ever watched me or our relationship together knows what I have said and what I think about the many scandals, the nothing scandals of what has taken place over Signal. There's no point in ignoring what I have said in the past. Everyone knows where I stand. That being said, forget those who are your critics. For any American out there that is concerned over anything that's ever been shared on Signal or any other platform, what would you say to those Americans?
Well, I would point to the success of the Houthi campaign, first of all. But second of all, I wish everybody could see the way we operate at the Pentagon. I wish they could. And I wish those I served with, those I work with every day could see how seriously we take every aspect of operational security. From the way we communicate, to the way we transmit information, to the orders we give, to the plans we discuss. There's a reason why our nation's most closely held secrets are contained in certain places with only access from certain people. Nobody takes that more seriously than me. If there's one thing I've sort of been offended by, I don't get offended by much. I'm here to do my job for the president, for the country, is this idea that I don't take classification or I don't take clearances seriously. Nobody takes it more seriously than me. And we make sure that's infused through how we operate. And we do everything we can to deliver on behalf of the American people.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Tech Def, how do you think Pete Exet is doing? Put it in the chat. All right, the 5. Here we go.
Questions are
Joe Biden.
mounting over former President Joe Biden's shocking stage 4 prostate cancer diagnosis, which has aggressively spread to his bones. While we wish the former president well, a key ally of the Obama administration is asking why.
The question here is, how fast can this cancer really spread between January 20th to May 19th? So Joe Biden, which I am praying that he gets better, okay? Politics aside, I hope he gets better. But how do you find out that you have prostate cancer and you just left the Oval Office January 20th and now it's May 19th and all of a sudden the cancer has spread to your bones? Okay.
It wasn't caught sooner.
He did not develop it in the last 100, 200 days. He had it while he was president. He probably had it at the start of his presidency in 2021. Yes, that I don't think there's any disagreement about that.
So the shocking cancer diagnosis follows a brutal week for former President Biden, as a new book and the release of the long-awaited Her tapes exposed more troubling instances of a mental decline that was covered up and hidden from the public. But some of the media are already suggesting the cancer diagnosis might earn the former president a little breathing room from all the scrutiny.
Those conversations are going to happen, but they should be more muted and set aside for now as he's struggling through this.
It seems to me, Jessica, this debate doesn't end at all, but it is briefly put on pause as a result of today's news.
But the Her audio release continues to reverberate as Democrats and the media try to learn lessons from the cover-up.
And that is a crime against this republic. And I think the Democrats are going to pay for a long time for being a part of what is now being revealed to be a massive cover-up. We need to apologize to the American people that we were part of something that wasn't on the up and up.
But ultimately, in retrospect, you can't defend what the Democratic Party did because we are stuck with a madman, with a corrupt president in the Oval Office, and we should have given ourselves a better chance to win.
Hindsight is 2020. Obviously, if we could redo this tape and play it over again, we would do things differently.
It's hard to convince somebody to give up their car keys.
Yeah, Jesse, we all wish the former president well. I mean, it's just absolutely awful for any family to learn this about their loved one. But there's a lot, it seems, that we are learning in the last 24 hours. A lot, it seems, that perhaps we didn't know along the way. What do you make of all this?
Well, first, my heart goes out to the Bidens and the Biden family. Very unfortunate diagnosis, and we hope he beats it. But a lot of people are speculating whether this was medical malpractice or whether this was a medical cover-up. And we have every right to speculate because they have been caught in so many lies. Now, so the medical cover-up is not being said by Jesse Watters. It's being said all over the media by Democrats and by physicians. They're saying that this was caught possibly earlier and then nothing was released and then possibly exposed as a way to blunt the impact of the Her Report audio release and the book. Now, I don't think that's possible, but at this point, anything's possible. The other one is the medical malpractice. How are you not going to give a guy a PSA test? How are you not going to give someone a test and then not release the results? Did they not give this test to Joe Biden because they gave it to the last three presidents and then they released the PSA numbers? So who knows if he even got tested? He was supposed to have had a full test a year ago, and they said there was no cancer detected. Well, we need to know exactly what tests they did. And since 2000, Joe Biden has broken his foot. He's had skin cancer. He has had 2 horrible bouts with COVID-19. And then he was living as president with prostate cancer. And the entire media said he was healthy as an ox and that they said he was running circles around Binder. And so this doctor, O'Connor, was his personal physician. There's a funny axiom that says, having a personal physician 24/7 around the clock is a leading indicator of death. A lot of celebrities, a lot of wealthy individuals have these doctors on call and they kind of give you anything and they're just there to protect the brand, there to protect the status and the job. That happens with some people, but this guy O'Connor takes it to a next level. This guy was brought in from Delaware, and he was in business with the Biden family. And this is his oldest president in American history, probably the sickest sitting president of this century, and he never gave a press conference. In 4 years, O'Connor never came to the press and said, this is what the president is dealing with. He needs to be brought in, he needs to be subpoenaed, and he needs to answer some of these questions. I can't believe if he had won, Joe Biden would have died in office, and Kamala would have been president, and the doctors and the media would have been like, oops, sorry, we missed it. Wow. Wow.
Well, Howard, there are multiple experts who have lined up in the wake of this news to say, it would be shocking that this kind of cancer wasn't noticed during recent checkups, that it had to have been developing for quite some time. Howard Foreman, Yale Medical School, it's inconceivable that this was not being followed before he left the presidency. Urologist David Shusterman says it's insanely unlikely someone who gets annual checkups would not have noticed this developing cancer.
So my prayers, like yours, Jesse, go out to his family. This is a tough diagnosis. I have friends and family who have this, who've had the diagnosis, and I can only imagine a tough struggle and a tough road ahead. I align with Jesse on this. I think that the fact that the President of the United States is not getting as exhaustive of a review of a physical, of the kind of medical examination one would expect, and then to have all of that revealed to the public in 2025, 25 years into the 21st century. You combine that with some of the things that people were saying about President Biden throughout his presidency, questioning the cognitive abilities, some of the mental health abilities, and then the physical things that happened when he fell up the stairs, down the stairs, off his bike. We deserve better. I hope what we really learn from this, I'm not one to look backwards, although I pray for him. I hope that what we do going forward is to ask these doctors and physicians, Jesse, we ought to have a different standard for all of this. When you think about the president's role of growing the economy, keeping the country safe, we're in basically a new economic Cold War with China, and Russia is emerging again. We need to know everything about our president, and this shouldn't be by chance. By any measure. I listen to Dr. Emanuel. He's far brighter than I am and more experienced and more educated than I am in these matters. I do have a dear friend whose wife got a stage 4 cancer diagnosis very late. They had not seen it before, and she had an injury and got the diagnosis and passed about a year later. So these things I imagine can happen, but when you are the president of the United States with the kind of care the president should get, we should not be surprised by these things. But I'm like you, my thoughts and prayers are with he and his family. I know this road ahead is going to be a difficult one.
And again, we wish him the absolute best. Greg, is it fair for some in the media, including David Axelrod, now to be saying that we should set aside any talk about the cognitive cover-up during his presidency as he battles this cancer?
When they say something like that, you have to believe that that's the reason why they're breaking the news now. So you do mute and you do pause. The timing is telling you that this cancer is being used as a tool to deflect from outrage to sympathy. But get this, normal human beings, we can have both. We can feel sad for somebody who has cancer. Like Harold said, we all know people intimately who have cancer, who are dying from cancer, and who will die of cancer. So we could feel sad, but that's not going to infringe on the space in my brain that is reserved and dedicated to this cover-up of his incapacitation. So you're not going to get a mute or a pause from me, but nice try. We're talking about like, how could this happen? We've always been saying about all of these problems in the last 8 years. How did this happen? How did this happen? How did this happen? I say 8 years because this has been going on before Biden was president. The neglect is on purpose. For example, just focus on Joe Biden, the elder abuse line that we kept hearing. Why did it continue? Because Joe was docile and fragile and offering no resistance to any part of the progressive agenda. Joe's dysfunction may have been caused not by disability, but by debility, meaning he was worn down on purpose, deliberately kept feeble and weak, which made him pliable, like a POW, except the W stands for White House. Joe's dysfunction was not prevented when it could have been because it kept him easily managed. He was always tired. He probably didn't want to answer questions or sign things. So we've seen a series of colossal blunders and deliberate cover-ups. All are ethically indefensible. All you can do, if you're doing this stuff, is tell yourself, consider the alternative. And the alternative to them was always Trump. That was their narrative. Like, they can cover up this guy who's physically and mentally feeble because look at the other guy. It's Trump. So Trump is an existential threat. That narrative became justification for every kind of immoral behavior, including allowing violence, the implosion of a border, cover-ups, blatant illegal activity, siding with gangbangers up to now, Hamas sympathizers. You can approve of anything if you sell people the belief, you assign the opinion that Trump is an existential risk. They knew about all this stuff. They covered it up.
Well, we did see the media having to deal with the release of the Her audio and the Her tape today. Yeah. What appears to be the many stages of coping, Katie. Van Jones said that Democrats will pay for covering up Biden's decline for a, quote, long time.
Yeah, because this is a total betrayal of the American people. This is about breaking of trust, and it's very difficult to get it back once it's been broken. Now, in politics, trust can be a relative term because of the industry that you're dealing with, but they covered up thing after thing after thing. And then when the American people who are part of this Republic democratic process were allowed to ask questions about the president of the United States who was elected, they were told that they were crazy, that they were mean people for questioning the president's cognitive state, that they weren't empathetic. And now you're seeing that happening again with David Axelrod saying, well, we can't really talk about it anymore. And the implication there is that if you dare to ask questions about the betrayal from the Biden White House, from the Democrats as a whole, then you're just not an empathetic person. You don't understand when people get diagnosed with cancer, when it's really a bigger issue of what's been going on for the last couple of years. I don't know how they get out of this, because in order to regain the trust that they've lost, you have to be very transparent, overwhelmingly, and yet they're still doubling down on covering up and not talking about it. So politically, for them, it's very difficult for them to go out and say, you can trust us and believe us when we're talking about things that we'll do for you, when they can't even come to terms with the fact that this was obvious for years. The White House doctor not coming out to give press conferences, not answering any questions. I went back through all of the letters that the White House doctor put out, not a single mention of this. And also, it's kind of a betrayal to the president. I mean, how did you not, if this is what they weren't doing, give someone of that age, the president of the United States, that kind of physical test? I mean, how could you not give the test?
Those questions will be asked for a long time. Many people watching right now go out and get those tests on a regular basis. Katie, thank you for that. Up next, Hillary Clinton and Tim Walz taking aim at President Trump.
We got some sad news over the weekend. Former President Joe Biden revealed he was diagnosed with aggressive prostate cancer that spread to his bones, stage 4. President Biden said, cancer touches all of us. Like so many of you, Jill and I have learned that we are strongest in the broken places. Thank you for lifting us up with love and support. President Trump wished Biden a fast and successful recovery. We here hope President Biden's getting proper care and keeps fighting. This was a shocking diagnosis. How did the best medical team in the country let the world's most powerful man's cancer go undetected until now? Biden was the one who caught it himself. He had urinary issues, went to the doctor, and they found a nodule. That's not how prostate cancer is detected these days. Doctors usually find it way earlier through blood tests. But Biden wasn't given a cancer screening at his last medical checkup about a year ago.
It is interesting to note that President Trump's, President Obama's, and President Bush II, in their most recent physicals, in their terms of office, obviously 2025 for President Trump, did comment on their PSA levels. And so they got screened while in office, and they commented on it. There is not a report of a PSA test on the most recent physical that was read out for President Biden's last year in office.
Which doctor decided not to screen President Biden for prostate cancer, and why? Biden's not a healthy man. He had skin cancer when he was president. He broke his foot, had 2 pretty bad cases of COVID. And before he was president, he had 2 brain aneurysms. Why aren't they doing a full battery of tests on America's oldest president? Yale doctor Howard Foreman says it's inconceivable that this wasn't caught earlier. Dr. Zeke Emanuel, a Biden guy, says Biden's had prostate cancer for years.
If you have prostate cancer that is spread to the bone, then he's most certainly, you were saying, had it when he was president of the United States.
Oh, yeah. He did not develop it in the last 100, 200 days. He had it while he was president. He probably had it at the start of his presidency in 2021. Yes, that I don't think there's any disagreement about that.
Other doctors think the cancer could have been spreading for a decade.
The fact that we just find it at a Gleason 9 is just pretty much unheard of in this day and age of medicine. Most likely, he had prostate cancer for a long time. And I mean, usually it takes from the first diagnosis of prostate cancer to spread would take 5 to 10 years, even in the most aggressive form.
Biden's son died of brain cancer. Seems like the big guy was high risk. Why not run a test? We know they never ran a cognitive test, and now they don't run a test for cancer. Biden had more COVID tests than cancer tests. Gutfeld speculated Biden's people may have been motivated by power.
Joe's dysfunction may have been caused not by disability, but by debility, meaning he was worn down on purpose, deliberately kept feeble and weak, which made him pliable, like a POW, except the W stands for White House. Joe's dysfunction was not prevented when it could have been because it kept him easily managed.
It's fair to speculate that Biden's doctors aren't telling the truth. It could have been medical malpractice, it could have been a fluke, or it could have been a medical cover-up. We have every right to ask questions because of the White House's history of lying.
Is it possible that they were withholding his PSA levels or some symptoms that he was having? It's possible, but I can tell you that he has an aggressive, fast-acting form of prostate cancer. It could have formed in the last 6 months. It could have started forming 6 years ago.
Other doctors are speculating Biden may have had cancer this whole time and was receiving cancer treatment and not disclosing it.
Do you feel like that's an accurate or a reasonable analysis of the situation, that he's known for quite some time and he was undergoing treatment for prostate cancer?
There's a high probability. The fact that they're now looking at terminal disease, this is terminal. He's going to be gone in 2 or 3 years. Although, to be fair, prostate cancer research is moving so fast, they might come up with something that could extend it out 5 or 7 years where he might die of something else first. But he has a terminal condition. At presentation, somebody who's getting regular medical management, it doesn't present as metastatic disease. It's just not how it works. So somebody is known for quite a while.
A doctor on CNN is suggesting that alleged secret cancer treatments could explain Biden's cognitive decline.
One of the biggest side effects that I see in my patients that get these hormone treatments could be cognitive changes. So you have to kind of balance that. People can also get issues with fatigue and weight loss. But when he has stuff in his bones, he's also at higher risk for fractures. So it is a very sensitive conversation.
Dr. Siegel says it's highly unlikely Biden didn't already know he had cancer, and it's time to come clean.
I think they should be public at exactly when this was diagnosed. Brian, we were talking last week about when were the cognitive issues diagnosed. I want to know when this was found exactly. I want to know why. I want to know exactly when this was found.
Trump's former White House doctor, Ronnie Jackson, who treated Biden when he was VP, says Biden's doctor was distracted. Quote, care at the White House should be second to none. Unbelievable this was missed. But the truth is, his physician was more concerned about assisting with the political cover-up than providing world-class medical care. Dr. Kevin O'Connor has some explaining to do. He's not just your average doctor. He was involved in the Biden family business. Biden brought him in because he trusted him and knew he could keep secrets. Click here to subscribe.
Whoa. Hopefully it gets better soon. But this right here, wild.
Well, the losers of Democrats' past refuse to go quietly. Hillary Clinton and Tim Walz are back, not with solutions for the country or their party, but with a full-blown case of TDS. Kamala's failed veto kicking things off using a college graduation speech to smear ICE agents with a truly despicable comparison.
Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. They're in unmarked vans, wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons. No chance to mount a defense, not even a chance to kiss a loved one goodbye, just grabbed up by masked agents, shoved into those vans, and disappeared.
Not to be outdone, Hillary Clinton is also running her mouth about the popular border policies of the man who beat her by mocking traditional American families.
This very blatant effort to basically send a message, most exemplified by Vance and Musk and others, that, you know, what we really need from you women are more children, which is sort of odd because the people who produce the most children in our country are immigrants and they want to deport them. So none of this adds up. First of all, don't be a handmaiden to the patriarchy, which kind of eliminates every woman on the other side of the aisle, except for very few.
All right, Greg, you want to talk about the Gestapo first, or what?
I guess I could talk about Tim Walz. Why do people like Walz only communicate through commencement addresses? Right? Not podcasts. It's because they can only recite their boilerplate opinions in arenas where there's no risk of a follow-up question. It's why J.D. Vance just mopped the floor with him when he actually was faced with someone asking him stuff. The moment you say, what do you mean by that? Or do you have proof that they're like the Gestapo? They will implode. This is why lefties always get all the commencement addresses, and they love to spout their opinions on award shows because they know there's no journalists there that will ask them a question. And the reason why, and he's the perfect example, none of their opinions are actually real. They are all assigned. So there's just a folksy glibness, but underneath it, there is nothing. And they never have to have that challenged because the people around them never say, hey, what do you mean by that? There's no contemplation. You can always tell when somebody's telling you something that is not their own opinion. You do it all the time, Jesse. But you know what's a perfect example? A perfect example is like me insulting Nickelback. And I've never heard their songs, but I make fun of Nickelback, but it's only because I've heard other people make fun of it. That's an assigned opinion. You look at Hillary. She uses the phrase, what was it? I wrote it down here. Handmaiden to the patriarchy, which I think she means she's bashing Monica Lewinsky. I'm not sure. But this only is appealing to an ever-shrinking circle of feminist women, the same who bow to the altar of trans men and keep silent when real women are victimized by really bad men. But again, it's another assigned opinion that's lazily presented, men against women. Whether it's race or gender, as long as you pit one group against the other, they won't look up at you. And this is how the Democrat Party survives, is they want everybody to fight each other over their specific group rather than fight over an idea. Because once you look at the ideas, you leave the party.
Right. And if you are in a group that they think should vote for Democrats and you stray away, Sandra, then you get this kind of treatment. I mean, does Hillary Clinton want to comment on Susie Wiles, who was the first female chief of staff, the very pro-mother administration that the Trump administration has put into place, that President Trump has hired all these young women to work for him who are doing a great job on the merits? I mean, for her to say you can't be holding the hand of the patriarchy was just a shot at any woman who decides she doesn't want the same path as Hillary.
What stuck out to me was the eliminating women comment as I interviewed the father of a 7th grader today, a 7th grade girl who was put out of medal contention running in her 200-meter race on the track against a biological boy. And it took this suburban father to take to the national airwaves to bring attention to the matter, because people like Hillary Clinton are not. As far as Tim Walz is concerned, he's got a captive audience when it comes to the graduation speeches. I mean, if we're up to him, I think we'd see him all over the place. I think Democrats might be holding back on him. But if you look at the last election and you look at the response he gets when he gets out there, Republicans should probably be happy that he keeps himself out there in the forefront. But Hillary Clinton's words, it got me today, watching that girl not be able to get a 3rd place finish because she has to race against a boy.
Katie, I'm just getting word from the producers. Tim Walz has stage 4 jazz hands.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I heard that's lethal.
Yes.
Jesse, don't you just love paying tens of thousands of dollars for your kid to go to college, and then you go to the graduation finally and you get a lecture like this? Isn't it just the best?
Yeah, I mean, I'd fall asleep if Tampon talked to me. And he won't. I've invited him on like twice, and he's still dodging.
Bummer.
So Tampon's career is over, Katie. You can't call ICE agents Nazis. That is a career ender. Federal law enforcement officials are Nazis. And this is coming from the guy that had a COVID snitch line. This is coming from the guy that fantasizes over communist China, which is a little more in line with those other people that he mentioned. If you have a face tattoo and you have criminal convictions in this country and you're a foreign national and you get picked up, I don't want a lawyer. I don't want an appeal. I want you, adios, goodbye. And if he thinks they should stay in here while they fight through the legal system, no, absolutely not. Now, Hillary, she thinks it's virtuous to have the entire third world in Latin America break through the border right before their water breaks and then have a baby at an American hospital without health insurance and then just raise the kid in a hotel room in Midtown while we pay for it. Absolutely not. We want more babies. Everybody wants more babies, because if you don't have them, it's basic arithmetic, Katie. You go bankrupt first, and then the civilization collapses. And all the policies the lefts are pushing is contributing to the decline of civilization, whether it's porn, cannabis, rapid urbanization, rapid industrialization, high mortgage rates. All of these things are making it impossible to have children and raise children. I just feel bad for Chelsea Clinton.
Oh, do
That's
you?
who
Do
I
you
think
really?
of mostly at these times.
I'm sure you
and
do.
Bill.
She
I'm
didn't
sure you're
choose to
very
be born.
Yeah. All right. So, Carol, do you think it's time to say adios, goodbye to Hillary and Tim? Are you tired of talking about them? Like you're ready to move on to new people?
I've been critical of my party over the last several months for the way we have handled the aftermath of the election. You look at, just as a juxtaposition, you look at several of the special elections that have been held since November. Democrats have fared somewhat well, I think largely because those Democrats running are actually in the country. You just recently had a mayor in Nebraska, in Omaha, a Republican, a Democrat beat him. They're not tapping into this Democratic message. The autopsy the Democrats need that lays out, that tries to lay out and determine why we lost, how we lost, no one has seriously done it at the federal level. So as a result, you have free agents like Mr. Waltz, and when I say free agents, they're known political figures. Obviously, Senator Clinton is a known, Secretary Clinton's a known political figure, but they're not saying things with any coordination or symmetry. And for that matter, they don't sound as if they're really in touch with the things that happen. You talked about the transgender athlete. That's an issue that we as Democrats, if we don't get serious about and realistic about and credible on, we're not going to be listened to on other issues that are credible and meaningful in people's lives. And until you understand where the path is and what the issues are that are going to push us forward, you're going to continue to hear these voices, these free agent voices out here, talking in really kind of a diasporic and frankly unorganized and really ineffective way about the things that people care about. My advice, if you can't do it at the federal level, the autopsy, at least listen to what those who are winning in these special elections, in the state races, the local races, what are they saying that's appealing to everyday Americans in a broad cross-section of the country? But until you get an autopsy, until you figure out, and we all understand and get the painful lessons, you're going to continue to show these kind of silly bits. I'm going to have to sit up here and respond to this nonsense.
Sorry, Harold.
I think that's good advice from Harold, who would like you to move on. Thank you. All right, up next, Democrats are going ballistic over the big, beautiful bill, and Americans.
A lot is going on here, but like I said, I wish Joe Biden quick recovery if he ever recovers, because this is wild. And moving forward, the 45th, now the 47th, this is what I voted for, okay? Transparency, peace around the world, fair trade deal, all right? Wealth in America. More cover up, Joe Biden.
To explain this as acceptable mess. Axios has gotten and now released excerpts of the audio tape from special counsel Hur's interview with President Biden. Remember, Robert Hur's initial report about the former president was that he was an elderly man with a poor memory. Oh my goodness, the audio is so much worse than that description.
And so in these photos, when the file cabinet was here at Chambers Road, what kinds of things were in it?
Everything, I believe, everything from, empty files to I just had files piled up if I needed a file, to, I don't know what else was in there. I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't.
Okay. Do you have any idea where this material would have been before it got moved into the garage?
Well, if it was 2013, when did I stop being vice president?
2017.
So I was vice president. So it must have come from vice president stuff. That's all I can think of.
Well, this is adding even more fodder to accusations of a wide-ranging cover-up involving Biden's inner circle, Democrats, and the liberal media. Add in now the release of several of those explosive books on the Biden White House, and it's a firestorm that won't go away.
We've dealt with aging relatives. It's hard to convince somebody to give up their car keys.
It's not just Republicans deflecting. This guy was the president of the United States for 4 years and thought he could run and be president for 4 more years. There appears, to me at least, to have been an active cover-up from people close to Joe Biden.
There are people who knew and said nothing. And that is a crime against this republic. And I think the Democrats are going to pay for a long time for being a part of what is now being revealed to be a massive cover-up.
The Wall Street Journal editorial board says Democrats will face the consequences. Quote, the cover-up of Mr. Biden's mental decline will go down as one of the great scandals of modern politics, end quote. But South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn is still defending his friend Joe Biden.
I talked to him on the telephone very often, and I never saw anything that I thought was outside of the ordinary.
Do you think that Joe Biden really would have been able to perform as president all the way through January 2029 when he would be 86?
Yes, I thought that back then. I still think that.
He still thinks it. Tudor Dixon, former candidate for Michigan governor, and Mark Pryor, former Arkansas senator. Great to see you both. Tudor, when you hear him say that he still thinks that Jim Clyburn is a big name in the Democratic Party, always has been able to deliver a lot of the black vote for early primaries for Democrats as congressman, what's your reaction to him?
Well, Harris, I think it's interesting that you point out that he's a big name for Democrats because he is also 84 years old and he's defending a longtime friend. I honestly think that people are going to set this aside as just someone who has not been willing to let go of the past. The evidence is out there. The disturbing thing is that we all saw the evidence. We all talked about it. Harris, how many times did you talk about it? And now Jake Tapper's going to get rich off of talking about what he hid before. I think that's the real crime here.
Senator Pryor, this seems to be a big roadblock in your party right now. Because this isn't just a couple of people talking about what they thought they may have seen and his acuity level or whatever. This is on tape. We can all hear this.
Yeah, let me just say a few things about that. First, I'd say step back, big picture. You know, this is an illustration in my mind that we should always be praying for our president, right? And not just the president himself and his health and his mental health and everything else, his decision making, but also for the people around him. And I think that we ought to be, and look, y'all know I'm not a huge Donald Trump fan, but I try to pray for President Trump every chance I get. I'm not cheering for failure here for President Trump, just like I wasn't for Joe Biden or for George W. Bush or whoever else, you know, I was having to serve with. But anyway, I just think that everybody needs to, you know, keep that in perspective and that we should really lift up these men.
I hear what you're saying, but I think what you're trying to do is paint him as someone who was maybe picked on. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is a man who couldn't have a conversation and wasn't sentient enough to face trial on a classified documents case that had a lot of evidence against him in it, yet he was controlling the nuclear policy of this country. There's no way that you can be okay with that and think that that compares somehow with anything else that we're experiencing. Senator.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make excuses for him at
can't.
all. And this tape that you showed, and you guys were kind enough to send me the 4.5 minutes, the full tape of this part of the interview. The truth is, they took the interview over 2 days. I haven't seen the whole tape. The part that you sent me was obviously there were some rough spots in it, clearly.
So you think that we have the ability to do what with the original tapes coming out of a federal investigation? I don't know what you're accusing, but we sent you what we have. I'm confused by that, but let's get to this. Back in February of last year, then Vice President Kamala Harris was going after Robert Hur's report. Now, this is rich. Watch.
What I saw of that report last night, I believe is, as a former prosecutor, the comments that were made by that prosecutor, gratuitous, inaccurate, and inappropriate. So the way that the president's demeanor in that report was characterized could not be more wrong on the facts and clearly politically motivated, gratuitous.
Robert Hur was trying to tell us the truth. He could have gone further. Tudor.
I mean, this should have been disqualifying for her back then, but to think that the Democrat Party is still talking about her as a front runner for 2028, this is a complete crisis for them. Every single one of them came out and said ridiculous things like that while we stood by and watched the decline. We watched him. He couldn't debate, but it went beyond that. He never did an interview. He couldn't actually sit down with people. Remember when he walked off in the middle of the interview, right off of the TV stage? I mean, it was obvious to all of us, and every one of these people covered it up, from Gavin Newsom to Kamala Harris. Every one of them is disqualified. They are a party in crisis. They have nobody, and praying for them? Come on, give me a break. This is total evil. These are people who wanted control. They wanted power, and this is not a time for prayer. This is a time for investigation. This is not a poor man being picked on, as you said, Harris. These are people who deceived the entire country. They took control and they seized control.
Senator, we will give you last word next time. We have to scoot, but I thank you both. Great conversation.
He said, we will give you last words next time because you got nothing to say. Okay,
we have a Fox News alert. Messages of support are rolling in from around the country after former President Biden announced he's been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Our senior White House correspondent, Peter Doocy, is here with the latest. Peter?
Good morning. And the first ever email we received from a newly formed Biden personal office was about this cancer diagnosis. Part of their note said he was diagnosed with prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9 with metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. President Trump's reaction to that: Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family, and we wish Joe a fast and successful recovery. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says Jeanette and I are united in prayer for the Biden family during this difficult time. Kamala Harris says Joe is a fighter, and I know he will face this challenge with the same strength, resilience, and optimism that have always defined his life and leadership. We are hopeful for a fast and speedy recovery. And then Barack Obama says nobody's done more to find breakthrough treatments for cancer in all its forms than Joe. I'm certain he will fight this challenge with his trademark resolve and grace. There was, of course, a ton of focus on President Biden's health while he was in office, but most of it focused on cognitive abilities and whether or not the Parkinson's specialist who kept getting cleared into the White House was treating the president. There were a lot fewer questions about cancer screenings, especially after July 21st of last year when he said he was not going to seek a second term. Friday, we all heard that Robert Hur audio come out, and the Biden office was quiet about it. Now we know Friday is also the day they got news from the doctor about this diagnosis. Back to you.
All right, well, our thoughts and prayers are with his family. We definitely don't wish this on anyone. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Peter.
Sure.
All right, let's bring in Fox News senior medical analyst, Dr. Mark Siegel, to respond to this. Dr. Siegel, we got word about this yesterday. Your reaction to how advanced it seems.
Really, really surprising that it's this advanced at the time of diagnosis. Now, you can miss prostate cancer, but most of the time regular screening picks it up. A sitting president, I would expect to have advanced screening. Should not be subject to debate what kind of screening. You do a PSA for sure every year on a president.
Would a PSA test have picked that up?
Not all the time, but there's other tests that we do that are several different kinds of tests you can do in addition to the PSA. But the PSA would pick it up the majority of the time. If he's diagnosed by somebody feeling a nodule, that's not these days the way we do it most of the time. Also, most of the time prostate cancer is diagnosed without symptoms. It has to get really pretty far advanced usually before you could have urinary symptoms leading towards urinary retention. Thank God they found it. He's a fighter. He's been through a tremendous amount in his life, not politically, we're talking, with his son, with his wife, with his daughter.
2 aneurysms.
2 aneurysms, atrial fibrillation. He's been through a lot health-wise, but I am absolutely shocked that they didn't find this earlier. And
Dr. Siegel, now that we know it's metastasized, it's in his bone, how long has this cancer been in his body?
Well, it's aggressive, Ainsley, which means that it's moving pretty fast. But I can't tell you for sure, but he didn't just get this overnight. He's had this for months and months, even if it is aggressive. It's a Gleason 9, which means under the microscope, group 5, under the microscope, it's quite aggressive. They find that it's responsive to anti-testosterone type therapy. We have that. We have it in oral form now. We have it in an injectable form. So he will probably get that treatment. He should get personalized treatment, too. There's a lot of debate about whether you should do surgery, whether you should do radiation, what you should do to that bone metastasis. The fact that there's only one is better than if there was more than that. That's good. He has to be monitored very, very closely. Again, he needs a personalized approach.
So what do you do about the spreading to the bone?
Well, usually you would just give the anti-hormone therapy, hope it shrinks. Maybe you would radiate that lesion to the bone. We now have the most focused radiation. Over the last 5 years, the entire treatment for prostate cancer has changed. But still, his 5-year survival rate might be under 50%, even with all of that. But the key here, Charlie, is early response. Will he have early response? They're going to see in the first 6 months how he does with this initial therapy. But again, I can't emphasize enough 2 things. Personalized approach. I might say hormone therapy. They might be saying hormone therapy, but with a former president, they might do a smattering of things. And 2, early diagnosis is key. For everyone out there, every male out there over the age of 45, get your prostate checked. And I personally don't say a certain age is too old. I say keep going.
Would you, what's the prognosis here? Is he going to have to do chemo? You mentioned radiation, have the prostate removed. What would you recommend if this were your relative?
Well, I would recommend all of those options being on the table. Right now, these days, we do a team approach. Radiation oncology is really strong, by the way, at NYU. That's a huge possible approach. The hormone therapy, because again, if it's dependent on testosterone, you can block testosterone production in the body. That's a big part of the approach. A lot of surgeons would take out this prostate. You can do it robotically now, you know, like literally with a tiny incision and almost no blood loss. Dr. Tiwari over at Mount Sinai, one of the best in the country, the father-in-law of Vivek Ramaswamy, one of the best in the country. We have great prostate surgeons at NYU around the country that could take this out, maybe as part of the treatment.
Right.
Like hormone therapy for sure.
Do you think they should be public what his treatment is?
I think they should be public at exactly when this was diagnosed. Brian, we were talking last week about when were the cognitive issues diagnosed. I want to know when this was found exactly.
We know how many visits Dr. Connors made to the White House over and over again, correct?
I want to know why. I want to know exactly when this was found. I'm believing them it was just found, but then it's found advanced. You know, I have to believe them, but I want full disclosure here, and I would like the treatment. Because, look, this isn't England where they don't tell us even what type of cancer the person has. We want to use this for teaching, to teach people out there what they should do. They're looking at the former leader of the free world. President Trump was really kind about saying he's saddened, Melania's saddened, we're all saddened, but now we need to learn from it so that we can use it to teach our own patients.
Is he in any pain?
Well, he's going to be in pain from that bone lesion.
Cancer,
that's why they got to shrink that as soon as possible. They're going to have to use pain meds. They want to probably radiate that. They got to get that shrunk down to decrease the pain.
All right, Dr. Siegel, we'll talk to you.
Hopefully he gets better soon. No matter what, I don't support him. I would never have voted for him. But politics aside, I wish him well because he's a father, a grandfather, probably a great-grandfather. So, you know, I wish him well.
The fastest, most impactful monologue in America. And the theme this week, the cognitive collapse in a vacant White House. You know, this has been a week of international accomplishment for President Trump. Think about it. He shows America first is not America alone. Reshaping our relationship with the Middle East in real time with dynamic stops and trillion-dollar deals. First stop was Saudi Arabia, then to Qatar.
We're dealing with really good people that have been abandoned in a way by our country and by the United States. And we're not going to abandon. We have very good friends in Saudi Arabia and in Qatar.
Yep. And the United Arab Emirates investing $1.4 trillion in the United States. It's going to help all of us, but not in oil, in the military and in AI.
We've been investing in the United States for decades, but now we're taking it one step further, not only in terms of size, but in terms of trust. And we're grateful for President Trump for that.
And they're grateful for the respect and the relationships, and I think it's going to pay off. You know, with strong job numbers that you're looking at, surprisingly high, surprised everybody, including the experts. Inflation in retreat, you see that. Production increasing. The economy is beginning to roll almost.
You see the contrast between Biden and Trump. Here is a man who is traveling around the world, standing for hours, shaking hands, being a diplomat, trying to end wars like he promised, bringing back manufacturing to the United States, renegotiating trade deals, portraying the United States strong to the whole world. Isn't this what you want as an American? If you believe the United States is the greatest nation in the world, isn't this what you want your leader doing? This is what I voted for.
As strongly as President Trump's foreign policy, which makes me think, what's missing? Oh yeah, the Democrats. How are they, dare I say, moving on or joining in with the Republican momentum? Put simply, they've been disheveled, disgruntled, and disgraceful. Yes, the party known for its discipline is cracking wide open in all directions before our very eyes. And although they'd love to blame President Trump, as usual, this time it won't fly. You can honestly say he wasn't even home during their collapse. Their plan of attack is just to attack, and it's nothing short of offensive.
So yes, you do support an exemption on tariffs for products that are essential for families for their babies.
Exemptions on E4 items, which
I'm sorry, I have to reclaim my time. I'm reclaiming my time. I am, Mr. Chair, I am reclaiming my time. Give me my time back.
You believe this? You have the Treasury Secretary there and you just yell at him. The question for Democrats is, what are you doing? You going after Kristi Noem for rounding up, locking up, and sending out criminal illegals?
What steps have you taken to return Mr. Abrego Garcia pursuant to this court order?
It's got to be extremely discouraging to be one of your constituents. To see you fight for a terrorist like this and not fight for them is extremely alarming to me.
The letters MS and the number 13 in Times Roman numeral font, that they are doctored on this photo, right?
Congressman Abrego Garcia.
No, I'm just asking about this photo. Madam Secretary, I have a 7-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 3-year-old. I have a bull detector. I'm just asking you, is this doctored or not doctored?
Yeah, it's funny. His BS detector, not good to find out what Fang Fang was really up to, right? Why are you talking to her like that? She is leading one of the most substantial illegal immigrant crackdowns ever that has produced a 97% reduction in border crossings. Of course, Tom Homan leading the way, and sent Border Patrol recruiting soaring. That's how you talk to her? Then these political geniuses decide to also, I have another focus. They say, why don't we just storm an ICE facility in Newark, New Jersey? Yeah, that was the mayor. Do you think the American people have trouble sleeping if murderers, rapists, and thieves here illegally are living in challenging conditions? And by the way, they are not. It's pristine. Front and center now, RFK Jr. and the MAHA movement this week, cracking down on processed food. That's what he's doing, calling out food giants face to face, focusing on chronic diseases, making it the #1 priority. So how do you treat him when he comes to Capitol Hill to testify? Watch.
The cuts are not true cuts. The cuts are eliminations of waste, abuse, and fraud. And I can go through. I can go through the people who will lose it. There are a million people. There are a million people,
I really don't
Senator.
mean to be rude, but as you know, I have a very limited amount of time.
You asked the question, I'm going to answer it. Congressman DeLauro, you say that you've worked for 20 years on getting food dye out. Give me credit. I got it out in 100 days. My time has expired.
Oh, well, then so has your legitimacy.
What a clown, right? RFK seems to be the new Elon Musk with Democrats. Someone told them, you just act angry and you'll win. And my question to you is, win what? They have to fundamentally figure out what they stand for and, what's even more important, what the country needs. Some are making a legitimate effort to figure it out.
Use the word equity, use equality to your little heart's desire. This is another really stupid word, oligarch. Who the knows what an oligarch is?
Exactly. That's the tour that's getting a lot of people, by the way, 2 socialists out there running about. The worst part of the week, the full unmasking of the biggest lie to date, Joe Biden, and the fact that they were telling us that he was running the country. We knew he wasn't. Now they know we know. They lied about Biden's cognitive decline. Now they're acting surprised, even though it's fully exposed now that Joe's been deposed.
We should just be honest as a party that we made a mistake. Yeah. We should have been stronger in calling for him to run.
I mean, there were a lot.
Are you kidding? Run! You should have pulled him out. He wasn't doing anything. This week we saw the release of a third book by a left-wing author exposing the fact that Joe Biden was not running the country, wasn't capable of running a meeting, wasn't up to formulating or executing a policy.
There's actually an excerpt in the book where it says he forgot your name in December 2022. He called you Steve a couple of times. Did that happen?
I do not recall that ever happening, and I will tell you, Joe Biden knows my name.
Right. That's pretty good. When your national security advisor defends you by saying he knows my name, Steve or Jake, whatever. We suffered, and now they'd like us not to forgive, but to buy their book. Please don't. There was a cognitive collapse. It was a vacant White House. We were all in jeopardy because of it. They locked out Biden's cabinet, and everyone but his family was not allowed near him. Here's a horrifying thought, and I think it's true. Jill and Hunter were actually running the country, and the results were nothing short of catastrophic.
Oh,
and now
man.
it's the blame game on steroids.
What sort of man is this? Well, I don't want to say man, I want to say precedent, because your son was caught on video taking hard drugs. Okay, let's say he's an addict and now he's better. All right, we pray for him to get better. This man, the entire thing is just out of this world. Your son in shambles. The whole presidency in shambles. You heed the entire thing for 4 years. Yeah, it's over for the Leaps.
The leaders of the Democratic Party, the staff of the White House, and I have to say, I find everybody now talking to these authors, get out of here. Go home. You're part of the problem. Now you tell us?
The White House was lying, not only to the press, not only to the public, but they were lying to members of their own cabinet.
I didn't, I was busy working.
So you didn't see signs of decline?
To that directly.
So you didn't see any?
I didn't see the president frequently.
Yeah, now no one ever saw the president, right? Now there are others who want to move on.
Would you want Biden to campaign for House Democrats?
We're not looking backward, we're looking forward.
We're just looking forward. We're looking
Of course
forward.
you're looking
I'm
forward.
interested in going forward.
Oh, for real?
I'm not. I am not moving on. More importantly, the American people are not moving on. They're not going to forget. They have yet to come clean in their 4-year debacle, and I'm fed up with it, and it angers me they're trying to make money off it.
All right, James Comey, all right, former FBI director, wrote on the beach with stones 8647. All right, everybody knows what 86 means. If you just have a dictionary or Google it, or just ask Meta AI or Siri, what does 86 mean? It will tell you. But a former FBI director says, I don't know what 86 means. 8647. Here we go.
Action intensifies over the antics of former FBI Director James Comey. He posted that picture that shows seashells in the sand arranged to form the numbers 8647. 86, yes. Eliminate someone, knock them off in slang. 47, President Trump is the 47th president. Comey later deleted it, but even grade schoolers know nothing goes away on the internet. Comey led the FBI under ex-President Obama, but insists he was not aware that the number 86 could be associated with violence. Trump's FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino said Comey brought shame to the FBI badge yet again. President Trump told Fox News this.
He knew exactly what that meant. A child knows what that meant. If you're the FBI director and you don't know what that meant assassination. And it says it loud and clear. Now, he wasn't very competent, but he was competent enough to know what that meant.
What do you want to see happen?
I don't want to take a position on it because that's going to be up to Pam and all of the great people. I'm not going to get involved.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has not said if there will be consequences for James Comey. Here's a headline. Trump world has tough case with Comey over assassination message. And then it quotes, Prosecutors have to balance the content of the alleged threat with other First Amendment protections that could be an uphill battle, given the broader meaning surrounding 86ing someone. The term originated in the hospitality industry, used to indicate a client should not be served or that a restaurant was out of a particular item, end quote. In focus, Charles Marino, now former Secret Service agent and former Homeland Security Department advisor. Thanks for being with me today. All right, let's just start with the former FBI director not knowing a full meaning of 86. Your reaction?
Well, he's a national embarrassment, specifically to the FBI. And what I can tell you is nobody's buying his seashells by the seashore story. That he just stumbled upon this natural formation of seashells that spelled out 8647, and then went on to post that, not knowing what it meant, and then took that post down. And the problem for James Comey is Democrats are nowhere to be found by his side because his political usefulness for the party has expired.
Exactly.
This leads to some real credibility questions about James Comey currently. And also, what was his credibility like when he was director of the FBI?
Yeah, you know what? Something that you said, though, I don't think we've really focused on, and that is the fact that he honestly thinks that we would believe that the water in the seashells formed 8647.
Right.
I mean, that's the sign of something else going on.
Well, it is. And that's what Secret Service agents get to the bottom of. Look, they opened up a case. He's going it alone now. He's already been interviewed, likely to be interviewed again. And this case will ultimately be presented to the Department of Justice and the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia if it hasn't been already. And all of these facts that you and I just discussed, it means DOJ needs to sit back and say, really, is this a plausible excuse or is there something more serious going on with James Comey right now?
Look, Charles, I've never done your job for either of those departments, particularly the Secret Service. But when you have someone who clearly, as you just said, looking at the facts, needs to at least have their case looked at, does it matter whether you can win? Because I ask that because you probably heard the headlines, tough case for the Trump administration, meaning it's going to be legally difficult. But it does send a message that if you want to put, you know, whether they're soft pedaling or illicit threats out there, you got to think about that.
Well, this is a unique case, certainly because of the notoriety of James Comey and those that potentially he could incite with this type of post. But when you talk about winning, Harris, I think for the Secret Service, winning is mitigating threats potentially against the president of the United States. The first thing to establish is there an immediate threat against the president of the United States? Or is there something going on here mentally with James Comey, which has caused him to make very poor decisions?
Well, one opinion piece puts it this way. Comey puts fidelity to profits before fidelity to the FBI and country. It makes this interesting argument about why we may have made that incendiary post, or why he may have. Quote, in real life, Comey stokes public fury in order to make money on a book. But in Comey's dream world, far-right speakers must be imprisoned because their political speech targets intellectuals, immigrants, and people of color. Comey might have a fetish for public attention and book sales profits, but he plainly lacks fidelity to the better ethos of the organization he previously led. Comey has a novel coming out soon. Fact.
Yeah.
Charles.
I agree with that statement, but there's got to be a red line established, and we're seeing this red line get crossed more frequently by former and current public officials when it comes to the public discourse over things like policy and elections. And it needs to stop, and people need to be held accountable. And James Comey needs to know that he does have notoriety. And what he does post, if it comes in the form of a threat against the president of the United States, needs to be taken more serious.
Yeah, puts it in a different category. Charles Marino, always great to have you in focus. Thank you for your time and your expertise.
Thanks, Harris.
All right. What do you guys think about James Comey? Well, somebody in the chat said because it's going to be a hard case to prosecute.
The light is out again.
Really?
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think about James Comey? Well, like I said, some people are saying it's going to be a hard case to prosecute. But with that being said, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, she had a press conference today. And of course, some people say she's also one of the most, or if not, the best press secretary the United States has ever had. And she's the youngest as well. So, girl power, right? Girl power, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us early today. We have a very busy day, so we wanted to kick off the week right this morning after a great trip last week. It's good to see all of you back in Washington. This afternoon in the Rose Garden, President Trump, alongside First Lady Melania Trump, will sign the Take It Down Act into law. First Lady Melania Trump was instrumental in getting this important legislation passed. The Take It Down Act will protect victims of digital exploitation, hold internet platforms accountable by requiring them to remove such imagery from their platforms, and provide justice for victims by allowing prosecutors to go after those who publish non-consensual explicit images online. The First Lady met with members in the House and the Senate, survivors and their families, and advocates throughout the process to get this bill across the finish line. We are grateful for the First Lady's hard work and dedication to this issue. And moving forward, she will continue to champion the well-being of our nation's children through her Be Best agenda. I know the President looks forward to signing that bill into law later this afternoon, and we will see you all there. In other news, the One Big Beautiful Bill passed the House Budget Committee last night, bringing it one step closer to final passage. The One Big Beautiful Bill is perfectly named because it represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver on the Make America Great Again agenda responsible for President Trump's landslide victory on November 5th. The America First policies in this bill are the reason why Republicans currently have the majority in Congress right now. Passing this bill is what voters sent Republicans to Washington to accomplish. And that's why it's essential that every Republican in the House and the Senate unites behind President Trump and passes this popular and essential legislative package. This bill will be the single most pro-small business, pro-family, and pro-American worker legislation ever. This bill will give Americans the largest tax cuts in our nation's history. When Republicans pass the bill, Americans will be keeping more of their hard-earned money and taking home much bigger paychecks. The One Big Beautiful Bill will deliver some of President Trump's central campaign promises. No tax on tips for our hardworking waiters, waitresses, and service workers. No tax on overtime for our law enforcement officers, our firefighters, and all those Americans who are putting in extra hours to make ends meet. And a large tax deduction on interest payments for Americans who purchase American-made cars. Despite desperate Democrat lies, the biggest beneficiary of this tax cut will be working-class Americans and their families. Americans earning between $30,000 and $80,000 per year will pay about 15% less in taxes after this legislation is passed. And according to a brand new paper from the White House Council of Economic Advisors, the average family with 2 children's take-home pay will be up to $13,000 higher because of the increase in wages and reductions in tax obligations. The CEA study also said that the average overtime worker receives a tax cut of roughly $2,000. Again, this is great news for our nurses, our police officers, and all those who work overtime to make ends meet across our country. Put simply, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill will be a boon for working-class America. This One Big Beautiful Bill is also pro-family. It will increase the child tax credit to $2,500 per child, establish optional savings account for newborn babies with a $1,000 credit added, and strengthen paid family leave. This bill also delivers historic tax relief to America's seniors by allowing middle and low-income Social Security recipients to deduct an additional $4,000 in payments from their taxable income. If Democrats get their way and the Trump tax cuts are not extended, Americans will face the largest tax hike in history to the tune of $4 trillion. Republicans must not side with Democrats in helping them raise taxes. The One Big Beautiful Bill also provides critical protections of Medicaid, which will strengthen and preserve the program for decades to come through common sense efforts to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. Medicaid will no longer be used to pay for barbaric gender mutilation procedures on minor children. And the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are currently improperly receiving Medicaid benefits will be kicked off the program to preserve it for hardworking American citizens who need it. President Trump and Republicans are protecting Medicaid benefits for pregnant women, children, disabled individuals, low-income seniors and families, and the most vulnerable Americans in our society. And that's what Democrats are so angry about. Basic Medicaid protections that will stop the funding of transgender insanity and illegal aliens from ripping off American taxpayers. As you all know, over his first 4 months in office, President Trump ended the previous administration's open border crisis and secured our homeland in record time, all using executive authority. Now Congress needs to act. The One Big Beautiful Bill is the most significant investment in our nation's border patrol and law enforcement agents in our nation's history. The bill ensures that President Trump's popular and successful border security measures are made permanent. Republicans have the backs of Border Patrol and ICE agents who were put through hell over the past 4 years and have quickly worked to secure our southern border. And that's why this bill gives them more resources to do their jobs, including a $10,000 much-needed bonus to ICE agents and Border Patrol agents over the next 4 years. To provide those brave agents with desperately needed reinforcements on the ground, the bill allows for the hiring of thousands of new ICE personnel, customs officers, and Border Patrol agents. These significant hirings will empower President Trump to continue delivering on his promise to carry out the largest mass deportation in the history of our country. Again, that is a promise that Republicans made to American voters. It's a promise they were elected on, and it's a promise Republicans on Capitol Hill need to keep: secure our border. To supplement those efforts, the bill's funds will fund the completion of President Trump's signature border wall. As a result, 701 miles of primary wall, 900 miles of river barriers, 629 miles of secondary barriers, and 141 miles of vehicle and pedestrian barriers will be constructed when this bill passes, along with cutting-edge technology to secure our homeland from dangerous illegal alien invaders. This bill also advances our national security and defense interests by ensuring the United States military has the necessary resources to remain the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world. The bill will provide resources for the construction of President Trump's Golden Dome to safeguard Americans from potential attacks, give the Coast Guard resources to build more modernized ships, and the Air Force resources to acquire better planes. If all of those incredible things were not enough, the Big Beautiful Bill also finally modernizes air traffic control in America, a bipartisan issue. The bill will allow President Trump to deliver on his promise to overhaul and update our air traffic control systems to keep Americans flying as safe and efficiently as possible. The previous administration failed to act and do this themselves, despite repeated warnings from the GAO, which has resulted in unacceptable delays at major airports like Newark that the Trump administration is working hard to address. When the One Big Beautiful Bill passes, we will replace the current antiquated system, the FAA will enhance safety in our skies, reduce delays, and power the future of air travel in the United States. That's just some of what this historic legislation will accomplish. It is absolutely essential that Republicans unite behind the One Big Beautiful Bill and deliver on President Trump's agenda. There is no time to waste. Americans gave Republicans a once-in-a-generation opportunity to course-correct our country over many wrongs over the past 4 years. And Americans are counting on Republicans to work as hard as President Trump is in this White House every day on Capitol Hill. Send this legislation to his desk as soon as possible for his signature. Here in our new media seat today, we have Liam Cosgrove, the White House correspondent for Zero Hedge. With that, Liam, please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. So my first question is on foreign policy.
Sure.
The president has made several moves towards peace in multiple fronts: India, Pakistan with the Houthis, talking with Iran and talking with Putin. Biden didn't even talk to Putin for the entire span of the war, which is crazy considering two nuclear powers were engaged in a proxy war. So I do admire these moves by the current president, I'll be honest. However, as of today, we are still funding both Israel's and Ukraine's wars. So can Americans expect to finally be done financing foreign wars at some point? Do you consider that one of the president's goals?
Well, I think I can summarize the president's foreign policy agenda with 2 words: America first. And that means putting the American people and the American taxpayer first. And that's why the president is moving as quickly as he possibly can and working overtime to end these conflicts in both Israel and in Gaza, and also the Russia-Ukraine war. As you all know, the president will be speaking with Putin at 10 o'clock. He plans to call President Zelensky when that call concludes. I spoke to the president about that call at 10 o'clock. I don't want to get ahead of those very important conversations, but of course you will hear directly from the president or me after those calls conclude today. So you can expect that. As for Israel and Gaza, the president continues to not only himself, but his national security team engage in talks on both sides of this conflict. The president made it very clear to Hamas that he wanted to see all hostages released. And last week, when we were flying out of town, there was great news on that front with the return of Eden Alexander, who is the last remaining hostage in Gaza. So to answer your question, the president is always thinking about the American people, the American taxpayer first. He wants these conflicts to end, not just to save money, but most importantly, to save lives.
Thank you. And my only other question for you is, so over the weekend, President Trump posted Truth Social a video highlighting what most people call the Clinton body count, which is the strange number of suicides that seem to happen in Clinton circles. I have a headline here from the Washington Post that said, Trump peddles false conspiracy theories tying the Clintons to several deaths. So I just wanted to highlight real quick, this wasn't in Trump's video, but this is from the Arkansas Times, and it's the death of Mark Middleton, who was a former Clinton White House aide, who was found dead on a Clinton Foundation property. And I'll just quote from the Arkansas Times. Middleton apparently shot himself in the chest with a shotgun and also hung himself from a tree with an extension cord. So I have no idea how somebody commits suicide that way, but if the Washington Post is here, maybe you can enlighten us as to how that was actually a suicide. So anyways, that's just a lead into my question about the most famous Clinton-related suicide, which is that of Jeffrey Epstein. There's still a lot of questions around that case. You've released phase 1 of the Epstein files. What was missing from that is any connection to his ties to intelligence agencies, and that's really the whole story, that not just trafficking young girls, but doing it on behalf of intelligence agencies, and even potentially as part of a blackmail ring with potential ties to the Israeli government. So for phase 2, when can we expect it? Will it have information pertaining to those aspects of the Epstein case?
I know the Attorney General has committed to releasing those files. I would defer you to the Department of Justice on her timeline, but when she has made a promise in the past, she has kept it, and I'm certain that she will in this case as well. Rachel.
Thanks so much, Caroline. The president set a 2-week deadline for Ukraine and Russia to negotiate a deal. That time is now up. Does the president intend to set a new deadline on this call with President Putin? And how much longer is he willing to give these talks?
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of the specifics of the conversation the president will be having with President Putin in less than an hour this morning. But he has made clear throughout the entirety of this conflict, since he inherited it from Joe Biden. Don't forget, this is a war that began because of the previous administration's incompetence and weakness, and President Trump is working very hard to fix it. He has made it clear to both sides that he wants to see a peaceful resolution and a ceasefire as soon as possible. But as for specifics on a timeline, I won't get ahead of the president.
And just on the goals for this call in particular, is the goal to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire? Is the goal to lead to some sort of in-person negotiations with Putin and the president?
Well, I think, again, we'll see how the call goes, and the president has made it clear his goal is to see a ceasefire and to see this conflict come to an end. And he's grown weary and frustrated with both sides of the conflict. The president and his team have put an enormous amount of effort in solving this very complicated war that, again, began because of the last administration's weakness.
Does he still want to meet Putin personally?
I think the president would certainly be open to that, but let's see how this call goes today.
What's the status of the secondary sanction package? The president's been talking about that. You haven't imposed them yet, but is that still on the table?
I think everything's on the table, yes. And again, I won't get ahead of the president in any commitments or decisions, but certainly it's something he's been looking at and discussing. Elaine.
Hi, Ken. I'm going to ask you about the House budget bill. So does the president agree with Republicans behind this bill that Medicaid work requirements should be implemented as soon as 2026?
So the president wants to preserve and protect Medicaid for Americans who this program was intended for, the most vulnerable in our society: pregnant women, low-income families, seniors, those who truly need these benefits. And it should be going to people who physically cannot work. We want to see able-bodied Americans, at least working 20 hours per week, whether that's part-time or full-time, whether that's even looking for work or volunteering for 20 hours a week if they are receiving Medicaid. These are common sense provisions. These are common sense changes that were actually introduced by former Democrat President Clinton. They've been supported by every Democrat president since, including the previous president, Joe Biden. But again, these are common sense reforms to ensure that those that this program was intended for receive those benefits.
And then just a quick follow-up. Is the president okay with this bill adding to the deficit?
This bill does not add to the deficit. In fact, according to the Council of Economic Advisors, this bill will save $1.6 trillion. And the president absolutely understands and hears the concerns of fiscal conservatives and of Americans who want to get our fiscal house in order. That's what the intention of this bill is. There's $1.6 trillion worth of savings in this bill. That's the largest savings for any legislation that has ever passed Capitol Hill in our nation's history. The next bill that even comes close was $800 billion. That's less than half of the savings that we see in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And so the goal of this bill is to produce economic growth, to cut taxes, and to get our fiscal house in order. And this is the right step in the right direction towards doing that.
Thanks.
Edward.
Yes, thanks.
And then I'll go to you.
Thanks,
You're welcome.
I want to get the president's reaction to Moody's downgrading the credit rating of the United States.
Sure. Well, look, the president talked about this over the weekend. The Secretary of Treasury also talked about it. When you look at the world has confidence in the United States of America and our economy once again. The president just last week secured trillions of dollars in investments from countries in the Middle East. We have seen trillions of dollars of investments flowing into our economy since the president took office. That is because America or people around the world have confidence in the United States of America. And if you also just look at the raw economic data that we're seeing, last week when we were out of town, inflation dropped once again. Oil prices are dropping, gas prices are dropping. The president has added nearly 500,000 jobs to the American economy already. So there's a lot of optimism in this economy, and the president disagrees with that assessment.
And I want to ask you one more thing, if I could. On your Middle East trip, the United Arab Emirates is getting some of the most advanced AI chips, and there's agreements there. The UAE is the newest member of BRICS. Is there a concern from the president that those chips and the technology will pass through to China, India, Russia, and Iran?
Part of going to the Middle East was to ensure that the United States, that this part of the region, our Gulf partners, know that the United States of America is there for them again, and that they should be investing in the United States, not in China. And these AI agreements, particularly the one the Secretary of Commerce signed in the UAE, has security guarantees to ensure that China is not getting the advantage, but the United States is getting the advantage when it comes to AI, and that the UAE and the U.S. are working hand in hand together to invest in this space. So you read the agreements, there are security guarantees, and this was a great trip for the country, no doubt. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has said today that Israel will take control of all of Gaza. Is that a goal that President Trump is comfortable with or that he supports?
I'll have to talk to the president about those comments as they just came, I believe, from the prime minister this morning, and I'll let him speak on that. The president has made it very clear he wants to see this conflict in the region end. He wants all hostages to be released. He was pleased that Eden Alexander was returned home safely to his loving family. The president spoke with Eden directly while we were traveling to the Middle East last week. As for the prime minister's comments, I'll let the president himself respond to those. Sure.
Two questions. One, how involved does the president intend to be directly in talking to House members about the bill over the next couple of weeks or the next week?
Sure. Well, over the weekend, the president was in direct conversation and communication with the Speaker of the House. He's been very involved. He always is. He's willing to pick up the phone when he is asked to. So he'll continue to be very engaged in this process with both House members and his friends on the Senate side as well.
And on former President Biden's cancer diagnosis, the president put out a very nice message on Truth Social. Has he talked to President Biden directly? Does he intend to call? What does he intend to say directly?
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe they have spoken, but I'm sure the president would be open to doing that. I spoke to him last night about the former president's cancer diagnosis, and the statement that he put out was the initial reaction he had with me on the phone as well. Peter.
Follow up on former President Biden. White House doctors may have missed the early stages of his prostate cancer. So Is President Trump worried about the quality of care that presidents get here?
Not as far as President Trump is concerned. The White House physician we have here is phenomenal, and the team of physicians that take care of the president, particularly at Walter Reed Medical Center, are great. The president had his physical recently, as you know. He had perfect results. He's in very good shape. I think those of you who traveled to the Middle East with us last week can attest to the president's endurance. And by the way, I will add, we returned home from a very long and tiring trip last week, and on Saturday, where was the president? In the Oval Office working all day. He doesn't stop, he doesn't quit, he's in great health, and he trusts his physicians.
Two more things. Putin ghosted everybody at these peace talks last week. As President Trump phones him today to try to figure out an end to the Ukraine war, does he think that Putin is the good guy or the bad guy?
I'll let the president speak on that conversation later. He's made his feelings about both sides of this war quite clear throughout it. He wants to see it end.
And
Annie,
the
go
last
ahead.
one, what does President Trump mean when he says that Taylor Swift is no longer hot?
Look, he is speaking about Taylor Swift's political views and how perhaps it has impacted the support of the American public for her work, and I will leave it at that. Annie, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Carolyn. I'm just going back one more time to the White House Medical Office because there seems to be some question about this with regard to President Biden's screening. Can you say whether or not President Trump is screened for prostate cancer as part of his physical?
To the best of my understanding, he is, but we can certainly check in with the White House physician and go back and look at that physical report.
And then just one other question. Recently, Stephen Miller at the White House made some comments about considering suspending habeas corpus. And I'm curious if there's any update on how the White House is exploring that option to enact the president's agenda.
I don't have any update at this time, but I can check in with our Deputy Chief of Staff. Mary Margaret, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Given the ongoing revelations about the former president's mental acuity and how staff and media covered that up, especially with the release of this book, 2 days, I think, is there any interest in further scrutiny of Kevin O'Connor, the former president's physician?
I'll let the president speak on that. I spoke to the president again about the former president's health diagnosis last night, and he wanted to extend his warmest wishes to the former president and his family. But as for any further action, I'll let the president speak on that first. Michelle.
Vice President Vance's meeting with Zelensky. Can you share any more information on that?
My understanding was it was a good meeting, a productive meeting, and we're grateful that the Vice President did it and that he also went to the Pope's first Mass in Rome. I also have an update on that. The Vice President passed along a letter to the Pope from the President and from the First Lady extending their warm wishes and inviting them to the White House as soon as they possibly can come. Michelle.
On Iran, Steve Witkoff said yesterday that continued enrichment is a red line for the U.S. The Iranian foreign minister says that's going to continue no matter what. How committed is the U.S. to that red line, and what's the next step for the next round of talks?
We are 100% committed to that red line. The President, Special Envoy Witkoff, Secretary Rubio have made that incredibly clear, not just to the American public, but also in those discussions that Special Envoy Witkoff has had directly with the Iranians.
And the next round of talks?
I don't have an update for you, but we can get one. To the back row. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
South Africa's president says he's going to come to the White House to meet with President Trump on Wednesday. What are the president's expectations for that trip? And South Africa's president recently said he believes the folks that have been resettled here recently are cowards running away from problems in South Africa. Does the White House have a response to that?
So I did see the South African president put out that statement. I want to confirm on our end with our Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, and we'll get back to you on that. Monica.
Thanks, Caroline. You mentioned the President and the First Lady are signing the historic Take It Down Act this afternoon. I'm curious to know, what are some of the repercussions or consequences for these online platforms or perpetrators that won't comply with the act?
Well, what this bill does, it takes the initial step to ensure that prosecutors are able to take down, that's why it's called the Take It Down Act, platforms that are allowing this sexually explicit content on their platform. So it gives them more leeway to go after them as they see fit. But as for specific repercussions, I would defer you to the Department of Justice of how they plan to implement this bill once it is signed later today. Brian.
Yes, thank you. You said in your opening statement you talked about this MAGA baby savings account. Exactly how would that work? Who would be eligible for it? I'm assuming women. would be eligible for that?
Yes. So one of the provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill, as I said, this is a very pro-family piece of legislation. Not only does it increase the child tax credit, but it also includes MAGA baby savings accounts for children that are born before January 1st, 2024, under 8 years old, U.S. citizens, and have at least one parent with a valid Social Security number. And when this tax provision becomes law, the child, if the parents seek to do this, will be set up with a savings account. Essentially, it's a 401k for a newborn baby. And child's relatives, their parents, can contribute up to $5,000 per year of after-tax dollars annually to that account. And then later in the baby's life, at age 25, savings account holders can withdraw up to the full balance of the account. Upon reaching 30, the account holders can access the full balance of the account for any purpose desired. So it's a great initiative for new parents, new mothers who want to set up this savings account for their children. Weijia.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump and his top economic aides have repeatedly said that Americans will not pay the cost of tariffs. In fact, last week, Lutnick said people have to drop the, quote, silly arguments that consumers would pay the cost. But over the weekend, as you know, the president posted that Walmart should eat the tariffs and not charge the value customer anything. I'll be watching, and so will your customers. So does he acknowledge that if companies don't absorb the full cost, Americans will have to pay?
Well, first of all, the CEO of Walmart made those comments about the tariffs on an earnings call where CEOs, I believe, are legally obligated to give the most dire warnings and forecasts to their investors and stakeholders. The reality is, as the president has always maintained, Chinese producers will be absorbing the cost of these tariffs. And that is why China was so quick to hustle to the negotiating table with the United States of America. They need our markets, they need our consumers. And I would again point you to the inflation report that came out last week showing that inflation is declining in large part because energy prices are dropping across the board in this country because of the president's robust energy agenda that he has taken since January 20th. So the president is committed to ensuring that prices remain low for American consumers, and he maintains the position that foreign countries will absorb these tariffs.
What does he mean by "I'll be watching" to Walmart?
He'll be watching, seeing what they're doing. Jennifer.
On the gift plane from Qatar, 3 things. Is there a timeline for the U.S. receiving that plane? Do you know how long it will take to retrofit the plane to presidential standards? And thirdly, has the intelligence community, security folks, have they weighed in on whether that plane can actually be secured to presidential standards?
I'm glad you brought up this question because I was watching the American press spew a lot of misinformation about the plane donation last week when we were abroad. Let's be very clear. The government of Qatar, the Qatari family, has offered to donate this plane to the United States Air Force, where that donation will be accepted according to all legal and ethical obligations. It will be retrofitted to the highest of standards by the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force. This plane is not a personal donation or a gift to the President of the United States. And everyone who wrote that last week should go and correct their stories because this is a donation to our country and to the United States Air Force. As for a timeline, because it is the United States Air Force that is accepting the plane, I would defer you to them for specifics because the president, frankly, has nothing to do with it. It's the Air Force's project to take on. Sure. Elizabeth.
Thanks so much, Caroline. Did the president call fiscal conservatives who were hesitant to vote for the Big Beautiful Bill? And if so, what did they say? What did he say?
I don't reveal the president's private discussions unless he gives me the liberty to, but he has been engaged in this process. He spoke to the Speaker of the House, and he will continue to make those phone calls if it's necessary for him. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline.
I'll go to both of you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Any updates on Greenland? Will the president be making any trips, and do we have any details you can share with us?
I don't have any future foreign trips to read out for you. We just returned home from one. But the president maintains the reasoning for Greenland's strategic purposes in the Arctic, and he continues to remain committed to the idea of obtaining Greenland in whatever means we can to advance our national security interests in the region. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question. Was Lebanon part of the discussions during the Middle East tour, and did you meet with any Lebanese representatives?
To my knowledge, the president did not meet with any representatives from Lebanon, although he did talk about the election that they recently had there and how he hopes that Lebanon can come to a more peaceful place in their country and that we drive out Hezbollah, Iranian-backed Hezbollah proxies in Lebanon to ensure peace and prosperity in that country and also for the greater Middle Eastern region. And I would just add to that before I wrap up, because the president's call will begin in a few minutes. The president's historic tour to the Middle East last week truly reset our foreign policy agenda in that region. I think actually, in fact, the Washington Post had a headline, President Trump remakes U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. And that's absolutely true. He took a courageous and bold step to lift sanctions on Syria. He strengthened our ties with our Gulf partners, and he put Iran into a very difficult position because the United States of America is back. And I will summarize the president's trip with an anecdote that I heard directly from a member of one of the foreign delegations. I asked him how hopeful their country was when they learned President Trump won the election. And he told me when President Trump won the election, it was like the lights turned on in a dark room. For the past 4 years to the rest of the world, America was dark. We were unresponsive. We did not pick up the phone. We did not return calls. All of that has changed under the leadership of this president. And I think the world saw that last week with this historic and wildly successful trip. And the work continues. The president will be speaking to President Putin at 10 a.m. and we'll have a readout for you after that call. And we'll see you in the Rose Garden at 3 o'clock. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Caroline.
This is what I voted for. All right, Sean Hannity talking about Russia and Joe. Here we go. Double tap your screen. Double tap your screen to give this video a like.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight, fired former FBI Director Jim Comey. He is at it again after posting seashells seemingly calling for Donald Trump to be murdered, or 8647 on Instagram. Gee, he never thought what that might mean. Anyway, Mr. Higher Honored James Comey, the coward that he is, ran to his favorite network, MSDNC, to declare his righteousness, his innocence, and there were no heartfelt apologies, no well wishes for the president, who was shot on stage only a few months ago. Instead, Comey was full of excuses, and he actually tried to make the case that it's not Donald Trump. No, he's the victim here. Take a look.
And we saw in the sand someone had arranged shells with numbers. And Patrice, my wife, said, why would someone put an address in the sand? And I said, I don't know. And we stood over it and I said, I think it's some kind of like political message. And she said, 86 when I was a server, she did a lot of work in restaurants, meant to remove an item from the menu when you ran out of ingredients. And I said, well, to me, as a kid, it always meant to leave a place, to ditch a place. It's hard to have regret about something that even in hindsight looks to me to be totally innocent.
Sounds a little...
Oh, my goodness. This is a former FBI director. Oh, God.
Too cute by half, doesn't it? The head of the FBI, he knows what 86 means, to be 86. James Comey to me is a liar who, from day one, has tried to get Donald Trump one way or another. He used Hillary's phony, dirty Russian disinformation dossier, you might recall, to obtain secret FISA warrants against the Trump campaign and spy on that and his transition team and the White House. He personally signed 3 out of 4 of them. He perpetuated the Russia hoax, even when he knew it was a smear campaign orchestrated by Democrats. And according to reports, he was warned in 2016, in August to be specific, not to use the political research, which now has totally been debunked. As a matter of fact, it was only years later, under questioning from Senator Lindsey Graham, that he finally admitted that, knowing what he knows now, he never would have ever signed the warrants. Wow, we knew it then. He knew it then, too. Take a look.
Knowing then what you know now about all the things that we've come to find, would you have still signed the warrant application against Carter Page in October, January, and April?
No, I would want a much more complete understanding of what we were.
Thank you very much.
No, he wouldn't have. And by the way, that Carter Page, that was a backdoor to all things Trump world. Actually, It's what he knew then. That's what matters. Under his repulsive so-called leadership of the FBI, he transformed what was the world's premier law enforcement agency into nothing more than an arm of the Democratic Party and became from day one the leader of the Trump derangement syndrome deep state. And now he wants to sell a book, wants to get rich, while casually calling for what? Putting out an Instagram post, 8647. That sounds like somebody wanting the assassination of a sitting U.S. president. And then act like I have no idea what that means. I think it's political in nature. Oh, let's act dumb. It's time for Comey to be held accountable. Now, we'll have much more on this straight ahead tonight. But first, we do begin with terrible news. Joe Biden, the former president, has now been diagnosed with stage 4 prostate cancer. Sadly, this has metastasized to his bones. Of course, everybody should pray for him, wish him well. Cancer is a horrific disease, and no one deserves to go through this. Unfortunately, Biden's cancer is aggressive, with a Gleason score of 9, which is almost unheard of, according to close friends, medical doctors that I know. And according to most physicians, this type of prostate cancer, it takes years to get to this point. Even over at MSDNC, one-time Biden ally oncologist Ezekiel Emanuel stated with quite confidence that the former president likely had prostate cancer for up to 10 years, including all 4 years that he was in the White House. Take a look.
Doesn't it take some time for prostate cancer to develop to a point where it would spread to the bones?
Oh, he's had this for many years, maybe even a decade, growing there and spreading. That's right.
This is not speculation. If you have prostate cancer that is spread to the bone, then he's most certainly, you were saying, had it when he was president of the United States.
Oh, yeah. He did not develop it in the last 100, 200 days. He had it while he was president. He probably had it at the start of his presidency.
Now, keep in mind, this is generally a slow-moving cancer. As a matter of fact, most men will die with some prostate cancer, but they won't die from prostate cancer. Now, it's one of the most detectable cancers that does exist. In fact, detection is very simple. A standard blood test, they call it a PSA test. And for the last 4 years, the president has enjoyed world-class medical care as president with rigorous testing, or what should have been rigorous testing. So the question tonight, what happened? Why are we learning about this stage 4 cancer diagnosis now? It is sadly metastasized to his bones. That has now put his life in jeopardy. Of course, this comes in the shadow of a very real cover-up conducted by Joe Biden's family, his staffers, the state-run legacy media mob surrounding the former president's obvious cognitive decline, or as Van Jones put it, very truthfully, a crime against our republic. Take a look.
I was shocked to see his condition when he came out, and so was the world. And that wasn't the first time he was in that condition. The book makes it very, very clear. There are people who knew and said nothing. And that is a crime against this republic. And I think the Democrats are going to pay for a long time for being a part of what is now being revealed to be a massive cover-up.
Now, every week since at least 2019, right here on this program, we sounded the alarm about Joe Biden's mental difficulties and his cognitive decline. Now, at the time, we were ridiculed, we were mocked, we were called conspiracy theorists, but every night we brought the tape to you, our viewers, very real, not cheap fake videos of Joe Biden struggling to function. They didn't do any of this on fake news, CNN or MSDNC or the 3 major networks. That would include, by the way, the Washington Post, New York Times. They lied to their readers. They lied to their viewers. They did it day after day. They did it night after night. And they lapped up whatever garbage the White House was feeding them about Joe Biden's. Oh, this has to do with the fact that he stutters, or, it's hard for us to keep up with him, even though we're only, 30 years old. Now, fake Jake Tapper, he's poised to make a lot of money pretending that he and other journalists were a victim of a White House cover-up. Jake, if you have eyes to see and ears to hear, Did you really think it was strange that Joe was taking every weekend off while never doing any unscripted pressers, getting his questions ahead of time from your fellow journalists? Or what about falling again and again and wandering off stage and getting lost and never holding cabinet meetings? What about the Hur report? The special counsel declined to recommend charges in Biden's classified documents probe, not from a lack of evidence, but because they determined that Joe Biden wasn't fit to stand trial, or, as Hur himself put it, the president was an elderly man with a very poor memory. The Biden White House fought tooth and nail to prevent the audio of that interview from being released, and for good reason. Take a listen.
What was happening, though, when Bo died, May 30th, 2018, when 2015 he died. 2015. I think it's 2015.
I'm not sure the months are, but I think that was.
Yeah.
That's right, Mr. President.
And what's happened in the meantime is that Trump gets elected in November of 2017? 2016. All right. So, why do I have 2017 here?
That's when you left office, January of 2017.
Okay. But that's when Trump gets sworn in.
Right.
January.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And in 2017, Bo had passed, and this is personal.
He didn't know the year that his son passed. He didn't know the year that Donald Trump was elected. Now, my father died in late March of 1997. I remember it well. The meandering interview was really bad. There were points during the interview where Biden didn't make any sense at all. Take a listen.
You know, I went to Mongolia and great pictures. I unfortunately embarrassed the hell out of the leader of Mongolia. They were doing what they would do at the time of the invasion of the Mongols into Europe in the 800s. And so we're out in the middle of nowhere, and you're looking up on the hill and you see this tiny line. You know, it's a 20-mile horse race with all these kids under the age of 16 on bareback racing to come down. And, you know, they're sumo wrestlers and doing everything they do. And so they walked over and they had a target, big bales of hay 100 yards away. And these guerrillas were, you know, taking shots. And I think, I don't know if it's to embarrass me or to make a point, but they handed the bow and arrow. I'm not a bad archer. But the only problem they were if I could pull it back, so and pure luck, I hit the target. No, I really did.
Whoever told Biden it was a good idea to run for re-election? Why did they lie to all of you? You know, was it the woman pictured right there sitting at the head of Biden's last cabinet meeting, Dr. Jill Biden? Did she not know? Really? Are we to believe that? You know, did she not know firsthand about her husband and the cognitive struggles that were clear and obvious to anybody with eyes to see? Now, either she's delusional or she simply just flat out lied to everyone. And so did his staffers. And so did elected Democrats on the Hill and the state-run legacy media mob. This is probably the biggest scandal in American presidential history, certainly the greatest national security threat in history. And so, like many Americans, I have questions about the timing of all of this. And while we're at it, could someone really tell us, you know, who was in charge during Biden's years as president? Because it wasn't Joe. Hey, Sean Hannity.
Some people would say he was Dr. Jill Biden. That's what some people are saying, okay? Some people are saying that it was Dr. Jill Biden and some auto pen involved. All right, here we go. Mr. Levin, of course, the OG has facts.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Sunday.
three major topics. I think they will intrigue you. That is this issue of nationwide injunctions, birthright citizenship, and the treaty clause of the Constitution. So it'll be sort of Constitution Day here. But before I get to that, I'm blessed to have these platforms where I hear from millions and millions of people and speak to tens of millions of people every single day. Red-blooded Americans. I call them Mr. and Mrs. America. And in the last week, I've noticed, and they have noticed, and are concerned, and I am concerned, of a growing divide. In fact, what appears to be a hostility against Israel by the United States. I'm confounded by this. I'm truly confounded by this. You know, last time around, Israel couldn't have had a better friend and partner than the administration. But in this last trip, it appears that Israel's been cut out of every significant decision, not even being informed, whether it's the Houthis, whether it's deals with Qatar, whether it's deals with Saudi Arabia. All of this affects Israel because Israel lives in that neighborhood. And now the Iran deal. And we see all these reports that there's a divide, and then everybody comes out and says there's not a divide. Something's not right. I don't have any inside information, but I've actually never seen anything like this before. Israel has the unfortunate circumstance is that when the Jews were wandering in the desert, God put them in a place where there's no oil. You've got these tiny little fiefdoms, these monarchies, that have hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars. Maybe they have a population of 300,000 or 500,000, enormous sums of money like the world has never seen before. Israel has none of that. It's a tiny country. It is a working man and a working woman's country. That's what it is. And so they can never compete if the competition is about finances. They don't have the gifts, they don't have the resources to lavish on our businesses, to lavish on our government. But what they do have is that what we share with them is the Judeo-Christian values and belief systems that bring Jews and Christians and people together. The same faith in different faiths. The Holy Land. That's what ties America and Israel. People say, what do we get out of this? Everything is not transactional. Everything is not a deal. Some things are much bigger than that. Much bigger than that. I feel we need to have a national discussion about this. I feel that the American people have been cut out of this process. We hear about deals, we hear what the Democrats say, the Republicans say, the administration says, the press says. What about we, the people? What about Mr. and Mrs. America? Do we like Qatar? Do we like Qatar, the protected KSM, the mastermind behind 9/11 who murdered over 2,000 of our American citizens, firefighters, police officers, just workaday people? Most Americans despise that country. How about Saudi Arabia that funded 9/11? How about the 9/11 families? Are they happy with all this? Has anybody asked them? Nobody's asked them. What about reparations to Israel? Because Qatar funded Hamas on October 7th. Why don't they pay Israel reparations rather than pressuring Israel to figure out how to handle the result of what Qatar and their puppets, Hamas, have done? I'm just raising these issues. I want a national discussion, a national debate on this issue. That's what America is about. That's what freedom of speech is. That's what communication is. That's what republicanism, small r, is. This isn't an attack on anybody. You in the media, you could twist it any way you want. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. It can be dismissed. It can be embraced. Whatever. But that's my view. It is time for a national discussion about what our policies are to be. I feel very strongly about that. All right, let me move on to the Constitution of the United States. Nationwide injunctions. I listened to this Supreme Court on Wednesday, I think it was, in this case, and I was disgusted and appalled by the liberal justice, Justice Jackson, talking about, well, national injunctions will bring faster resolution of the issue because you can get it to the Supreme Court faster. I thought to myself, does she even know how this works? If I bring a case in a federal district court, over and over again. It's called a federal district court, not a federal national court. I can appeal it to a circuit court. The circuit court can make a decision, and then I can appeal it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, 4 justices decide if they'll take up a case. So how would it be faster if one of these rogue district court judges puts in a national injunction, it's appealed, and then goes to the Supreme Court, than if that rogue federal district judge actually rules in the district, then it's appealed, the Supreme Court makes the decision, somebody can bring an emergency appeal. So I felt to myself, the hell is she even talking about? So that didn't make any sense. Then Justice Barrett goes off, and the Solicitor General, who's really good, she gets off on this issue about, well, now what in the Second Circuit, if the circuit court rules against you, aren't you obliged to comply with it? And the Solicitor General says, overwhelmingly, yes, but there are rare circumstances. Rare circumstances? She was upset. So I want to try and educate Justice Barrett just a little bit. Maybe she heard of the Dred Scott decision. Most people think that was a horrendous decision. It was argued in 1856 and decided in 1857 and precipitated the Civil War. The Supreme Court majority ruled that basically slavery is here to stay and there's not a damn thing anyone can do about it, including Congress. Where do you go to fix that? That's the Supreme Court. So I would ask Justice Barrett, should that decision have been honored? Is that okay with you? You see, the courts aren't always right. In fact, the Supreme Court's often wrong. Ask the people who were put in internment camps in the United States, the Japanese Americans, under FDR. In the Korematsu decision, your court upheld it. Or ask all the people who had to deal with segregation in the Plessy case in 1896, because your court ruled separate but equal is equal. Now, you eventually got around to Brown versus Board of Education to fix it. But for the about 60 years in the intervening period of time, people suffered as a result of the Supreme Court decision. You see, ladies and gentlemen, Barrett has it all wrong. She's worried about power. See this? I'm not going to discuss it today. I have too much power. What I heard about this nationwide injunction stuff was the court, the liberals in the court, demanding that the power the lower courts have seized, they should be able to keep, destroying our separation of powers and our balance of powers. Well, we're going to fight that. We're going to fight this on this program. We're going to fight it on my radio show. There should be no national injunctions. One judge, one lawyer in a black robe who you don't know anything about. That's not the consent of the government. That's not representative government. You know, up until 1963, you didn't have national injunctions. Now they're coming out of our ears because Donald Trump's president and they're trying to cripple his presidency. We know what they're doing. These are left-wing judges with left-wing litigants cherry-picking these courts and getting the decisions they want. Is that what the court wants? Well, the court might want it, but the rest of us don't. Now let's get to birthright citizenship. Where's the phrase birthright citizenship in the Constitution? It doesn't exist. Birthright citizenship. They take the 14th Amendment, and that's the amendment through which they try to drive their agenda, whether it's trying to keep Trump off the ballot, whether it's trying to spend endlessly without any kind of caps on the debt, whatever it is. The 13th, 14th Amendments were simple. They said black people have rights too. The Civil War is over. They are free. Their children are free. They have due process rights. They have equal protection rights. They have the right to vote. They are full citizens. That's what those amendments were basically about. Oh, and their children, the children they have now and the children they have in the future, they're citizens too. Now, why did they do that? Because you still had some states that were saying, no, they're not. And so we amended the Constitution that said, oh, yes, they are. And when you amend the Constitution, you need what? 3/4 of the states to sign off. So the overwhelming majority of the states agreed. The word immigrant or foreigner came up once in the 1866 Civil Rights Act. That was passed by the Republicans that essentially did what the 14th Amendment did. But they had a problem. Andrew Johnson was the president. Abraham Lincoln had been assassinated. So what did he do? He vetoed it. So they said, you know, we're going to amend the Constitution. We're going to change all this. So the same authors of that Civil Rights Act wrote the 14th Amendment, and it was understood, jurisdiction thereof, what that meant. That didn't mean some foreigner walks into the country, they have a baby, oh, that's a citizen. Nobody believed that. They weren't crazy like we are today. There was no discussion of that. The 1866 act that they passed specifically said no to foreigners. So they just assumed the understanding and the intention and the purpose of the day, that everybody would understand that. And this is why the proponents of birthright citizenship take jurisdiction thereof that language. They either ignore it or they twist it to mean if somebody puts their foot in the United States and has a baby, that's a citizen, that's a jurisdiction. They were never talking about geographic jurisdiction. The idea that a foreigner could confer upon themselves all the rights and liberties of the United States, including citizenship, simply by coming into the country and having a child would have been the most alien idea they ever had. So they have to twist the text of the Constitution. Now, for 30 years, after that amendment was ratified, what I'm telling you was the interpretation of the 14th Amendment. Then came a case in 1898 where all the chuckleheads on CNN and MSNBC and the leftists on the court point to, where the court, in a very activist decision, understandable because the Chinese were being horribly discriminated against by Congress, that court twisted the language and held what? Essentially, legal immigrants who have children in the United States, those children are American citizens. Did you hear what I said? Legal immigrants. The Supreme Court has never ruled that the children of illegal aliens are citizens of the United States. As a matter of fact, show me a statute where Congress has passed a law that says the children of illegal aliens are citizens of the United States. The Supreme Court's never said it. The Constitution doesn't say it. Congress has never said it. And here we are. Why? Because the bureaucracy decided to treat it that way. And so when I hear Justice Kagan going on and on saying, you brought this case, you want it to be about national injunctions. You brought the wrong case because substantively, you don't have a leg to stand on, says Kagan. So this decision about birthright citizenship really is going to have nothing to do with the Constitution. It's going to have nothing to do with the law. It's going to have nothing to do with our history. It's going to be a political/policy decision by the U.S. Supreme Court. And they're going to say, I pray not, but I think so, that the jurisdiction language either means for everybody who's born here, other than tourists, other than diplomats, I guess they'll have to figure out how that works, but they'll come up with some phony language. They're going to have to do that, or I suppose they'll also say in one way or another, look, this has been the practice of the United States for decades and decades and decades. We're really not in a position to reverse it. All the tumult it would create and so forth and so on. That's probably what they're going to do, I'm sorry to tell you. Let's move on to the other issue that I wanted to discuss. The treaty clause. Mark, the treaty clause? I'm really tired of the executive branch, whether it's Obama or Carter or anybody else, pushing through negotiations and agreements with foreign governments and not presenting them to the Senate. I want you to look at Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2. The President shall, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. Wow, they must have meant that. Not a simple majority, but 2/3. So I went back and I studied, I looked at it. So there were debates at the Constitutional Convention. Maybe just the president should do it. You know what they said? No. Then they said, well, maybe we should include the Senate and the House in a simple majority. They said, no, that's unmanageable. There'll be too many members of the House. There have to be ways to get a treaty. So they said, all right, the Senate and the President. The President proposes the treaty and it has to be ratified, not by a simple majority, 2/3. Why? Because arrangements made with foreign powers have an enormous effect on the people of the United States. And we want the entire body politic involved and knowledgeable about the decision-making process. No deals, no side deals, none of that. Open, transparent, the involvement of the Senate. That's what they said. You're framers of the Constitution. So what did Obama do with the first Iran deal? He fought like hell to get around it. The Republicans fought like hell and said, it's a treaty. You present it to us. It's a treaty. The vast majority of Rand Paul, always sort of an outlier, he demanded it's a treaty. The warmongers, treaty. The rhinos, treaty. The Reaganites, treaty. All the Republicans, except a few like Bob Corker, no longer in the Senate, from Tennessee. So they cut a deal with Obama, sort of a screwy statutory deal that the Senate would only step in if they disagreed with a decision related to the nuclear deal with Iran and so forth and so on. I objected strongly. I was on Fox, I objected. I objected on radio. I wrote about it, that this is outrageous. When you're dealing with a hostile nation and nuclear weapons, that should be treated as a treaty. Now, there's a lot of gobbledygook on this. We've had presidents that use executive agreements, no question about it. You're a commander-in-chief, sometimes you got to go ahead and make a decision and make these agreements. That's understandable. We've had other agreements, climate agreements, so forth and so on. But when the Constitution used to work, and when we had public officials who wanted it to work, this is the process that was used. I can remember during Reagan, there were a couple attempts to get legislation or treaties passed and the Senate rejected. I can remember when the other side would propose the same thing. Law of the Sea was one of them that comes to mind, and it was rejected, mostly by Republicans in the Senate. So we should embrace representative government. We should embrace transparency. We won't always have the presidency. There will be future Obamas and so forth and so on. So what am I saying? I want to urge and encourage the president, whatever this deal is with Iran, to present it to the Senate as a treaty, or at least to present it to the Senate for some kind of a statutory approval and involvement. So elected representatives beyond the executive branch, and we, the people, can hear the debates. We can see what's taking place. We know all the intricacies of the deal. There's a lot of debates about spinning centrifuges. I talked about it last night. I don't think Iran should have any centrifuges, because any centrifuges means that they'll have the capacity for a nuclear weapon. I don't care how much of existing nuclear material is removed, how many inspectors you have. I'm not worried about us. I'm worried about them. They lie, they cheat, they kill. Why? Because they're terrorists. That's who they are. I know Qatar sort of is a character representative for Iran, which is pretty hilarious, but nonetheless, I don't care what Qatar thinks. It's more important to know what the American people think and what our United States Senate thinks than what Qatar thinks, Saudi Arabia thinks, or anybody else thinks. So my advice, maybe it'll fall on deaf ears, my advice to the body politic in Washington, D.C., to the ruling establishment in Washington, D.C., we the people, Mr. and Mrs. America, from sea to shining sea, in the Midwest, North and South, East and West, we want a role in this. And the way we get a role in this is for it to be presented either for statutory approval or really treaty approval. I want you to read Federalist 75 if you have the time, by Hamilton. It's a long discussion about the treaty clause. It was a crucially important clause as far as our framers were concerned about foreign entanglements. It's a good idea. It's a good practice to get back to. We're arguing the Constitution when it comes to judges. We're arguing the Constitution when it comes to upholding our immigration laws. We're arguing the Constitution every day. And thank God we have this administration that stands for the Constitution. Here's just another example where I'm arguing for the Constitution.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Shout out to the OG, Mr. Levin. Now, with that being said, Trump is telling Walmart and every big business to eat the tariff, okay? Eat the cost of tariff. And he's saying, I will be watching, all right? Check this out.
Largest bank, warning of extraordinary complacency, saying that Trump's tariffs right now are extreme. So here he is, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon.
Even if these are low levels, they stay where they are today, that's pretty extreme tariffs. My own view is where people feel pretty good because you haven't seen an effect of tariffs. The market came down 10%, it's back up 10%. I think that's an extraordinary amount of complacency.
An extraordinary amount of complacency. And Diamond is really pointing out a simple fact, which is that tariffs of 30% on China, 10% on the rest of the world, on top of whatever was existing already, is massive. It is extreme. And right now, the stock market is trading literally as if none of these tariffs exist, back to the way it traded before anything was even announced. But the reality of it is, of course, is prices are going up and some items are not being restocked. You know, within the past hour, we learned that imports into America's largest port dropped 30% in the first week of May alone. And the Port of Los Angeles says that the drop for all of May they expect will be a massive 25%. Just put that another way, maybe it hits home more strongly. That is a quarter of all imports into the largest port in America. And for Diamond and other leaders in the American economy, the problem is even bigger.
We have huge deficits. We have what I consider complacent central, almost complacent. The central banks think they're omnipotent, and you all think they can manage through all this. I don't think they manage all that.
And as I said, Diamond is not alone. One of his top rivals, Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser, said very simply, something deeper is going on. Billionaire investor Ray Dalio added to that, warning the risk to U.S. Treasuries is even greater than the warning from Moody's, which, of course, on Friday night, you may remember, slashed America's last remaining perfect credit rating. Now, Trump tells CEOs when he meets with them, and I've heard this from several of them, that he believes tariffs are going to solve America's debt problem and enable him to cut taxes, that all this money is going to pay for that from the tariffs, even as they sit there and try to explain that tariffs are cutting demand for products because tariffs increase prices. So the complacency Diamond refers to is real. Or as one CEO told me today, it's a slow burn on tariffs until it isn't. That's when everyone experiences it. And then there is something even deeper than Trump's tariffs. So just take a look at the bond market today. The yield, or basically the interest rate as we experience on U.S. 10 and 30-year treasuries, which typically goes down in times of turmoil because when people are afraid, they buy the safest thing they think they can buy. That's U.S. debt. The more you buy, the less interest the U.S. has to pay on that debt. But right now, those interest rates are going up. The 30-year at one point traded above 5 percentage points, so 5% on a 30-year. The 10-year topped 4.5% during the day. And the debt that Americans pay on mortgages, on car loans, on credit cards, all of that is pegged off of those 30-year rates. So the rising interest rates there does trickle down to all of us. And Team Trump is now blaming Biden for America's debt problem and the Moody's downgrade of U.S. debt.
We didn't get here in the past 100 days. It's the Biden administration and the spending that we have seen over the past 4 years.
Now, Scott Bessent is a really smart man, and he knows that is not true. Fiscal mismanagement and spending money that America does not have, spending it like drunken sailors, is, well, that's a bipartisan problem. But it really, if you're going to look at the 4 years of Biden, is much more of a Trump problem. In fact, Trump is the biggest driver of America's spending problem. When you look at presidential 4-year terms, Trump added $8.4 trillion to the debt in his first 4 years. That is nearly double what Biden added, and Scott Bessent is well aware of that. $4.7 trillion for Biden. Again, drunken sailors may all be bad actors, but blaming this on Biden is wrong, and it is important to state the facts. Because Trump is right now trying to add more debt, pushing Republicans to pass what would add more to the national debt.
The one big beautiful bill, as we call it. But we're talking about the great big beautiful bill. I said, why don't we just call it the great big beautiful bill? Our big beautiful bill, as I call it, our big beautiful bill.
Well, the bill is big. As for beautiful, it could add between $3 and $5 trillion to the U.S. debt, according to the estimates. So the debt is a problem. That would be another massive increase. And when it comes to Trump's trade war, Americans will soon feel the impact coming from every direction. So as rates possibly go up, you now see the impact of prices and tariffs. Just today, Subaru in America announcing it's about to raise the price on several of its models, a hike that could range between $750 per vehicle to more than $2,000 per vehicle. Trump will soon be unable to strong-arm or threaten companies from telling consumers why prices are going up if you start having them across the board like that. So far, he's publicly berated Walmart after the nation's largest retailer announced it would be forced to raise some prices. Trump posted on his social media website, "Eat the tariffs," posting that to Walmart. And after a report that Amazon was going to show the price of an item and then break out the tariffs so that consumers could see why prices are going up and by how much, the White House responded with this.
This is a hostile and political act by Amazon.
And then Trump got on the phone. He called Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and, well, Bezos caved. Amazon caved for now. No longer any transparency about what Trump's tariffs are costing their customers. Maybe that's some of the reason for the complacency, the delayed reaction for consumers and the markets. Torsten, I know you have been doing the analysis on this, an extensive analysis of the housing market and the implications here. When Jamie Dimon warns of complacency on tariffs, he's basically saying to the market, maybe you guys haven't seen or realized what's really about to happen, but you're not looking into the future. And this is a problem, right? He's also warning of a debt crisis. And you hear Jane Fraser from Citigroup, you hear Ray Dalio.
Yeah, I think the challenge here is that tariffs, of course, when they were implemented, implies that someone needs to pay the tariff when a container arrives in Los Angeles. And that cost, given the tariffs are so elevated, in particular on China, but also, of course, on 90 other countries, is going to be paid by someone. And the fear in the market at the moment is very little that this is coming. But I think if you do begin to quantify what are the implications, you do get some fairly significant numbers. For example, the Yale Budget Lab is quantifying that the impact on GDP as a result of this level of tariffs we have at the moment is going to drag GDP down by 0.7%. So not a recession, but a slowdown in economic growth, and therefore also a hit to earnings over the coming quarters.
And you see it at regular America. You can think of big ticket items that people need to buy, right? People don't have to buy a car. Maybe you can delay that, or you could buy a used car. Prices trickle down. People need to buy car seats. These things are big ticket items, but real price increases make a huge difference. The Subaru ones, I said 700 to 2,000. And then when Trump says to Walmart should stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason for raising prices throughout the chain. That's Trump's post. I mean, that's a ridiculous thing to say.
Well, so one way of looking at it is that someone has to pay the bill for the container that's coming in from China or from the rest of the world. And the question here is it companies that are going to pass it on 100% to consumers? Therefore, consumer prices will go up, and therefore demand, meaning what companies will be selling, will be going down. That would be a negative hit to earnings for corporate America. Or it could also be corporate America could say, we completely eat the tariffs ourselves, and therefore we do not pass anything on to consumers. But that would certainly also be a negative hit to earnings. So either way, no matter if companies pass on 100% or 50% or zero, someone has to pay the bill, and either it goes through earnings in companies going down directly if they pass on nothing, or if they pass on 100%, it will go through consumers simply buying less, buying fewer cars, buying fewer washers, dryers, durable goods, and of course, in Walmart's case, buying things that they have on the shelf, which is now more expensive.
Right. And the point is, even if you if you were to pass it along in full, on an item, any given item, who knows what tariffs were underlying on it or whatever, let's just be simple, 30% increase in your suit. But it could be more than that. Or even if you're still paying 15% more. Well, I mean, that's going to affect people's buying decisions.
And that absolutely is why this is creating this unfortunate cocktail of not only will earnings be lower for corporate America, so that's why Jamie Dimon is right to point out that the E in the PE ratio is going to take a hit. Yep. But we will also see that prices are going up. So not only are earnings going down, but inflation is also going up. And that's a definition of stagflation. That is a definition where you both have GDP growth slowing, meaning earnings and the economy slowing down. Yep. And you at the same time also have prices going up on the CPI index, meaning consumer prices.
And so that's the kind of the immediate thing that we're staring at. And that's frightening for people.
That will come over the next several quarters for sure.
And so that is frightening. And then you have the macro problem of too much debt and too much borrowing, which Trump thinks tariffs are going to help alleviate. But you had done some analysis, Torsten, that I just wanted to put up here because we were talking about why interest rates on treasuries are going up. And they're going up and up and the impacts that have. But you were actually looking at how much U.S. treasuries are owned by foreigners. And you have a number here of $9 trillion. Okay, out of about a total of what, 32 trillion?
Exactly.
Okay, so this is foreign ownership. So we'll just put foreign. Okay, I'll put it up here. Right, and then total treasuries are 32 trillion. Okay, all right. This 9 trillion number, about 10% of it is China. That's so what are you seeing? I mean, everyone's been saying, well, what's happening in these every day in these auctions? What are you seeing? You're seeing something.
Yeah, one way of looking at that is several things to look at. You can look at some of the auction metrics. Whenever the U.S. Treasury does an auction and they sell government debt, there's a number of statistics that come out together with that. And a number of these statistics, including indirect bidding, meaning how much comes from including foreigners, also allotments when it goes to who it is exactly is the buyer. Those things have been suggesting that foreigners have less demand for buying treasuries. But perhaps most importantly, the dollar speaks for itself because the dollar tells you that foreigners are selling U.S. assets. And that's, of course, the risk and the fear you can have, namely that if the dollar goes down, that means that foreigners are selling U.S. assets and ultimately, therefore, beginning to think about what is our holdings and what should be our right holdings of assets, not only, of course, of treasuries, but also of U.S. equities.
President Trump says that Walmart and China should eat the cost of tariffs instead of passing them on to consumers. This was President Trump responding after Walmart announced that it would have to increase prices because of Trump's trade war. In a Truth Social post, the president writing, quote, Walmart should stop trying to blame tariffs as a reason for raising prices. He then suggests that Walmart and China eat the tariffs and that he and consumers will be watching. Let's discuss with Gerald Storch. He's a former CEO of Toys R Us and the former vice chairman of Target. Gerald, thanks so much for being with us. Is it realistic for retailers to simply eat the cost of tariffs without passing some of it off to consumers?
Well, I give President Trump credit for using the bully pulpit. I mean, that's a normal thing to do. And maybe on the margin, it'll make people pause about how much they increase prices. But what we're really looking at here is a situation where costs are going to go up. So eventually prices have to follow. If Mattel raises the price of Barbie to take into account the fact that they're made in China and tariffs are, they were triple digits a while ago. Now they're still at least 30% or more. So that's too much for a retailer not to pass some of it on. I think what bothered President Trump probably was all the headlines coming out of Walmart's earnings release, where the headlines kind of didn't take into account the fact that it's not prices going up on everything Walmart sells. In fact, I'd say 3/4 of what Walmart sells isn't even sourced by countries that have tariffs. Most of it's domestic, things like food and, et cetera. But for certain products, there's absolutely no doubt that the costs are going to go up. And if Walmart doesn't pass the prices on, that means that it's trying to gain sort of market share, which Walmart does. Is that going to be a good thing? Because you have a few big retailers, Walmart, Costco, TJX, and Amazon, that are eating up all the market share in retail anyway. And if they use their market clout now not to take price increases, where does that put the mom and pop retailer down the street? Puts them out of business.
Yeah, it would have a huge impact. There is part of the public, though, that sides with Trump's view of this in part because they feel that corporations have elevated prices for profit, especially during the pandemic or via other avenues, say like shrinkflation, where they offer less product for more money. What do you say to folks who are fearful of price gouging?
Well, I don't think we're going to see that. I do believe that the free market works. I think that most people believe that the best thing government can do is set the rules, whatever those rules are, however strict they are, antitrust rules, regulations, taxes, tariffs, and then get out of the way. Keep them the same for a long period of time so there's not uncertainty, and let people play the game. If you do that, you're going to see prices as low as possible, and there can't be price gouging because other retailers would simply undercut their prices. So that's not a viable long-term strategy to try to gouge consumers. And so I think, part of what's going on here is that in the first Trump presidency, there were tariff increases on China and other places. And those, when you look at the history of it, were by and large eaten at the source by the manufacturers, a teeny bit by the retailers, but something like 87% of them were not passed along to consumers. But that's because the tariffs were relatively small. When you're dealing with 15 to 20%, that's a reasonable possibility. When you're dealing with tariffs we're talking about now, these reciprocal tariffs, these very high numbers, there's no way that can happen without them being passed on to consumers. Certainly over the long term, it's got to happen. It will happen on the products that are affected. Again, it's not everything, but in the products with the heavy tariffs where there aren't substitutes, prices will go up.
Do you foresee the major retailers reconsidering their sourcing decisions for some of these products? Do you think that these tariffs might have some of the aspirational intent that the administration has put on them, that they will refocus manufacturing, resurge manufacturing domestically in the United States?
Absolutely. I think that it will. But the issue is, it isn't, I'm not going to get into was it a good idea or not to have tariffs? The issue is how it was executed. When you talk to people, even people who are big supporters of President Trump, on this one they think, even if they agree, the concept is, okay, that we don't want everything made in China, we need to have domestic manufacturing. The magnitude of these tariffs is simply too high, and the execution was totally botched. Let's be honest here. The timing of this, you couldn't possibly move all that manufacturing back to the U.S. instantly, just like that. And the breadth across every country in the world, and across all these product groups, you can't move that fast. The idea may have merit. The concept of doing it all at once has no merit at all. If I were doing this, I would have put together a much more comprehensive plan over a period of years and said, look, we want things to happen faster. We're going to tell you what we're going to do in advance. We're going to raise taxes, not right now, but in 6 months it'll start. In a year it'll be heavier. A year from that it'll go up, unless we see the kind of progress that we want to see. That would give people time to adapt. Right now, for a lot of these products, take the Barbie doll example. Mattel can't move that manufacturing to the U.S. There's nowhere to make the dolls. So it can't happen for a number of years. And with the kind of
Toys R Us have been in the process closing since like 2018. So a former Toys R Us vice chairman or former CEO, Toys R Us, talking about, look, Toys R Us, they've had a history of not probably, in my opinion, managing their business the way they're supposed to. So if Toys R Us have been closing since 2018, I don't think this should be the right man CNN should be interviewing. We need someone recent who's actually active.
of constantly shifting stands that are happening now, both within the current administration, the possibility you'd have a different administration a few years down the line, you'd be a fool to make that kind of investment at this stage. So we're lacking the certainty that business needs to make proper decisions.
You mentioned Mattel and Barbie specifically a couple times, and it strikes me that the president has threatened specifically to put tariffs on Mattel for statements that that company made about tariffs and the impact that it would have on consumers. Trump also recently made this comment about kids getting 2 dolls instead of 30. I had mentioned your experience leading Toys R Us. I wonder how you see the toy industry being impacted by all of this, in part because right now is when retailers are getting ready to make those orders for Christmas time, right? For Christmas shopping. So I wonder, are our kids going to see fewer toys? Are our parents going to see fewer toys on the shelves?
Well, it's inevitable at this stage you're going to see higher prices. It's also most likely that you're going to see shortages of the hottest products because retailers are being very careful and manufacturers about how much they bring in under a high tariff regimen. Why? Because it could change tomorrow and tariffs could be lower. So don't bring in now with higher tariffs when it might be lower later. So that runs the risk that the supply chains, which are always difficult in terms of predicting the hot toy and getting the right one on the shelf at the right time, that those are going to be a little snarled here and messed up by the fact that you're making decisions with more uncertainty than before, and hence more variability, and hence more out of stocks as well. So there's no doubt there's going to be issues. It doesn't mean that parents won't buy children something for Christmas. We all know that they will. The issue is what's it going to be. And you can get mad at specific manufacturers if you want to, but the reality is the toy industry moved to China a long time ago, before many other industries did, and it's essentially headquartered in China right now. There are some products made in the U.S., and that's great, but there isn't enough manufacturing capacity to move all of that back to the U.S. in the short term. It could happen eventually if you have robotic factories. Lego makes a lot of their product in Denmark, which costs more to manufacturing as an environment than the U.S. does, but it's a heavily robotic factory. I've been there and I've seen it. We don't have those in the U.S., and they take years to build. So we have to know what the rules are going to be for the long term. If that's the way it's going to be, high tariff regimen on China, you can start to shift the manufacturing back and build these multi-$100 million factories, highly robotic, to manufacture the product in the U.S. That's just not here now. That's not real. It's not now. It's not today. Yeah. So all these products are made overseas, and they're going to continue to be made overseas in the near term.
Gerald Storch, fascinating to get your perspective. Thanks.
My pleasure.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is calling on America's trading partners to reach a deal with the United States or watch tariff rates go back up. Bessent tells CNN that President Trump has put these countries on notice and that they have 90 days to make a deal happen. Meanwhile, President Trump has a stark warning for companies considering hiking their costs: eat the tariffs or pay the price. That's what he says.
All right, let's go to CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. Vanessa, Trump's tariffs are driving up costs for American companies. So what else can they do but raise prices for consumers?
Pamela, the only other thing they can do is to move their manufacturing out of China, which many retailers like Walmart have said that they've been trying to do for years now, but it's not that quickly. It doesn't happen overnight. So Walmart saying that they are going to have to raise prices on some of their products, including electronics, toys, and food. But to that, President Trump writing this weekend on Truth Social saying that Walmart made billions of dollars last year, far more than expected. Between Walmart and China, they should, as is said, eat the tariffs and not charge valued customers anything. He says, I'll be watching. This is not the first company that has said that they have to raise prices. Mattel, the maker of Barbie and Polly Pocket, saying that they're going to have to raise prices because of the products that they import from China. The company also saying that they can't produce toys here in America. The president responding saying that he's going to put 100% tariff on the toys that Mattel imports from China. That, of course, though, would just raise prices even more. And the president saying over the weekend that he's putting pressure on 150 countries to come to the table and make deals. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, saying that they're negotiating with 18 countries. But just look at that. Just 2 trade deals or agreements made so far. One with the UK, but that 10% universal tariff is still in place with the UK. And then, of course, with China, that sort of agreement or deal, a 30% tariff now on Chinese exports instead of 145%. But that ticking clock, guys, that July 9th deadline, that's when that 90-day pause is over for those higher reciprocal tariffs. The administration putting pressure on other countries to come to the table with deals or risk higher tariffs. Pamela, Wolf?
Vanessa Yurkevich, thank you very, very much.
We begin, though, with our Keeping 'em Honest segment with the growing business of being Donald Trump and how it overlaps increasingly with the business of being president. And that overlap is embodied tonight in a replacement for Air Force One. More specifically, this converted 747 and its identical twin, which entered service during the George H.W. Bush administration. He's aboard it tonight en route to Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, including Qatar. Now, as you may know, Boeing is working on a successor to the current Air Force One based on the latest model 747. But the complexities of turning it into the kind of secure mobile command post a president needs is taking longer than expected, pushing back the delivery first from 2024 to 2028 or 2029. But more recently, Boeing says perhaps 2027. In any case, the president isn't happy about it.
Boeing, we're not happy with the service we're getting in terms of those planes.
So that was February 12th. A few days later, on the 18th, enter this 747, which happened to be at the West Palm Beach Airport near Mar-a-Lago, and which the president just happened to take a tour of, as one does. The White House at the time said it was so he could get a better idea of what the updated Air Force Ones might be like. The plane belongs to the Qatari royal family. Last night, the president confirmed the news, first reported by ABC, that the plane would be, in his words, all caps, a gift, free of charge, of the royal family. Now, as CNN and others have reported, the Defense Department would then have it modified and commissioned as a temporary Air Force One until Boeing can deliver theirs. After which, you might be thinking the Pentagon would find some use for that huge, enormous new aircraft, but you would be mistaken. But before getting into what happens afterward to that new plane the president wants to get from Qatar, listen to what the president said when asked about the ethics of this.
What do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
You're ABC fake news, right?
Why not
Only ABC. Well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much.
It's so easy. Now, before playing you what he said next, it might be a good time to read you a passage from the Constitution, which he's sworn to uphold and protect. No person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Qatar, by the way, has all three. Their leader isn't a king, they call him an emir. The princes under him are called sheikhs, and it is a foreign state. In a moment, we'll ask a former White House ethics watchdog about it, and we'll discuss it with our panel members. But just on the face of it, a $400 million late model 747
would seem to be a gift, perhaps even the largest on record. And the emir of Qatar would appear to be a king of a foreign country. Attorney General Pam Bondi, however, has signed off on the deal on the grounds that this would not be covered under the emoluments clause that I just read you because it is a gift to the Pentagon, not the president. Okay, except, once again, the Pentagon will not be keeping this plane. And before telling you who will, which you probably already know, listen to whose authority the president cites to get around the Constitution of the United States.
There was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear of him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto: when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. And then they putt it and they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead.
So by the president's lights, in the name of slamming Sammy Snead and the PGA, when someone drops a 747 into your hand, close your ever-loving fingers around it and say thanks. His press secretary, meanwhile, has another answer to all the questions this raises about a president being beholden to a foreign power that her boss, during his first term, accused of funding terrorism. And again, just to underscore, in 2017, he accused the very same country run by the very same royal family who just gave him this plane of backing terror groups. And now,
do you worry that if they give us something like this, they want something in return?
Absolutely not, because they know President Trump and they know he only works with the interests of the American public in mind.
Only works with the interests of the American public in mind. There's no way they would have any other interests other just the kindness of their hearts. So that explains the meme coin he issued the day before taking office, which millions of Americans have invested in, 764,000 of whom lost money, but only an estimated few dozens have made millions from, and for which the president is hosting a dinner 10 days from now for the top 220 investors. That's the best interest of everybody. Or perhaps it's the Trump-connected crypto exchange World Liberty Financial, which recently closed a $2 billion deal with an investment firm in Abu Dhabi. Will that benefit the American public? If not, there's always his son's new crypto company, American Bitcoin, which announced just today that it's going public. They're all part of a growing Trump family business, none of which is meant to be in the public interest, none of which is in a blind trust, some or all of which could send or already is sending money Donald Trump's way from almost anyone, anywhere. And then there's Qatar, not the plane, though the golf resort. Less than 2 weeks ago, Eric Trump was there on behalf of the Trump Organization, closing a deal on it, part of a project worth an estimated $5.5 billion. But getting back to the $400 million used 747, here's the promised kicker. The Pentagon, meaning the public, will not get to keep it. The public will not, as the press secretary suggested, benefit from this. Taxpayers certainly will have the burden of paying to gut it, check for listening devices and sabotage, and then bring it up to Air Force One specifications, essentially doing what Boeing is already doing. And then when he leaves office, the president will take it with him. He will take it with him. He says it will go to his presidential library, which has not been built. And yeah, there is an old Air Force One right now.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. I want you guys to keep in mind that these were the same people that told you that Joe Biden was fit and sharp and ready to go. And they told you they talk to him every time. And he's running circles around them. Keep in mind, these are the same people. Never forget. Now they're telling you that this man who has had his own plane for years, decades, basically, multiple planes, okay, doesn't take his own salary twice now, okay? He's going to keep the plane. When the Qatari family said this is government to government and is going to the Department of Defense, he's going to keep it. He's going to keep. Same folks that told you Kamala was the best options for the United States.
The Reagan Library, so it's not an outlandish thing to say, but it's a far, far smaller narrow-body 707, not a wide-body 747. Or even the smaller narrow-bodied aging two-engine 757 the president flew while out of office. Kind of makes it an appealing trade-off opportunity, no? With a source familiar with the situation tells CNN that's what it will be. He won't park it, this source tells us he'll fly in it. but not to worry.
Do you plan to use the plane after you leave office?
No, I don't. No, it would go directly to the library after I leave office. I wouldn't be using it.
He says that he won't after office fly in the gift from the country he once accused of funding terrorism. And his attorney general, who was once a lobbyist and once lobbied for Qatar, says it's ethically fine. And his press secretary, who says he only acts in the public interest, says Qatar won't ask for anything in return because he only acts in the public interest. Multiple Trump business deals, including in Qatar, notwithstanding. It's a lot to take on faith. Late today, 2 Republican senators expressed their doubts. Josh Hawley of Missouri saying it would be better if Air Force One were a, quote, big, beautiful jet made in the United States of America. And Florida's Rick Scott saying of the arrangement, I mean, that seems pretty nice, but they support Hamas. So I don't know. I just don't know how to make it safe. I don't want the president of the United States flying on an unsafe plane. CNN Chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins starts us off tonight from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. She hosts The Source at the top of the hour. The Rick Scott quote is incredible. So, Caitlin, the president says he'd be stupid to not accept what he's calling a free gift, but he's not saying who'll get stuck paying for all these security and communication upgrades to the plane, namely the taxpayers, all of us, by way of the Defense Department. And the only thing more remarkable than that is the idea that when he leaves office, the plane is going to be gifted to his presidential library, which won't be built for quite some time, and seems highly unlikely he's not going to be using it. How fully baked is this plan?
That's what he said, Anderson. Obviously, our understanding before all of this came under scrutiny, when we were reporting initially about this deal and how this was set to happen over the weekend, was that he would be able to use it after he left office, and that would be the point of donating it to the presidential library. That had raised questions because there was an older model that was donated to the Reagan Library, for example, but he never used it. It was just on display. And so it raised questions about whether or not he would continue using it in just a matter of a few years from now once he is out of office. He's telling reporters definitively today that he will not be using it, that it'll go to the library. But obviously it's raised questions in terms of what this is going to look like in the immediate future, because initially what we had heard was that Qatar had offered up this plane. The president had been very frustrated by the delays in Boeing building the new Air Force Ones. They were going to be projected to not be ready until after he was out of office, despite being commissioned years ago. And he had even put Elon Musk in charge of it at one point. And there was some questions of whether or not they could just donate it to the library now, or whether or not it needed to go to the administration immediately. And the understanding was that it needed to go within the administration to where it would not violate the emoluments clause in the Constitution. For people who hear that word and think, what is that? It essentially violates public office holders in the United States from accepting gifts from a foreign government. And so I spoke to some Qataris over the weekend on my way here, actually, about how this would work. And our reporting was that it would essentially go in a transaction from the Qatari Ministry of Defense to the Pentagon. And then, as you noted, it would be the Pentagon who is in charge of modifying it and making it usable for the president, making all the safeguards and modifications there. And obviously that would come at the cost of the taxpayer dollar. And so that was really the settlement there. The president confirmed that today, that it would be going straight to the Pentagon, but then eventually to his presidential library. And so it has raised a lot of questions. And we're even seeing some Republican Senate pushback on Capitol Hill, Anderson, which, as you know, is pretty rare these days of a lot of the moves that the president makes. Rand Paul just a few moments ago was saying he doesn't think this is a good idea. And so I do think that's a question going forward of whether or not that changes how where this plane goes going forward. The Qataris over the weekend were essentially saying that this was still being worked out, this agreement. That was not what we heard from White House officials, who essentially said, yes, the president toured it. He had been talking privately about how luxurious and beautiful and large this plane was. And now they do expect to get this and be able to use it within the coming years.
President Trump says this luxury jet from the Qatari royal family, the reported price tag, as I said, about $400 million, is a, quote, gift free of charge. And they're pushing ahead. No pushback from the attorney general, who, of course, had formerly been paid up reportedly $115,000 a month to lobby for the country of Qatar. So are there any strings attached to this?
Well, undoubtedly there are, but it doesn't make any difference because the Constitution forbids the president from accepting any present emolument, office, or title of any kind, whatever, the Constitution says, from a king, prince, or foreign state without the consent of Congress. So he's got to come to Congress first. I've been getting a barrage of emails from right-wingers today saying, well, what about the Statue of Liberty? We took the Statue of Liberty, after there was a joint congressional resolution directing President.
Shout out to, of course, the GOAT, Luke. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Luke, the GOAT, as always. I appreciate you. And we appreciate you.
On his last day in office, and that it ended up President Cleveland taking it, and it was embodied in statute. You got to go to Congress in order to accept a gift from a foreign government, which is what this is. And obviously, there's all kinds of national security complications because it's a government giving us this airplane, and there's all kinds of foreign policy implications. So Congress has got to debate it.
So let me ask you, I want to talk to you about that part, whether you have the votes. But first, when you mentioned the national security concerns, Jeff Zeleny just mentioned the 171 miles of wiring and the implication that, I'll just use the analogy, the Trojan horse analogy, right? To make sure that there aren't who knows what kinds of bugs in the era we live in, that it would have to essentially be completely taken apart and reassembled. So your total cost of the plane would be what? Could be $1 billion. What are the national security risks that you are most specifically worried about?
Well, apparently the Secret Service was very worried about, bugs and espionage and surveillance, naturally. Obviously, Qatar is very close to Saudi Arabia, and there's no reason Saudi Arabia wouldn't love to have a window into everything going on that airplane. So that's been raised by the government itself. But, of course, the concern of the framers was that you would get a president like Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't know a lot about the founding, but the founders knew a lot about him and his type, and they were afraid that you'd get someone as president who'd be willing essentially to sell the interests of the country out to specific foreign governments who would do business with him. And so there are a million foreign policy questions where we could be compromised by this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would seem it's not something that should come from anyone, friend or foe, but obviously Ben Shapiro making the point, right? Qatar sits in the middle, right? Iran, Hamas, the Taliban, of course, all of that, it also close to Qatar. So I'm curious, though, when you get to what the Congress can do as a whole, okay, and where right now Senate Democrats, they're trying to force a vote, but when you say it has to go to Congress, let's just say it did, would it fail? I mean, this seems to be a case of right and wrong, but that's not necessarily what we're going to get from Republicans.
Well, see, and that's the whole thing. The way that Article 1, Section 9 is designed is that it goes to Congress because there's just a multiplicity of foreign policy questions and domestic policy and public integrity questions folded into it. And we've got to look at all that stuff. We shouldn't just be debating on TV. We should be investigating it in Congress. How much will it cost to retrofit the plane? What are the kinds of bugs that could be put onto that plane? What's the history of Qatar's involvement with other people in the Trump administration and so on? We've got to look at that. Can we do it? Sure. All we need is another 3 or 4 Republicans to come with the Democrats to say, let's do our constitutional duty. We cannot let them get away with just trampling the emoluments clause, because it's not just these airplanes. We have to look at the whole crypto question, too. The Trump family has been making more than $1 billion a month since the new administration started. And that's like the Trump Hotel on steroids. The money is just being funneled in through the presidential meme coin.
All right. Thank you very much, Congressman. I always appreciate your time. I'll note one of those crypto deals, of course, the New York Times is reporting worth $2 billion. That was in Dubai. Steve Witkoff's son also part of that. So also on the list of countries the president's visiting this week. Ryan Goodman is with us now, Outfront legal analyst, and Ben Smith, Semafor editor-in-chief, host of the Mixed Signals podcast. So, Ben, you've got extensive reporting on this luxury jet from the Qatari royal family that, we understand could be worth $400 million, maybe more, could be $500 million. You've been looking at images. So what's inside this?
Yeah, the Swiss firm that was selling it had a listing up. They've taken it offline, but some of the details are still up there. And it was one of those things they don't put the price on. It would be sort of indiscreet. But it's beautiful. It has a private office with 4 chairs. There's a number of large screen televisions, a bedroom, kind of beautiful cream colored furniture, wood tables.
You could paint it gold if you wanted.
You could paint it gold. I mean, you know, I do think, I mean, it is among other things a huge black eye to Boeing, which has been on the hook for many years to build a new Air Force One, and among its many struggles hasn't been able to deliver one. And, you know, I think if you view this, I think, you know, there's a lot of conspiracy theories from our end, but if you view it from the perspective of these Gulf countries, all of them American allies, you know, Qatar is a huge American military base right
the
now.
largest, yeah.
You know, the President of the United States, like other leaders, like Erdogan, signals that he wants stuff from smaller countries that want to be friends of the United States. Of course, they're going to get into a bidding war. They're three rivalrous countries to give the U.S. what it is asking for. I think that's. I think this is a question of more demand than a demand side rather than a supply side.
I think you have a fair point. I also think that the giving gifts for expected reciprocity or intangible reciprocity is the way many countries work, and in that region, it is not considered corrupt. It's considered the way royal families operate.
Yeah, it goes
so
without saying.
If you're going to play in the rules they play by, they're happy to play.
Yes.
It's what they do.
The rules
Ryan,
many countries play.
Right.
Yeah.
And Ryan, I mean, there are people out there saying that Senator Bob Menendez, former Senator Bob Menendez, got 11 years in prison for this, right? He was charged with accepting bribes, gold bars, and a Mercedes to benefit specifically the governments of Egypt and Qatar. Is that just people are rushing to, oh, there's the word Qatar, so I'm going to say these two things are analogous, or is there a real legal link?
So there are a lot of similarities. If one brings a bribery case under criminal law, you have to prove there was an actual quid pro quo and that the bribe was done in exchange for some official act or conduct. That's what makes it very difficult. So it's quite narrow, and it's been narrowed by the Supreme Court. But the analogy to Senator Menendez is quite close. And it's in fact the Trump Justice Department that succeeds and says in late January of this year, look, we got an 11-year sentence on him. And part of what they in fact broadcast is because he, in exchange for gold bars, made public statements in favor of Qatar. So that's similar in character. And just to add one other point to it, the Supreme Court's ruling on immunity for a former president or a president does say essentially that bribery would obviously not count as an official act. So if this is bribery, with those constraints, then it is similar in character to Senator Menendez, which is a righteous prosecution.
I mean, and I know there's emoluments, there's all the legal things. Then, you know, as I said, you know, the way I see this, it shouldn't be political. It's just not something the United States should be doing. Ben, but it's not the first time Qatar has done this. To the point of the language they speak, we've been talking about President Erdogan of Turkey.
The sort of most striking and kind of clarifying thing about this to me is in 2018, they did exactly the same thing. It was the same model jet. It's a VVIP 747 to President Erdogan of Turkey. And Turkey, you know, not a perfect democracy. He's a strong man, but they do have an opposition party, which raised hell about it because they thought it was inappropriate that the Qataris were giving, you know, their close ally a plane. And Erdogan said, you know what, like, I understand the issue, but this is Turkey's plane, not my plane. And when I'm done being president, this plane stays with the Republic of Turkey, which I think is not the plan here.
No, this what Trump has said, at least at this point, I understand, is that it would go to the Trump Presidential Library.
Not the Erdogan Presidential Library.
No. Ryan, during Trump's first term, you had foreign diplomats staying at Trump properties, right?
Of course, the GOAT strikes again. He says, I am glad to be here with amazing people. I actually look forward to seeing this channel grow and thrive. See Shelley. Yes. God bless you, Luke. Yes, we will grow to conservatives and liberals because this right here is free speech channel. We're not censoring anybody. Say what you want. Say what you want. Okay? You could be for Joe Biden. You could be for Trump. You could be for whatever. My theory is America first. I believe America is the greatest nation on earth. I believe in America. I love America, and I'm thankful to be in America. So I hope you feel the same way. That's it.
Something that had received a lot of focus was the Trump Hotel at the time in Washington, D.C., right? Also in New York on Central Park South/West. Trump at the time said, oh, you know, this is personal. It's personal. It's not official. So, I mean, but, you know, when you look at this and you look at what's happening in the region there, you got the crypto deal in Dubai, you have golf course in Qatar, you have money for Jared Kushner's firm, his investment firm coming from Saudi Arabia, you have towers in Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's whack-a-mole.
Yeah, so the mix of personal and public benefits, I think, doesn't help Trump in this regard. And also goes to the question of why would the Qataris give him a $400 million plane unless they expected something in return. So that is going to him also personally. The idea that it ends after his presidency, I think, is also not helpful for him as a legal matter, because it means it's just for him as Trump. It's not for the office of the President of the United States. So I think all of that adds up. And then one last bit is, when this did happen in 2017 and 18, for Trump himself, and there were all these emoluments litigations, and I do expect we might find litigation on this particular issue. His defense was, no, these were commercial deals I was doing with my hotels and my real estate. Emoluments would only apply to me if it was something like my compensation and my perks, which you would think a gold-plated plane is a perk, and that's what his idea is of the Constitution and what it would prohibit. So,
I mean, it just take a step back, Ben. The reason we're talking about this now, and it's a big deal, is because it doesn't happen to every president. You don't have Qatar calling up and saying, hey, George W. Bush, I'm going to give you a plane, or Obama, or both.
I think they probably would have been very willing.
They would have been willing.
Indeed, yeah.
George W. Bush wouldn't have been willing.
Right.
Right? Obama would have. That's the difference, right?
No, they would not have been willing.
The demand side, not the supply side.
Yeah, and I think you saw Trump prosecuted and a wave of prosecutions that failed or that didn't prevent him from being president. And I think he feels he is immune from those now, and maybe not in a technical legal sense, but that's obviously how he's acting.
All right. Thank you both very much.
With outrage expressed by even some of his most stalwart supporters over what looks a lot like an attempt by Qatar to curry favor with President Trump. Some Democrats are calling it a bribe. President Trump today is defending a plan to accept a free up to $400 million luxury airplane from the Qatari royal family and then retrofit it so he can use it as Air Force One. It's raising serious ethical, legal, and security questions.
I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much.
Sometimes I think to myself, these guys never, ever get tired. They never get tired. This man was impeached twice during his first term. When he left, they raided his home. They tried to throw him in jail. Took a mugshot, thinking that would deter Americans. They made him a convicted felon, the first convicted felon to go into the Oval Office. And now they have continued. They even want to impeach him again. They keep coming after Trump every time. And this is why everybody loves Trump. It's like, he's the devil, right? Well, okay. Is Hitler, right? Well, okay. Remember when he had his rally in Madison Square Garden? Leaps were tweeting, posting pictures of Naxos in Madison Square Garden. This man is traveling around the world, renegotiating trade deals, bringing peace to the world. Was on the phone with Vladimir Putin for what, 2 hours? When Joe Biden said, well, Putin is a war criminal, there's no way I would talk to him. So how are you going to end a war if you don't talk to the people fighting the war? Or we're just going to send ammunition to Ukraine. They keep coming after Trump every single time. And this is what he always says, never back down, never give up, fight, fight, fight. He is an inspiration. No matter what you say, nobody has been attacked like this guy. Nobody.
I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer.
The White House notes that Attorney General Pam Bondi has signed off on this gift, though they failed to mention that Bondi, from 2019 to 2020, lobbied Congress on behalf of the government of Qatar, which we should also note supports Hamas and spreads propaganda via Al Jazeera. CNN's Tom Foreman has more on plane, which Trump says
the
would go.
possibility of a $400 million gift jet from Qatar to serve as President Trump's new Air Force One is drawing lightning strikes of criticism. Trump's latest grift.
Shout out to the GOAT one more time. He says, whatever their name is, maybe Dems should buy Trump. They can't. Exactly, Luke. Exactly, Luke. Paul is you can buy him no matter what. Trump is for sale. Okay, if he's for sale, why don't you just buy Trump? If Trump is for sale, okay, liberals, buy him. Buy Trump. No, you can't, because he doesn't even need your money. If this guy was for sale, why would he be telling Walmart, Apple, eat the cost of tariff? These are mega companies that have unlimited funding. It's telling these big companies, eat the cost of tariff, and I will be watching in case you don't kiss the ring. This is the greatest president ever. Leaps, Mr. Busky has buckets for you, okay? Mr. Busky, please put the buckets in the chat for the Leaps, all right?
It's not just bribery, it's premium foreign influence with extra legroom. And from the vice chair of the Senate Ethics Committee,
this is almost exactly the sort of gift that our founders had in mind that Americans shouldn't accept. And I'll remind you, other federal employees can't accept even $50.
the plane would appear to fly in the face of the U.S. Constitution's emoluments clause, which says no person holding any office shall, without the consent of Congress, accept of any present of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Ask about that, Trump hit back.
It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense.
Analysts say the gift plane would likely have to be entirely stripped down and rebuilt to make sure it does not hold technology detrimental to presidential security. After all, Qatar has long ties to Hamas, a terrorist group in the eyes of the U.S. government.
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level.
Why is the United States of America accepting a gift of this magnitude from a foreign government that supported terrorist organizations?
In his first term, Trump hit upon the idea of revamping Air Force One, upgrading it, changing the color.
You know what colors we're using? Take a guess.
Red, white, and blue.
Red, white, and blue.
He became frustrated by the long, expensive process of doing all that. But now, Qatar has offered him a quick fix, and he's on board.
I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane.
For Trump to say this is going to the Department of Defense, not to him, just doesn't really hold water, Jake, because the Department of Defense has its own rules beyond the Constitution that say you can't accept gifts like this. Simply put, they say, would you get this gift if you weren't in the office you hold? Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, both could have been given this plane 2 years ago. Neither one were. Right, and the other thing is that the next president's not going to get to use it. My understanding is that President Trump, when he's done with his term, is taking this to his library.
Yeah, he says he won't use it again, but that's his word. And we've seen how that's worked out.
President Trump is currently en route to the Middle East. He has stops planned in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. But the main focus, of course, will be in Qatar, where Trump may be accepting.
It's Qatar, not Qatar, okay? All right, moving forward, because nope, we're not going to do this anymore. The OG, of course, as usual, working around the clock. Here we go.
Everybody, it's a real honor to welcome all of you to the White House, the famous Oval Office. And we award the first ever Medals of Sacrifice to 3 heroic law enforcement officers from Palm Beach County, Florida. I went to the service. It was crazy. It was just horrible. Earlier today, Congressman Brian Mast, who's right here, introduced a bill to ensure this new medal will be awarded to any law enforcement officer or first responder who gives his or her life in the line of duty. I also want to recognize Laura and Eric Trump for their work to make this medal reality. Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Eric. Appreciate it very much. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's with us. Pam, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So busy. She's so busy, but you wouldn't miss it. Secret Service Director Sean Curran. Sean, wherever you may be. Hi, Sean. Congressman Byron Donalds, State Representative Meg Weinberger, and Dan Newland. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Byron. Thank you, everyone. Really great that you're here. I also want to express our gratitude to Major Paul Vercoda. Where is Paul? Paul. Thank you, Paul. Captain Ryan Mugridge. Thank you, Captain. Lieutenant Shandon Hood. Thank you, Shandon. Sergeant Scott Yoder. Thank you very much, Sergeant. Deputy Sheriff Christopher Farron. Thank you very much, Christopher. And Deputy Sheriff Chris Cameron. Thank you very much. Thank you. And all of the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office. We have many people here representing that incredible office. I know it very well. Very special thanks as well to Alexander Arnault, who's a tremendous person with his father, who they own Tiffany, and they really devoted a tremendous time and effort to helping us design this beautiful medal. And thank you very much, Alexander. I appreciate that you came all the way from France, and the incredible team at Tiffany and Company. And Tiffany is doing great. He's a fantastic leader. You know all about the fantastic, the great Arnault family. And the fact that you came for this is very, very meaningful, actually. It's really incredible. But for crafting this beautiful medal, and I know he looked at it and he worked on it, he had his best people working on it, and people are loving it. And this will go on for a long time. You'll be making that medal for a long time. Unfortunately, in one way, it's very sad, but we properly respect the ones that have lost their lives. Today, we also remember 3 remarkable heroes who will become the medal's first ever recipients. It's a big honor. Corporal Luis Piez Jr., Deputy Sheriff Ralph Butch Waller Jr., and Deputy Sheriff Ignacio Dan Diaz. And thank you very much. You're represented by family members who are, I was there with them. That was devastation. They were devastated. We're profoundly grateful to be joined by their loved ones. Corporal Piez's former wife, Doris. Thank you, Doris, for being with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. And his son, Cameron, good-looking son, too. Deputy Waller's wife, Denise. Thank you, Denise, very much. And Deputy Diaz's daughter, Alexandria. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank you all, and the 3 officers we recognize today were close friends. They were really close friends and colleagues, and together they dedicated their lives to protecting the people of Palm Beach County and well beyond. And they were beloved by everyone and respected by all, really, really top-of-the-line people. Countless times when I was in Florida, they proudly saved, and they saved a lot of lives. They were going around saving a lot of lives. Their reputation was incredible. They served in motorcades for presidents, called presidential motorcades, a very dangerous job, actually, and I was deeply honored to attend their memorial service last year. In a horrific accident in November, the 3 officers were working to restart one of their motorcycles on the shoulder of a road when they were struck by a SUV, struck dead center, and all 3 perished from their injuries. Essentially, they perished immediately. This was a terrible tragedy. It shook the entire Palm Beach community like very, very few events I've ever seen. All of Florida mourned their loss, and today our entire nation joins in honoring these 3 incredible patriots taken from us much too soon, much, much too soon. To Doris, Cameron, Denise, Alexandria, and to all of those who love these brave men. We are deeply sorry for your loss and eternally grateful for their sacrifice, their great, great sacrifice, just respected by everybody. We'll never forget their legacy, and we will never forget the debt we owe all of these great law enforcement heroes who have given their lives to keep our community safe and make America strong again. We have so many unbelievable people in the police department and other departments, first responders, firemen, a lot of brave, incredible people. And I'd now like to ask my son, Eric Trump, to say a few words, followed by Congressman Brian Mast and Alexander Arnault, who's going to be giving out the medals. And then I'll present the medals of sacrifice. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for being here, too. Thank you. Please.
Mr. President, thank you very much. My father and I attended that funeral that day, and I can't tell you how moving that experience was. And one simple question was asked: why is there no medal of valor, medal of sacrifice that commemorates law enforcement officers, first responders who have fallen in the line of duty? And Congressman Mast, he was there with me that day. He was with my father, and we said, we're going to take care of this problem. We're going to get involved. And the first call that was made was to the great Arnault family who owns Tiffany's, and they said, without hesitation, that they'd be honored to design something absolutely beautiful that's a tribute to these incredible officers, these incredible EMS responders. And here we are, roughly 6 months later, with something that's truly beautiful. I want to thank the Tiffany's family, the Arnault family, for all the work they put into in their entire team. I can tell you this has been a nonstop effort. I want to thank the congressman. Without the congressman, his staff, we would not be here today. I want to thank the president for allowing us to do this. It's such an important mission. This medal is going to be given for hundreds and hundreds of years to come. And last but not least, I want to send, on behalf of this entire nation, on behalf of our entire family, the incredible families of the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and your incredible families. They made the ultimate sacrifice, and know that we all appreciate their dedication. Many of us knew them, have met them, and we love them very much, and I'm sure they're missed. But today, hopefully, this is a great tribute to them, and I know, because of our wonderful president, that this medal will be given out for many years to come. Thank you very much.
I would just start by thanking all of our law enforcement officers. The job is always dangerous, and you do it still every single day. And I would thank the families, because the job, as you are a reminder of, is often deadly. And I would thank you, Mr. President, because for the first time in our nation's history, you're willing to say to all of our first responders, all of our law enforcement, all of our firefighters, we're going to recognize that sacrifice from the office of the presidency for each and every one of them. And that's never taken place before, that recognition, that it's a job that's always dangerous and often deadly, and there's a debt that can never be repaid, but you're willing to recognize that debt. So thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing the debt.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Congressman, thank you very much for involving Tiffany in this process. We're very honored to having made these medals. Tiffany is a jeweler, as everyone knows it, but also a maker of American heritage. We were making the Medal of Honor in the 19th and early 20th century, and it's only natural that we followed with this heritage, just as we work on other very important American heirlooms. This medal was made in Providence, Rhode Island, in our largest factory in the U.S., out of silver, plated in 24-karat gold, just like the ceiling of this office, and represents the coat of arms of the United States. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Byron, would you like to say a few words, please?
First, to be brief, to the families, we are so sorry for your sacrifice, but your officer from your family represented not just Palm Beach County, but the United States with honor. Mr. President, thank you for allowing this to go forward. To my colleague, Congressman Mast, thank you for your leadership. We will always honor first responders in the United States of America.
Thanks. Okay. So, you want to help us
other side.
You're the one that made it. That's beautiful. So can we ask the families to step forward, please? Sheriff, would you like to help us with that? Come, please. Thank you very much. Why don't you grab that? Thank you, sir. First families. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You take care of yourself, okay? Thank you very much. Sheriff, thank you. You'll help us. Okay, I'm going to stand right over here. Okay. Now gotta get me. Oh, thank you. That's all right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Would you like to say anything?
I would like to thank you very much for honoring my husband and his brothers and for what you do for the country and making this so very special for them and for all the people to come. It's a club you never want to be in,
No.
but you've honored them and it just means the world. Thank you. Thank you for
That's
everything.
great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Very much. Would you like to say something about your father? You want me to go over there?
Come on over here.
Come on over here.
To the mic.
Right here.
I viewed my dad as Superman, someone my whole life you look up to. He's an amazing guy, and it's horrible that this happened to all three families. But I'm glad that something was done about it, and we got represented, and everyone in the future will be. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'd be very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. Once more, the GOAT strikes again. This time he says, Dems have tried Trump in the fires of persecution. He never backed down nor gave up. His bravery and courage became evident to everyone and paved the way for hundreds more after him. Luke is absolutely right. People think it's just going to stop with Trump. No. You have J.D. Vance, you have Marco Rubio, you have tons of young American men following in this footstep right now, which is fight for your country, love your country, support your country, and put your country first. It's not going to stop with Trump. Make America great again. It's never going to stop with Trump. This is the beginning. This man's name is going to be echoed through the sands of time. Now you can say what you want, whatever you want. However, you cannot change destiny. This right here is destiny. He is putting America first, showing love that is due to American force, honoring policemen, traveling, standing for hours, shaking hands at 79 years old. Only God can put you in this position. Man can never put you in this position. Okay?
Would you like to say anything, fellas, on behalf of the force? Would you like to say something? It's not a very tough thing to do, I know. Would you like to say something, please?
Mr. President, on behalf of Sheriff Rick Bradshaw and every member of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, we can't thank you enough for taking the lead on this and recognizing the extreme sacrifice of our three brothers. Words really can't express how thankful we are.
Thank you very much. And we have a fourth, and we're going to give this to you. Hopefully it's maybe never going to be given out, so we'll give it to Sheriff Bradshaw, who's an incredible sheriff. And you've done an amazing job, and we'll have it should something happen. And that's right here, okay? So,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And I hope it never has to be given out, frankly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Mr. President. Well, thank you. Do you have any questions for what you just saw? That's so important. I mean, people have talked about it for years. I want to thank Brian Mast for what he's done, Congressman. He's been unbelievable. He's a great representative. And he worked hard. He wanted to do it right, and we wanted to go somehow. We could get him done pretty easily in one way, but we wouldn't get him done by Tiffany. And the fact that the Arnault family stepped up was absolutely incredible. It means more when you get a name like that. I think it means something extra. But these were incredible people, and they're looking down on you right now, and they're very, very proud, very, very proud of all of you. And it's too bad we had to be doing this, but I was there with you that day. That was a rough day. Thank you very much. Would you have any questions? Yeah.
Do you have plans to give this award to any other families posthumously find themselves in the same position as having made this sacrifice? And then after the test, one question about your call today.
Having to do from a previous? Yeah. We're looking at the possibility of that, yeah. You had a lot of people die in the line of duty when you think of it. And we figured it was time to start. We haven't had the situation arise. This was a terrible situation. We haven't had it arise yet, but we're looking at going back a little bit and see what we can do about that. Yes, strongly. Yeah, go ahead.
On your call with President Putin today,
yeah,
you mentioned that the Pope would like to take a role potentially in mediating these talks. Does that mean that the U.S. is taking a step back from?
No. I think it would be great to have it at the Vatican. Maybe it would have some extra significance. And I saw that it was discussed yesterday, so I thought, and people told me that they'd be honored to do it. I would imagine they would be. So, no, I think it would be maybe helpful. There's tremendous bitterness, anger, and I think maybe that could help some of that anger. So having it at the Vatican would be, in Rome, would be I think it would be a great idea. Thank you.
Mr. President, as you know,
can I say?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, as you know, 2.5 months ago, Ukraine, President Zelensky agreed to that 30-day ceasefire that's been on the table all of that time. What was the extent of your conversation with President Putin today about having him agree to that same 30-day ceasefire proposal that you, Mr. President, put on the table?
Well, what we've done, and very strongly, is we said, let's get this thing going. You know, I had many of the leaders of European nations on the line with me right after the call. And we have to get that thing solved. 5,000 young people every single week on average. And I've seen satellite pictures. You don't want to see these pictures. We'll have to see what happens. This was not my war. This is not a war that would have happened if I were president. This is not my war. I'm just here to try and help. We've spent hundreds of billions of dollars on this war, and yet that's not. Frankly, we made much more than that just in 4 days in the Middle East. It's a lot of money, but we do much. This is about thousands of people dying every single week. 5,000, 6,000 people dying every single week. And just like you have the relatives here, wives and children and everything, you have, these soldiers, they say goodbye in Ukraine and in Russia, and then their parents never see them again, except maybe in pictures of horrible scenes, because I've seen some scenes, I've never seen anything like it. So we're going to see if we can get it taken care of. Yeah, please.
Our thanks to the members of law enforcement who are here, and our condolences to the families. We're very sorry for your loss. Mr. President, on Ukraine and on your call today that you had with President Putin, you said last week that you thought nothing was going to happen, no advances would be made until you and Putin got together. Do you still feel that way?
I think something's going to happen. It's a got very big egos involved, I tell you. Big egos involved. But I think something's going to happen. And if it doesn't, I'd just back away, and they're going to have to keep going. Again, this was a European situation. It should have remained a European situation. Should have remained. But we have, because the past administration felt very strongly that we should be involved, and we got involved much more than Europe did in terms of the money and all of the things that we gave. We gave massive amounts, I think record-setting amounts given to a foreign. There's never been anything like this, both weaponry and money. And Europe gave a lot also, but they didn't give anywhere near what we gave. We gave probably almost 3 times the amount. And it's just a shame. The whole thing is a shame. The level of death here is just a shame. Yeah?
Did you ask President Putin to meet with you?
About what?
About Ukraine.
Yeah, of course I did. I talked to him about it. I said, when are we going to end this, Vladimir? I've known him for a long time now. I said, when are we going to end this bloodshed, this bloodbath? It's a bloodbath. And I do believe he wants to end it. When I made the call, I told the people last night, I spoke to the heads of the different countries, Germany and Finland. We had Italy, as you know, and UK was on the line today, and a couple of others. And then they were in turn calling everyone. Ursula was there from the European Union. She was terrific. And we spoke for a long time about it. And they got a problem. It's a big, big problem. It's a terrible war. It's a very hard to extradite themselves away from what's taken place over there. The amount of anger, the amount of hate, and the amount of death. It's very hard, very tough situation. But I said to him, we got to get going. And I did say also, if I thought that you couldn't do it, I'd step away, because what are you going to do? We don't have boots on the ground. We wouldn't have boots on the ground. But we do have a big stake. And the financial amount that was put up is just crazy. It's crazy. This isn't for us. This is for somebody else. The amount of money that we put up is record-setting. There's never been anything like this. And that includes weapons. Never been anything like this. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on the medal, how far back do you intend to look to consider for the recipients? And then on your call today, if Putin ultimately proves to be the obstacle to peace, is further arming Ukraine on the table at that point?
Well, we'll look. I mean, we're going to look. I hope that, I like to think positively, frankly. I just can't believe that they allow this to continue. This would have never happened if I were president, and most people admit that. It would have, and it didn't happen for 4 years. And October 7th would have never happened either. That's the attack on Israel. That would have never happened. So sad, a lot of things wouldn't have happened, but so sad to see it. Now, I think that there's a good chance we can get this done. I believe Putin wants to do it. Now, if I thought Putin didn't want, I mean, that's what I do. My whole life is like deals, one big deal. And if I thought that President Putin did not want to get this over with, I wouldn't even be talking about it, because I'd just pull out.
What did you hear that gave you confidence that he does want peace versus buying time?
I think he's had enough. I think he's had enough. This has been a long time. This has been going on for more than 3 years. When you think, right? It's been going on for a long time. Yeah, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
When you implored him to stop previously, Vladimir stopped on social media, and he didn't, he just continued. I'm curious, did you bring that up with him in your phone call today?
You have to talk.
Sorry, you previously on Truth Social implored President Putin to stop. You wrote Vladimir stop, and he didn't stop, quite the contrary. I'm curious, did you bring that up on your call with him today? And
No, I didn't bring that up, but I did say it's time, you got to stop this thing. And I believe he wants to stop. Look, I would be, I think, very able to tell whether or not he wanted to or what. I thought there was a very good chance, like a 50-50 chance, that he would say, I want to take the whole thing. I didn't know what he was going to say. And then they have a different kind of a problem. But I believe he wants to stop. Pretty sure.
just now about backing away or walking away if it looks like it's going to be an intractable problem. Do you have a red line in your head of what would cause you to back away? And
Yeah, in my head, but not something I'm going to announce. But yeah, definitely in my head I do, yeah.
Would that look
Because
like?
this isn't our war. This is not my war. This is not the war. I mean, we got ourselves entangled in something that we shouldn't have been involved in. And we would have been a lot better off, and maybe the whole thing would have been better off, because it can't be much worse. It's a real mess. It's a death trap. So I think that, yeah, I would say I do have a certain line, but I don't want to say what that line is, because I think it makes the negotiation even more difficult than it is. Yes, please.
Mr. President, thank you all for your sacrifice. I'm so sorry for your loss and everybody. You've mentioned the bloodbath that you want to see end in Ukraine. You mentioned that you believe Putin wants peace, but he just attacked Ukraine yesterday. So what makes you think that he wants peace?
Well, he's in a war, you know. I mean, nobody said don't. They're fighting. They're attacking each other, and people are dying all the time. He's in a war. He's fighting a war. Nobody said he was going to stop. I think, is it terrible? Yeah, it's terrible. I think it's terrible.
Can you weigh in on President Biden? President Biden was diagnosed with cancer. The war, and then I want to ask you about reconciliation. Why haven't you increased the sanctions on Russia yet?
Well, because I think there's a chance of getting something done. And if you do that, you can also make it much worse. But there could be a time when that's going to happen. Yep.
Mr. President,
Who's going to say
with the ratings downgrade from...
Do you want to respond to President Biden being diagnosed with cancer? Are you going to call your predecessor?
I think it's very sad, actually. I'm surprised that it wasn't, you know, the public wasn't notified a long time ago, because to get to stage 9, that's a long time. I just had my physical. You saw that. You saw the results of that particular test. I think that test is standard to pretty much anybody getting a physical, good physical. We had the doctors at the White House and over at Walter Reed, which is a fantastic hospital. I do it. I did a very complete physical, including cognitive tests. I'm proud to announce I aced it. Got them all. I got them all right. You proud of me? Yes. Your husband would be proud of me for getting them all right. It's a little risk. If I didn't get them all right, these people would be after me. It would be not a good situation. But I think, frankly, anybody running for president should take a cognitive test. They say it's unconstitutional, but I would say in that particular case, having a cognitive test wouldn't be so bad. But when you take tests, medical, as a male, that test is very standard. I don't know if it's given to everybody, but it's given just about. And it takes a long time to get to that situation. Now, I think, to get to a stage 9, I think that if you take a look, it's the same doctor that said that Joe was cognitively fine. There was nothing wrong with him. Well, he said, if it's the same doctor, he said there was nothing wrong there. And that's being proven to be a sad situation. And the auto pen is becoming a very big deal. The auto pen is becoming a big deal because it seems like that maybe was the president who ever operated the auto pen. But when they say that that was not good, they also, you have to look and you have to say that the test was not so good either. In other words, there are things going on that the public wasn't informed. And I think somebody's going to have to speak to his doctor, if it's the same, or even if it's two separate doctors. Why wasn't the cognitive ability, why wasn't that discussed? And I think the doctor said he's just fine, and it's turned out that's not so. It's very dangerous. Look, this is no longer politically correct. This is dangerous for our country. Look at the mess we're in. You're talking about all these questions on Ukraine and Russia that would have never happened. As an example, if I were president, would have never happened. The other thing is you have to say, why did it take so long? I mean, when you This takes a long time, can take years to get to this level of danger. So it's a very, very sad situation, and I feel very badly about it. And I think people should try and find out what happened, because I'll tell you, I don't know if it had anything to do with the hospital. Walter Reed is really good. They're some of the best doctors I've ever seen. I don't even know if they were involved, but a doctor was involved in each case. Maybe it was the same doctor, and somebody is not telling the facts. That's a big problem.
President Zelensky of Ukraine says that the Ukrainians are ready for a ceasefire, they're ready for peace negotiations. In your mind, is Ukraine doing enough to get this peace?
I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now, because I can't say yes or no. I think, look, he's a strong person. Zelensky is a strong guy, and he's not the easiest person to deal with. But I think that he wants to stop. He's, not. It's a very bad thing that's happening over there. I think he wants to stop, but I could answer that question better in 2 weeks or 4 weeks from now. I hope the answer is that he wants to get it solved. I want to thank everybody very much, and on behalf of the United States of America, we greatly honor your family and your friends and everybody that had to suffer so much. But you have some 3 great men that are looking down on you, and they're very proud right now. They're very proud. This is the Oval Office, and they're a big part of it now. They're a part of the Oval Office, the White House. And thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff, for coming. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. Welcome. Double tap your screen to give this video a like. And we just witnessed the 45th and now the 47th honor some fallen heroes of America, like he should, and like he has been doing. Well, also, yesterday he signed a bill with the First Lady, Melania Trump. Remember when liberals were saying that Melania didn't love Trump? Melania was just there for whatever and was ready to leave him. This man has gone through a lot. Has gone through an awful lot. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Good afternoon and welcome to the White House. It's an honor to join you here today for the signing of the Take It Down Act, a national victory that will help parents and families protect children from online exploitation. This legislation is a powerful step forward in our efforts to ensure that every American, especially young people, can feel better protected from their image or identity being abused through non-consensual or intimate imagery of I and CII.
Trump is just the OG. This man has American flag around the White House. He's also funding a 100 feet American flag. This man loves America, yo. I don't know why liberals cannot see that.
Artificial intelligence and social media are the digital candy for the next generation. Sweet, addictive, and engineered to have an impact on the cognitive development of our children. But unlike sugar, these new technologies can be weaponized, shape beliefs, and sadly affect emotions and even be deadly. Over the past few months, I have met with brave survivors, deeply loving families, and caring advocates who know firsthand the emotional and psychological toll of NCII and deepfake abuse. Alliston Berry stood boldly for change, despite the risk posed to her and her family by speaking out and making her voice heard. Alliston, your voice and the voices of so many like you made this bill a national priority. Many thanks to members of Congress, both parties, for passing this legislation, including Speaker Johnson, Senator Cruz, Senator Klobuchar, Congresswoman Salazar, Congresswoman Dean, and Congressman Guthrie, and so many more. Thank you all for coming together to prioritize people over politics. As First Lady, my Be Best initiative is focused on improving children's well-being, encouraging kindness, and creating a safer online environment for our youth. Today, I'm proud to say that the values of Be Best will be reflected in the law of the land. I want to thank my husband, President Trump, for standing with us on this effort. His signature on this new law is not where our work ends on this issue. Now we look to the Federal Trade Commission and the private sector to do their part. Today, through the Take It Down Act, we affirm that the well-being of our children is central to our future of our families and America. Now it is my pleasure to introduce the President. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Good job, sweetie. Want to sit down?
Yeah.
Send a gentleman. Nobody knew that. Great job. That was a great job.
He doesn't love his wife, yet clean out seats for his wife. What else will the liberals say this time? Once again, the GOAT strikes. It says Trump almost died and Dems show him no empathy. Biden almost dies and Trump shows empathy for him. Who is more compassionate? Who is more compassionate? Politics aside, okay? An 82 years old man contracts, or maybe not contracts, is diagnosed with prostate cancer, and it's spread to his bones. Even if we have reservation, even if we have questions, politics aside, he is a human being. As a father, husband, grandfather, probably great-grandfather. We have fathers. Well, my father has passed away. Some of us here have fathers and grandfathers. You would never wish for your dad or your granddad to just fall and die. You would never wish that. But yet, we have liberals that have said on this chat room that why did the guy in Pennsylvania miss? Oh, I wish he never missed. Even the former FBI director, James Comey, posting 8647. Why? We've become so divided that we objectify these people. These are human beings with kids, with family that are hoping for them to come back home safely. It's a job. He's doing a job. Even if I would have never voted for Joe Biden, I don't wish him bad. I don't wish him to just fall and die. Can we just let love lead? We can say words, harsh words, whatever. Look, it's words. Okay, but when real life situation comes into play, like cancer, okay, we gotta just put politics aside and say we wish him well and we wish him a quick recovery. Okay.
Well, I want to thank everybody. We just spent 2.5 hours talking to Vladimir Putin, and I think some progress has been made. It's a terrible situation going on over there. 5,000 young people every single week are being killed. So hopefully we did something. We also spoke to the heads of most of the European nations, and we're trying to get that whole thing wrapped up. What a shame that it ever started in the first place. So. But I want to thank Melania and for your leadership in this very important issue. It's an amazing issue. America is blessed to have such a dedicated and compassionate First Lady. I would tell you she is very dedicated. In fact, if you look at just what I heard, Putin just said they respect your wife a lot. I said, what about me? No, they like Melania better. That wasn't good. I don't know if that was good. I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I also want to congratulate the First Lady in securing $25 million in the first fiscal year, 2026, budget to provide housing and support for youth transitioning out of the foster care. And I can say that she loves children, and you really worked very hard on this, and you had a lot of help from some friends of mine right here, and a lot of the senators are here and congressmen, and I appreciate you all being here. We're also grateful to be joined by people that are just in love with what we're doing. It's such an important situation, and commissioners of the Federal Trade Commission and the CEO of X, Linda Yaccarino. Where are you, Linda? Where are you, Linda? Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Stand up. Thank you, Linda. Great job. You're doing a great job. It's a big deal, right? That's great. Today, it's my honor to officially sign the Take It Down Act into law. It's a big thing, very important, so horrible what takes place. This will be the first ever federal law to combat the distribution of explicit, imaginary, posted without subjects' consent, take horrible pictures, and I guess sometimes even make up the pictures, and they post it without consent or anything else. And very importantly, this includes for forgeries generated by artificial intelligence known as deepfakes. We've all heard about deepfakes. I have them all the time, but nobody does anything. I asked Pam, can you help me, Pam? She says, no, I'm too busy doing other things. Don't worry, you'll survive. But a lot of people don't survive. That's true, and so horrible. With the rise of AI image generation, countless women have been harassed with deepfakes and other explicit images distributed against their will. This is the wrong, and it's just so horribly wrong. And it's a very abusive situation, like in some cases people have never seen before. And today we're making it totally illegal. Thank you. Upon hearing the stories of so many women affected, our First Lady made stopping these abuses a top priority, and she was given tremendous support because she'd go up to people and talk about it. They say, yeah, we know about it. We have the problem. Can we do something? And she did something about it with the help of a lot of the people, especially the political people sitting here today. Among Melania's guests in the gallery during my address to the joint session of Congress was a 15-year-old young person, Elliston Berry, whose image was turned into an illicit deepfake by a peer. Elliston, where are you? Are you around? Stand up, darling. That's fine. Beautiful. It's great. Thank you. It's fantastic. Elliston quickly became a powerful advocate committed to preventing other girls from suffering the same abuse. Elliston We salute you and we thank you very much, and it's an honor to have you with us today. Great job you've done. Also with us are several other brave Americans whose lives were rocked by online harassment, including Francesca Manny, as well as a South Carolina State Representative, Brandon Guffey, and his family, who have lost their son to suicide after he was targeted in an internet extortion scam, of which you have a lot of them, a lot. I want to thank you both for your incredible work and to reach this important day. Could you stand up, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. I've read about it. Thank you very much. It's a real honor to have you here, because there's no place like the White House, I found out. You know, you have a lot of places, and I just left some of the richest places, and we loved them, and they gave us a nice contribution of about $5 trillion, but this is a special place. Even they talk about it, so it's great to have everybody here. Under the law, I will sign in just a moment. Anyone who intentionally distributes explicit images without the subject's consent will face up to 3 years in prison. In addition, this law establishes new civil liabilities for online platforms that refuse to take these images down promptly upon request. We will not tolerate online sexual exploitation, and especially it's gone on at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's getting worse and worse, and I think this is going to hopefully stop it. And not easy to do. People talked about all sorts of First Amendment, Second Amendment. They talked about any amendment they could make up, and we got it through because of some very brave people, including some very brave politicians in the audience. I want to thank the bill's sponsor, Senator Ted Cruz. Ted, stand up, please. Great. Great. Thank you, Ted. It's great. Very effective person. And Congresswoman Maria Salazar, friend of mine. Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much for their amazing work. And thanks also to the 99 senators and 408 members of Congress who voted in favor of the bill. Wow, I wish we could get that vote from other things. We have another bill coming up. Do you think we'll get that vote? Maybe not. We should, but we probably won't. But working with our First Lady, we've shown that bipartisanship is still possible. That's true. With 99 senators, that's incredible. Senators, stand up. Look at that. John, you're here. Look at all of the senators. This is big stuff. I'm in trouble because I don't have your names. They didn't give me these names. We have so many. We have half of the Senate here. Now they're all going to hate me because I can't introduce you. We don't have the time for that. I have to get back to Putin and people. But thank you very much for being here, all of you, and congressmen, a lot of them, and women. Working with our First Lady, though, we've shown that bipartisanship is possible. I mean, it's the first time I've seen such a level of bipartisanship, and it's a beautiful thing to do. I'm not even sure you realize, honey, you know, a lot of the Democrats and Republicans don't get along so well. You've made them get along, and she didn't even know about that. She didn't know we had a problem. She didn't know we had a problem. She got a, but I want to thank you, honey. You've done amazing that this was done when you started, and I said.
There is the president calling his wife honey. Liberals would never hear that. But shout out to Joe Lopez for the super chat. It says, thank you for spreading the truth. Luke, the GOAT, has started something. Thank you, Joe. And this isn't Sleepy Joe, okay? This is Joe Lopez. Thank you, Joe.
It sounds like a tough one, and yet a very important one, and you got it done. So I congratulate you, and I congratulate Ted, Maria, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, and we'll sign the bill. Thank you. That's your name, Chuck Grassley. It's been around a long time, huh? Come on around. That's beautiful. Come on around. Hey, look at that. I told you we'd get the bill. Thank you. You did it. We're out of our got it. Thank you.
Keep in mind, this is his second event for today. And guess what? There's another event that he actually attended and he spoke at. So 3 events for a 79 years old man that just got back from the Middle East. His energy is out of this world. Rumor is he never smoked, he never drank. So, I guess he's just blessed by God.
There we are. That's a big one. Thank you very much, everyone. And you have some pens here. You most importantly, right?
Yeah.
Grab one of them. Oh, look at these white pens. I've never seen that before. I want one of them. I've never seen them. Here, Pamela, take that. Take that.
And if this is just once in a while situation, okay. This man does this every single day. And on the weekend, he's golfing. So when does he actually rest? Does this man ever rest? He's always said in most interviews that he's always tossing and turning at night and figuring out how to make life better for Americans. I just hope he's getting enough rest because he's working so hard. This type of strength can only be given by God. I know I've been talking about God for the most part tonight, but you know, there's some things that man can never give you. Only God can give you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Just grab it. Okay? Thank you, everyone. You go ahead.
Mr. President, let me introduce you to Brandon, who lost his son, Gavin.
Let me get up.
State
Incredible.
legislator in South Carolina has been incredibly brave, and his whole family. Thank you so much.
No auto pen, okay? No auto pen. Shaking hands, standing for hours, talking to people. Oh man, this is a blessing to witness this time in history. Liberals are crying. Whiskey with the buckets. This is his 3rd event for Monday. Here we go.
I thought young soldiers are being killed every single week on average. Can you believe 5,000? My little conversation with a nice gentleman named Vladimir Putin. But we had we had a good talk, and I think that progress is being made. 5,000 young soldiers are being killed every single week on average. Can you believe 5,000? And it's actually a number probably worse than that, in addition to other people that are being killed in towns. And we're trying to stop it. It's a bloodbath. It's an absolute bloodbath. I've seen satellite pictures that are so bad, so horrible, and it's to think that in this day and age we're living with this horrible thing that's going on, and we're doing the best we can. This was not our war. This was not me. We're doing something from the last administration. How they allowed that to happen? It wouldn't have happened. It would have never happened. And you know, the Ukraine-Russia wouldn't have happened. But I'll tell you what else wouldn't have happened. October 7th would not have happened. This was a terrible thing also. A lot of bad things happened in the last 4 years. But good things are happening now. We had a tremendous visit in the Middle East. We went to Qatar. We saw the Saudi Arabia, all the top people in UAE. And we brought back about $5.1 trillion. That's not bad. That's not bad. And it's being credited as one of maybe the most successful visit that anybody's ever made to any place. There's never been anything like this. Hundreds of planes, big wide-body planes ordered. Boeing, getting them from Boeing, but I think an order of 148 planes. It's a lot of 777s. Those are the big ones, or the 787 Dreamliners, and orders of everything. The AI is going wild. I hope it's as good as people say. because otherwise some people are going to be pretty disappointed. But it seems like it is. A lot of smart people are doing it. But massive orders into our country. We did 1.4 trillion in one case. We did 2 trillion in another case. Numbers that nobody's ever really heard of before. And our relationship is fantastic with those 3 beautiful places. I mean, they're incredible. Money is like no place else probably anywhere. Well, we have more money, but we didn't use it right. But that's all right. Now we're starting to. We were losing in trade $5 billion a day. And now because of tariffs and other things, we're making $1 billion a day. And the tariffs haven't even really kicked in. It's a big difference. It was, for the last 4 years, have been a disaster for us with trade and, frankly, with everything else. So we're here for a different reason tonight. We're going to have to fix this one, too. We're fixing everything. We're going around Mr. Fix-It, Mrs. Fix-It. Anybody want to join me? But the Kennedy Center, when I said I'll do this, I hadn't been there. That's the last time I'll take a job without looking at it. And but it's got a tremendous amount. Lindsey Graham and some people put in the budget either 200 or $250 million. Money was spent there. Tremendous amounts of money was spent there over the last 10 years. I don't know where they spent it. They certainly didn't spend it on wallpaper, carpet, or painting. And they had over $200 million was spent. So I don't know what's going on. Pam, are you here? You hear that? Look, when I hear that, I say, what? Where, Pam, where did all this money go? It's crazy. It's crazy what's happened with our country in that regard. You know, it's to build things. Go back to the Wollman Rink. They went for years, 12 years without getting a rink, and I got it built in 3 months for a fraction, like a tiny fraction. They had spent over $20 million. They never got it opened. I said, I want my kids to go ice skating before they're too old. They don't want to go ice skating anymore. I used to watch it from my window. I used to watch people, nobody working and spending money like crazy. And as you know, I got it built very quickly. This is well, maybe a more difficult. That was pretty easy, actually. We had cement mixers from the rink all the way back into Harlem. We poured one contiguous pour over a period of a day and a half. They would pour a little section, then another little section. And when they put water, it all leaked, surprisingly, you know.
If you guys have not read the book, The Art of the Deal, he spoke about the story building the rink in New York and how the city spent a lot of money, wasted a lot of money on the rink. And he kept looking from his office windows at the rink for years. And he said one day he got tired of it. And he called the city and said, look, I offer to build this rink for you guys. You've been building it for years. And I'm going to do it for a small portion of the budget you have for this rink. And of course, as usual, the media went after him and said, there's no way he could. And then he did it. That rink is still standing, being useful today, courtesy of the 45th and now the 47th GOAT of the United States.
So it was fun, but I love construction. That's, I guess, why I like this a little, because we're going to have to redo it. So I'm honored to welcome exceptionally talented and committed group of patriots. You're amazing people. This is an amazing board, I'll tell you. And I get so many calls from people, could I get on the board? You have a lot of people that are not so much in love with me right now because I couldn't get them on the board. But because the board is taken. But we're going to turn it around, and the Kennedy Center Board of Trustees, you're here, and in many cases you have your spouses. And I want to thank Rick Grinnell. Where's Rick? Where is Rick? Hello, Rick. He did a great job. He used to walk into the Justice Department with stuff under showing all the horrible things that had gone on in our country. He had a lot of courage. and he's going to be with me for a long time, different things. He seems to be a troubleshooter. I say, how about Kennedy Center? Let's fix that one up. And tremendous strides have been made. You'll be hearing about that in a second. But I want to thank the entire board for the incredible work and all the fundraising efforts. We're going to raise some funds, but we're getting a lot of funds also from Congress because they want to see this thing good. You know, we have the 250th year anniversary coming up, and this building is going to be a primary focus in D.C. And it's got the potential for greatness. If it didn't, I wouldn't have done it. But it has a great plan. It's got great sound. It's got a lot of things that, you know, if you don't have good sound, you can forget it. You're never going to. They've been trying to do things over at Lincoln Center. All my life I've been watching. They rip it down, build it up, rip it down. You know, some of the greatest sound of buildings built in the 1850s out of pure marble. And you get up and you can just talk lightly and they hear you back 100 rows. But and if you don't have sound, I think there's a certain amount of luck. You hire sound engineers, they get a lot of money, and then you open the building and you can't hear anything. So we're going to do some good things, but the basics are there. The location is phenomenal. The importance of the building is phenomenal. And we'll have some very interesting plans. I always thought they should have built a beautiful performing center, open air, facing out over the Potomac. They didn't do that. They built these crazy rooms underneath. They built 3 tiny little stages, very expensive. Someday maybe somebody will occupy one. They're underground. In fact, when I looked from a distance, you know, you see these like hubs, concrete hubs, and I thought it was modern art. You know, well, here we go with the modern art blocking everybody's view. And when I actually went over there, I said, no, it wasn't modern art. It was meant for a door to be in, so you go down to these rooms. So I don't know what the hell they were doing, but they spent a lot of money. And it's just not possible that they could have spent it so poorly. But we're going to turn it around. That's what I love doing. I love turning things around. Turnaround artist. I'm doing that with the country. Believe me, we're doing it. We're doing a job. We are hot. We are hot. The country is hot. We in a short period. Look, we've been there for 100 days plus a few days, and as they said, the king of Saudi Arabia said, your place, your country is a whole different image now. We were a laughingstock, an absolute laughingstock, but we're not a laughingstock any longer. And, you know, I was talking to, as I said, President Putin for 2.5 hours. That was being very seriously listened to. We don't like what's happening. We don't like that we should have ever been involved. Would have never happened. But we're respected again as a country. You know, one thing that I tell you that I think is amazing, if you remember about 8 months ago, the big story was that nobody wants to join our military. We couldn't have any, people weren't joining. And they weren't proud of our country. They weren't joining police forces all over the country, Houston, Dallas, all over the country, New York. And now we have a record-setting enlistment in the military. Think of that, record-setting. The most in 38 years, but it's probably more than that. They started taking the numbers, Susie, 38 years ago, right? But the most in 30 years, probably the most ever, I don't know. But we have record-setting young people that want to join the military, and that's incredible. To have that is just absolutely incredible. And to think that 8 months ago, we were all listening to the fact that this was before the election. 8 months ago, we were listening to the fact that we wouldn't have any, you know, we wouldn't have anybody in our military. I mean, nobody. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Space Force. I'm so proud of Space Force because we got that going. We started Space Force, and they wanted to terminate it, and the military backed up. And they said, you're not going to do that. We were third in space, and now we're number 1 in space by a lot. They've done a great job. They had some great commanders in Space Force. But, you know, ultimately it's going to be truly one of the most important things we've ever done because it's all heading to space. And I'm not talking about just experimental things that we do because a lot of people don't understand that. We can understand that. But we're, in terms of defense and offense of our country, it's going to be very, very important. We're number 1 in space by a long shot. The Kennedy Center mission is to be the crown jewel of the arts and culture in our nation's capital. And under our new leadership, we're going to take this revered institution to heights that it's never seen before. I think we can take this to really some, because we have the right place, we have the We have all the politicians, and then we have the people that want to get to know the politicians for lots of bad reasons. And, we have everybody here. They have to be here for something, sometime. I've got total confidence in the just great team that Rick and the group have put together. Sergio's done fantastically. We're especially pleased to be joined tonight by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, great guy. Great guy. Where is Marco? He's a great. I'm telling you, he was born for this. He loves it. You see him, he's in one country, another country. I think he loves it. But he's so respected everywhere he goes. And I know how tough he is because I used to have to be up there with him. He was not nice. He was a tough one. He was as good as you get. I didn't know that we would end up being this close. We like each other. I think I can speak for him. I can speak for myself, but I like him, and he's done a fantastic job, and he's really, really working. And we're getting relationships that we lost that were very important for us in many ways. And so I want to thank Marco, and Marco's on the board, Attorney General Pam Bondi, who I've known so long, and she's married to the best-looking guy in the room, I must admit. But she is the man. She has been amazing. She's so respected, and she's really delving into some tough territory. She sees what's happened and what's going to happen, and she knows before anybody else. She's just a fantastic person. She's got a great staff that's surrounding her, and I think she's just a star. But I've known that for a long time. I'm not surprised at all. So thank you very much, Pam, for the job you do. And by the way, she was the Attorney General of Florida, so she had plenty for a long time and never had a problem. I can't remember a problem. And she kept everybody safe, and they felt very secure. Now she's doing it on an even bigger. Who would have thought it would have been a much bigger level, right? But she gets it. Secretary Howard Lutnick is here with his wife Allison, and he's great. He went with us to that incredible 4-day little journey that we had, and we saw some things that were incredible. But everybody respects him. Did a great job in business. He built a firm twice. His firm was at the top of the World Trade Center when the planes hit, and he was amazing story. He was always Allison. Good job. You got him to take your boy, right? Years ago on that horrible date, when you think of it. So Howard would always be, he was built Cantor Fitzgerald, and he built it. And
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Yes. All right. I got to shout out the moderator, C. Shelley, for the super chat. And it says here, here's to you, Joseph. Genesis actually earns it, okay? Much love, Genesis. Thanks for all you do to prepare for the stream. Thank you, C. Shelley. Means a lot. God bless you. All right. Thank you. Enjoy the show, all right? Why wouldn't you just project love? Why do you want to cause havoc? Why? Why? Liberals. That's all they know. 8647. Riot in campuses. Columbia University. Harvard University. That's all they know. Burning down courthouses. Police buildings. That's all they know. That's all they know. You love America. You just love your country. When you talk to some leaves, they'll tell you, when I say America is the greatest country in the world, you know what they'll say? You've never traveled. You never leave America. You've never left America. I just told you America is the greatest nation in the world. And you're saying, is this the legacy you want to leave on earth? Is it a crime to love America? I'm sorry, I love America, okay? I mean, am I supposed to be apologizing for that? I don't know.
Top firm. They had the top 3 floors of the World Trade Center, the building, the first building that was hit. And he was always there at 6 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. You know, a lot of the stock guys, they have to do that. Someday you'll explain to me why. Probably insider trading, Pam. I don't know. It's probably. But whatever the hell reason, he was there always at 5:30 or 6 o'clock. And first time ever, like almost ever, his wife was after him for years to take their son to school. He was a young boy, very young, like early grades, and he would say, no, I can't. This was years after like 2 or 3 years of being harassed by Allison, who was very tough. A great wife, beautiful wife, but she's very, very tough. And finally, he did it. He took his boy, and it was on that day, and he dropped the boy off at 8:30 and started driving down the West Side Highway, and he would have been in that building, and every single person died in your firm. He had lost everybody. And with the exception of a few people in Europe and maybe a couple of other places, small, because they were all very New York-centric, and every single one of them died, including your brother. And what he did was incredible, actually. He rebuilt the firm. And he gave a percentage of it for years to the people, the families of the people that died. And the new firm became more successful than the old firm, using the same name, Cantor Fitzgerald, and he rebuilt it step by step by step. And I mean, to me, that's why I said I have to get this guy if I have a chance, if I ever do. And he was very happy. They were doing great. They were doing record business. But when I said, how about coming over to commerce, a little thing called commerce, and now I don't think you could ever go back into that world because it's so big. He and Scott are in charge of, along with others that are great, but they're in charge of the biggest deal ever made in history. It's the whole tariffs. We've taken in trillions of dollars, trillions. And we've been hurt very badly by other countries that did this to us for 20, 25 years. They were taking advantage of us. We never did anything. But now we're doing it to them, and fairly, I'll tell you what, modestly. But we'll be taking, and we are taking in right now, 25% in cars, 25% on steel and aluminum, 25% on other things, and that'll be going up to 50, 75, maybe 100 in some cases. We have to get our pharmaceutical industry back. And once we establish that in another couple of weeks, it'll start roaring back. It's already roaring back because they know we're doing it. And it's really been, you've done a great job. But he said to me the other day, this is so big. These numbers are big. Cantor Fitzgerald doesn't look so big anymore. We see numbers, we talk in the trillions now. Think of it, $5.1 trillion. Nobody talks, but we're talking big numbers, and he's doing a great job. He did a great job before. Chief of Staff, Susie Wells, she's considered the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. She is. She's the most powerful woman in the world. A lot of people are saying that, but she had a couple of articles, and I said, you know, it's actually true. She can wipe out a country with just a mere phone call. Think of it. That's the end of the country. But she's great. She's been, I mean, I knew because we won Florida 3 times and won it. You know, Florida didn't used to be a red state. It was a blue state. When I first ran, that was a blue state. And now it's a seriously red state. And it got more and more, and we're going to keep it that way. But Susie ran it, and we won by a landslide, and a Republican hadn't won. You know, you had a Democrat senator, you had 2 Democrat senators, but you had a Democrat governor, you had a lot of Democrats. And so we won in a landslide. I said, good. Then the next time I won again in a much bigger landslide, and anybody I endorsed also won. And I said, that's good. And then when it came time to do this, after the election was rigged, the second one was rigged, whether you like it or not, it was rigged like nobody's ever seen. And now people are seeing it. Now people don't even fight me. You know, they used to say, sir, it's not really that nice to say. I'm an honest, it was rigged. And unfortunately, that's what happened. You look at some of the things that happened. All of these things would have never happened. But when it came time to thinking about doing it again, I didn't think I'd have to do that. I said, you know, I think I'm going to take that woman my friend now, but at the time I didn't know. Our father was Pat Summerall, who was a great football player, was probably a greater announcer for 28 years for the NFL. But that tells me, because I'm a big believer in the genes, person's genes. And Susie was, I said, let's use Susie. She did a great job in Florida for me twice. We beat every Democrat by numbers that they never saw before. I said, let's use, and she took over and she did great. Chris was fantastic, but she had a group of people that she brought with her. And there was no looking back. We started off leading by a lot, and it only got bigger and bigger and bigger. We had a couple of challenges that didn't work out too well. Worked out well for us, but Susie was fantastic. And now she's the chief of staff of the president, and she really makes it work. And she's the first woman, this is shocking to me, because, I thought we were beyond that, first woman chief of staff in the history of the country, right?
Remember when liberals were saying that Trump surrounds himself with weak women? Remember when they said that during the election, around before Christmas or something like that? It was actually Mark Cuban. I feel like everybody that was around Kamala Harris was a disaster. And then he comes out 2 seconds later saying, well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. If he doesn't respect women, if he's surrounding himself with weak women, how does he choose the first woman chief of staff? Pam Bundy, another woman. Kristi Noem, another woman.
And she's doing a great job. And those men are scared. She sits in the back of the room. She watches them like this. She doesn't want publicity. She doesn't want to be on camera. She doesn't want stories. But they're up there yapping. And if they start yapping the wrong way, it's not pleasant for them. She's great. And we have a friend of mine, a man that I endorsed, and he proudly went through the roof, Jeff Landry, governor of Louisiana. Where's Did my endorsement mean much? When I endorsed you, he became a rocket ship, right? We avoided, do I say it? We won in the first round. Yep, yeah, it was good. We didn't want to go a second round. He went up and won everything, and he's a great governor, great attorney general, great governor. So it's great to have you. And we have so many people here that we're not going to do that, but we may play around in a little while because we're going to have some fun tonight, and we'll talk about this, but we'll talk about other things. But we might talk about some of the questions you may have. We're looking to get the one great, big, beautiful bill. It'll be the greatest tax cuts in history. If we don't get it, that means the Democrats will have stopped us, and that means people will get a 68% tax increase, the largest in history. And if we do get it, we're going to have the largest tax decrease in history. And all my life, I've watched.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Hopefully, the Republicans in the House vote for the big, beautiful bill. Hopefully, it goes through. It's already almost done because it's past the most crucial stage last night. And the 47th actually put it on Truth Social. It says, congratulations, Republicans. Make America great again. And Joe Lopez, thank you so much for subscribing. God bless you. Also, if you're watching, thank you so much. Shout out to our members. If you like this community, you like the chat, you like the free speech, you can join the memberships. It is $4.99. You can go on the channel, click join. It is $4.99 if you wish to or if you want to. Thank you.
politicians screaming, "We will cut your taxes." This is the only group where they say, "We're going to raise your taxes," and they think they're going to win. There's something wrong with them. I don't know what the hell is going on. "We're going to raise your taxes." And people say, "That's strange. I've never heard it before." When we took over in recent months, the Kennedy Center was in dire shape. As I saw on my tour a few weeks ago, the building is falling apart. I don't want to scare people. It's in fine shape, but it's falling apart. That means, we have to see, we have Les Mis. We're opening up with Les Mis and some other things. We have Mrs. Fisher here, and she said, "You know what works? Anything Broadway." So we're signing Phantom of the Opera. We're signing a lot of great Broadway, and we'll have them run for a while. And I think you're going to do very well. But it's been neglected very badly, and it needs an infusion of different things, including probably funds. But I think we're going to do very well when we get some money from Congress to fix it, because it's so important. The previous leadership wasted millions and millions of dollars and handed us a budget deficit of $26 million. Can you believe that? In addition, the programming was out of control with rampant political propaganda, DEI, and inappropriate shows. We had some very inappropriate shows, to put it very nicely. They had dance parties for, quote, queer and trans youth. And I guess that's all right for certain people, quote, and I'm just quoting, I'm not saying it, queer and trans youth. That wasn't working out too well. They had a Marxist anti-police performance, and they had lesbian-only Shakespeare, which is different. Who thinks of these ideas, really? It's different. It's different. Oh, we're bringing our country back so fast. The military is so much better. Everything is just gone. They had people who were paying them $400,000 or $500,000 a year to teach DEI. Just 12 weeks, our new board has balanced the budget. Think of that in 2026 budget. That's a pretty good job you're doing. So that's amazing. So the 2026, I told you it was 25 million under. It's balanced now for the fiscal year. Eliminated DEI initiatives in all cases. Brought back family-friendly programming that will attract large audiences once again, and launched a plan to renovate the building and reclaim the grandeur as a landmark, really a Washington landmark, which it always was. The Kennedy Center will also play an important role in our national celebration to commemorate the 250th anniversary of America's founding. So we have three really big. We have that. We have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. That's a big deal. And we have the Olympics, and we have the World Cup. And, maybe I got lucky, because I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup. I did nothing to help the 250th anniversary, because if I take credit for that one, then you'll say, I think he's exaggerating a little. But two of the three, I absolutely, I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup. And I said to myself when I got them, it was my first term I got them, President Obama would not take the calls from the Olympic Committee, refused to take the calls. And I think because he traveled to Oslo or wherever he went, and very far away, in order to get the Olympics, previous Olympics. And I said, well, that's great. That means we got it, because what president would travel to come in fourth place, which is what we came in, fourth place. And so he was so angry, he wouldn't take the call. So I got a call from, at the time, the mayor of Los Angeles. Los Angeles is not looking too good with the water. We just sent so much water down their way, they didn't want to take it because it was bad for the environment. I said, no, water's good for the environment. If they would have had it when I told them to get it, they wouldn't have had the fires, or it would have been very small. But we took so much, and we were looking at the Olympics, we were looking at other things, and Obama went there, and all that travel, all that everything. And think, who would go there unless you know the answer? You have to know the answer. You can't be embarrassed as president. No president's ever done that. And I give him credit, he went, but he should have known the answer. That's called deal making. And he didn't, and they put him at fourth, and he was so angry that it hurt his whole thing. He didn't want to talk to anybody. So I got a call from the mayor, and he said, sir, you're the president-elect. I was president-elect at the time. The president will not speak to the Olympic Committee, and I understand that, but a little bit his fault, I guess. He was very embarrassed by that. And I said, I'll speak to him. And I spoke to this gentleman who was obviously Scandinavian, seriously Scandinavian, and very nice. I couldn't get him off the phone because he was so starved for love. He just kept, I must have had him for 2 hours. I couldn't. I said, sir, I have to go. I'm president-elect. Yes. All I said to him, yes, 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 we will take good care. They wanted to know that if they choose us for the Olympics, will we treat them nicely? And I said, we're going to treat you like so well, like you've never been treated. And then he wanted to talk about anything because nobody would talk to him. Now he talks to me. And we got the Olympics, and then we got through Johnny, who's the boss. He's a friend of mine. We got the World Cup. I got them both. And I said, man, I won't be president. I got the Olympics and the World Cup, and I won't be president. And they're going to forget that I got them. Nobody's going to mention it because, you know, a little bit, that's the way life is. And then they rigged the election. And then I said, you know what I'll do? I'll run again, and I'll shove it up their ass. And that's what I did. And all of a sudden, I then realized, I said, you know what? I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup, and I got the 250th. Look at the way this works out. So if they would have left us alone and wouldn't have cheated on the election and wouldn't have rigged it, I would have been retired right now. I would have been happily doing something else. And instead, they have me for 4 more years. Can you believe it? Yeah. So it has. So instead of putting forward programming that tears our country down and tears our country apart, the Kennedy Center should be the nation's premier venue for lifting up the best of our country and lifting up the American arts, theater, music, and culture. And together, it's really an honor to be with. I mean, I have so many friends on the board. This is a hot board, just like we have a hot country. You know, we have a hot country. Our country was stone cold 8 months ago. It all began on November 5th. Does everybody know that that was Election Day? And from that moment on, and then January 20th came, and what we've done, we have almost no inflation. Our energy prices are way down. Our gasoline costs are way down. Groceries are way down. Eggs. Remember, they hit me with eggs my first week. Sir, the fake news, those people right there, they're saying, sir, eggs have gone through the roof. They were doubling and tripling eggs. I said, I don't know what, I've just got here, excuse me. And through she's done a great job, Brooke Rollins, Secretary of Agriculture. Anyway, the prices came down. They didn't want us to, we had the egg roll here a couple of weeks ago for Easter. They didn't want us to order eggs. They wanted the eggs to be made out of plastic. They wanted plastic. I said, I'm not going to do that. But by the time it came around, the egg prices are way down. The groceries are way down. Everything is way down. We are just doing great. I mean, think of it. No inflation, and we're taking in billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, which we never did before. We got a hot country right now. We have a country that people are proud to be a part of. So we're going to honor the legacy of President Kennedy, his great legacy, and we'll create the best and most beautiful home for the performing arts anywhere in the country and many other things also. I want to thank you again. We're going to have some fun working together. We're going to make this a fun project. That's what I thought. Until I walked into the building, I said, this won't be the fun that I thought, but it is fun. I like to create, you like to create. Most of the people in the room like to create, just like Bob Kraft created the New England Patriots. He happens to be here. And he tells me he has a great new quarterback, so we're going to see. You know, a lot of people make that statement. We're going to find out, but I have a feeling you're going to be right. You've been right about a lot of things, but he was right about Tom Brady, right? He got him almost the last draft choice in the last round, 6th round, whatever it was. How did he work out, Tom Brady? Okay? Not bad? Good, right? But Bob's here, and his wife, as you know, Dana, she's on the board. And she's much younger than him, so he wanted to come tonight with her. Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice when you have a husband that will travel with you to the board, and he's a big shot, too? And he's a great guy. He's been my friend for a long time. So I'd like to ask, if I might, Secretary Rubio, and followed by, we're going to ask Sergio to say a couple of words, and then Rick Grinnell, and we'll have a little fun tonight. And you know what they can do? If they can, relatively quietly, they can start serving the meal. So by the time we're all finished, we get the hell out of here, we go home, and we have our board all formed, and we can start doing that quietly. And so Marco, please come up and say a few words. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here tonight. It's an unusual day. You know, it's not often you wake up in the morning and your first meeting is with the Pope and your last meeting is a dinner with the President of the United States. That's a heck of a day. But it actually is an honor to be a part of this administration, Mr. President. It's actually a very unique situation. I don't know how many of you got to see the President's speech in Saudi Arabia. I think it will go down as one of the most profound foreign policy speeches in American history. And where it outlined a vision for the future and a vision of prosperity. And I tell people, we have a president of peace. In fact, I'll tell you kind of an aside, one of the cardinals I was meeting with, Mr. President, the day before the papal mass said to me, you know, it's very unusual for us. It's, you know, we have an American president that wants peace, and it's some of the Europeans that are constantly talking about doing war stuff. So it's kind of the world's upside down in their mind right now. It's usually the other way around. And it's a great honor to work for a president who literally spends half his day, maybe more, trying to stop wars, end wars, prevent wars. And it's an extraordinary thing to be a part of, and thank you for your leadership on that front. He's a key part of the speech he gave, and I just summarize it this way. Our president is a builder, not a bomber. He wants to make things. He wants to build things. He wants people to have prosperity and to be happy. And frankly, he knows we have to have national defense because, of course, that's the world we live in. But I think one of the things that troubles him deeply is how much money has to be spent on some of his military and war, because it's just the way the nature of the world is. He'd much rather be spending growing the economy and doing the deals that we've seen, and he's trying to convince other countries of that as well. It's an honor to be a part of this tonight for a few moments because you have an opportunity here. You know, the Kennedy Center is a showcase of American excellence in arts and culture, and that's what it needs to be again. And the work that Rick and his team are doing, both to bring the building and the actual function of the organization to reflect that, but the programming is the other thing we're really excited to see, the programming, the shows that are coming, that will be a highlight of American excellence and of American culture and American entertainment. And just so you know the influence that American culture has around the world in a positive way, a few months ago, the President hosted the Prime Minister of Italy down in Florida, and her English is excellent, very good English. And I asked her, why is your English so good? How it was really good. You know what she said? You know where she learned English? Michael Jackson. Not from him, not like personally, he wasn't doing the lessons, from his music. But what it tells you is the impact that American culture has on the world in such a positive way, and it can have such an influence. And the Kennedy Center is a showcase for it. So we're excited to see what you're leading here, and all of you contributing towards that. And we're excited to see also the restoration of that building. That really should be a showcase and something that we're proud of. That when people come to Washington, when people come to America, they want to see the shows that reflect the greatness of our culture and society, and in a building run by an organization that is reflective of excellence as well. So it's an honor to be here tonight. I want to thank all of you for contributing to this, because it's important that this board and everyone that's involved in it, and Rick and his team, are doing a great job of making sure that your dollars and everything you've made possible will be well spent, so we'll have a treasure in our hands for future generations. I think, Sergio, you want to come up here now and tell us about Sergio Gore personnel.
Good evening. It's an honor to be here with all of you. We're here to honor the spirit that makes America exceptional. Under President Trump's leadership, we're witnessing the revitalization of American culture, a return to the values that fuel our greatness. I can't think of a better chairman of the Kennedy Center than President Trump. And a lot of you know his incredible record when it comes to dealing with these individuals who become American icons. So from Michael Jackson to hosting Pavarotti many times, to Andrea Bocelli, to incredible individuals that have changed the landscape of art and music. A couple of years ago, we were publishing a book, and it was called Letters to Trump. And we would open a box that's been closed for decades. And the letters that would show up in these boxes were just absolutely incredible. And there was a letter from 1986, and it was written to, "Dear Donald, I have a new show opening up and I'd love for you to attend. It's called Phantom of the Opera. Signed, Andrew Lloyd Webber. And so there's nobody more qualified to lead this institution than President Donald Trump. America's had an incredible run for the last 250 years, minus the last 4 under the previous administration. And so we hope under his leadership, under his vision, under this entire team, the next 250 will be just as great. I want to thank all the individuals who have contributed to the Kennedy Center. Howard Lutnick, 7-figure donation, thank you. And we have a lot of other individuals who are looking to contribute. Anthony, you're nothing but cash, we know that. With that, I want to bring up our incredible director who's leading up the day-to-day activities of the Kennedy Center, Ambassador Rick Grenell.
I'll be very quick. First of all, how great is it to have a president who actually cares about the Arts Center? That's what I love best, is that he actually cares. He came, he saw the problem, and he immediately said, I'm going to call Congress.
This is the first time that I have seen Trump actually trying to eat his food. Maybe because he's in the Kennedy Center. I've never seen him put anything in his mouth. I've seen him drink water that he opened himself, but I've never seen him eat, like actually put something in his mouth to chew.
And we're going to try to fix it. This is traditionally a Democrat territory, except President Trump says, I want to do this. I have to tell you, President Trump is actually saving the Kennedy Center because there is discussion right now of whether or not to take it down. The deferred maintenance of the Kennedy Center is criminal. It has been terrible. Mr. President, we said today in our board meeting, our great new CFO went through the 24 and 25 budgets of the Kennedy Center and found $26 million in phantom revenue, fake revenue. It's criminal. We're going to refer this to the U.S. Attorney's Office here. We're lucky enough to have the Attorney General on the board of the Kennedy Center who heard all the details today. She heard the details. And this is unacceptable in America, to have a fake revenue of $26 million fraud on previous donors. It's unacceptable, but I'm here to tell you that what we have is total transparency now. We want people to go through the budget. We want them to question it. We announced our program today, which is literally shocking the media because they're saying, okay, this is pretty good. We're not getting criticized for the programming because guess what, Mr. President? When you pick programs that are popular with the public, they respond. People buy tickets. It is popular when you do programming for the masses. As I said today, I am somebody who loves niche programming in the arts. I am somebody who embraces it. It's not for everybody, but I like to be challenged by the arts. I like it when somebody can teach me and make me a little bit uncomfortable in a show. But one thing that we're not going to do at the Kennedy Center is inappropriate content for children. We're going to protect children, and we're going to make sure that we are absolutely not losing money on our program. We can't do arts education if we don't have enough money and we have fake revenue coming in. So I promise you, and this board today responded incredibly well. I can't thank you all enough. Jennifer, thank you for being the chair. Thank you for every single board member. Your commitment is amazing. And as President Trump said, we're going to do great things. Everyone needs to go out and buy tickets to Les Mis and Porgy and Bess, which are currently being right now about to launch. We're building the stages and we're getting ready to have premier entertainment at America's premier arts institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Double tap your screen to give this video a like. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. God bless you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. Believe in Almighty God. Okay? And fathers, take care of your kids. Shout out to the veterans. Shout out to the military members. You protect our homeland. Thank you for your service. Shout out to the policemen as well. God bless you. And to our members, Luke the GOAT, God bless you. You are special. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Ellie. He's not here, but I know his heart is with us. Shout out to Ringmaster as well. Shout out to our moderator, C. Shelley. God bless you. Thank you for being here, C. Shelley. Mr. Busky, as always, has the buckets for the liberals. Thank you for the buckets, Mr. Busky. Thank you for being here. God bless you. We need more buckets, Mr. Busky. Shout out to Zyra's Garden for being here. God bless you. Yes. And everybody else watching, thank you for being here. God bless you. If you have not subscribed, go on ahead and subscribe. If you wish to join the membership of this channel, it is $4.99. All you have to do is go on the homepage and click join. If you like the free speech or you just like whatever you like. You guys are the best. Thank you for being here. We have been streaming for 5 hours, 21 minutes. And for 5 hours, 21 minutes, we have the same trolls trolling us because we allow them to troll us because we are a free speech channel. We don't block people except it's severe, okay? All right. God bless you guys. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a wonderful night. God bless America. Once again, I believe the United States is the greatest country in the world. That's my opinion. You don't have to think so. That's why I do what I do. I believe the United States is the greatest nation in the world. And I believe it's a blessing for me to get the opportunity to live my life in the United States because I know a lot of people are trying to get into the United States. And I'm just blessed to be here. And I'm thankful for the opportunity that God has given me to do this. And God bless you guys, man. Thank you so much. Let love lead. All right. No matter what you are, liberal, conservative, it doesn't matter. Unity. We are Americans. All right. Good night. It's your boy Genesis, and I am signing out.